Racing has long been ingrained deep in the DNA of Porsche. But more than that, this legendary marque prides itself in the art of endurance. Countless titles at some of the most prestigious endurance events around the world have been racked up over the years. So it's no surprise that the PCA holds its own races in that vein as we get ready to watch the Team Racing Series presented by Porsche Exchange. Hi, I'm Joe Peak, and with me in the booth tonight is DJ Clark. Cameron Abenon is on social media, along with Ryan Bauer producing, who is using cameras provided by Dougie Beard. Today's race is brought to you by the Porsche Exchange. The Porsche Exchange has been family owned and operated for over 40 years. Located in the North Shore of Chicago, the Porsche Exchange has grown to be the largest volume Porsche dealer in the entire Midwest. Along the way, they've won the Porsche Premier Dealership Award for years in a row and has been chosen to be one of the few Porsche exclusive manufacturer dealerships in the entire country. Find out more at 4Porsche.com or follow them at Porsche Exchange on Instagram. Here we are at Road America for the first race of this series, but to get you up to speed on what's included on this quite long circuit, let's head to our GSRC track guide. Welcome to Road America. Nicknamed America's National Park of Speed, it's easy to see why just by looking at how the track is laid out. Long straights are a major feature, and drivers will build up incredible momentum before they find themselves interrupted by tight 90-degree corners. In fact, for a 4-mile circuit, it has shockingly few turns. It also has little in the way of variation in layouts. The main course is only broken up once with a single chicane added in the bend version. But don't take this to mean that it's a boring track. Elevation change happens many times over a lap, with a few places taking you into corners which are quite blind. But two of the turns on the back half of the course are perhaps the most distinctive. One is the carousel with its more than 180-degree radius. It just feels like it never stops. The other is the kink. Terrifyingly fast with very little runoff, it can end someone's race in a flash. As you'd expect, the heavy braking zones make for some ideal overtaking spots. Turn 5 sees plenty with its downhill entry. The hurried downs can offer drivers a chance at a sneak attack if you're brave, and then Canada Corner gives you one last shot before the lap is over. It's no wonder major organizations such as IMSA, IndyCar, NASCAR, and the SCCA all host major races here. All in all, many drivers rate this track as the best track in North America. Many who hop in the seat and try it can quickly understand why. Well, DJ, I'm looking forward to this because if there's a place that is going to be good for endurance where you have plenty of opportunities to overtake, it's Road America.
It certainly is, Joe. This wonderful Wisconsin circuit offers up a bevy of overtaking opportunities, most notably going down into Turn 5 off of the Marine Sweep and then into Canada Corner. But there are plenty of other areas where you can send a surprising move up the inside, maybe through the hurry downs into Turn 8. We've seen some passes into Turn 1 as well. A bunch of tricky areas, though, in the forms of the carousel, the hurry downs, and, well, again, Canada Corner, always a difficult place. And with the multi-class aspect of the circuit, this is definitely going to be a place where it's going to be easy enough to get by some slower class cars, but there are going to be some areas that make things all kinds of difficult to get on by.
And they've just started the qualifying for this 6-hour event. Stephen Kemp, who we ride on board with, is just coming around the carousel, one of those long, never-ending corners here on this track. But most of the others are going to be those 90-degree right and left-handers, so we'll see how Kemp handles it as this carries on. Right now, it's all about that one-lap speed, but we're yet to see anybody able to set a time. I think we're going to be getting the first of them in soon. It takes just that long to get around this circuit that it's taken this far just to see someone put one on the board.
Yeah, exactly. It is a super long circuit as we watch the Matrix Purple driver working his way through Bill Mitchell Bend in that always tricky final corner, Joe. It's a place where you can carry a lot of speed, although your brain just seems to intrinsically tell you that you can't as you go through it.
We watched Rafael Amorim put some great laps in, and he's taken that JRT Racing 84 to the provisional pole now. up in that GT3 class, so looking good for him. He goes past the 00. The Rolling Thunder Racing has Tamer Elbaga right now in that car. We're starting to get a few of the Cup cars in, and we've also got the GT4 class as well. Seeing a few start to cycle past Jared Roadheaver in the Swarm Racing 2982 as the only one of our rather small Cup class that have come across the line. That is the open cars that you'll be seeing today. And the Star Racing team, the 818 Cheval, has put themselves into the provisional pole now in the GT4s.
Yes, they have. So a great job there. It's to the tune of about 0.5 of a second, and around a longer lap like this, that is still a pretty good gap for the Star Racing team. So they're going to be pretty pleased with that, although we still have about 24 minutes left to go in qualifying. So plenty of time for some more of those GT4s to catch themselves back up.
These early markers, are these going to make a difference, especially if we see a weather change over the course of this? Looks like the Black Flagmeister team has Styles. Oh, and he is up to the pole past Amarim by 0.7 of a second. A serious marker has been thrown down by the 999 team.
Yes, they have. That's Christopher Styles behind the wheel, absolutely ringing that thing around here. It is a really, really good run for the Black Flagmeister Club. Little bit off track there as they work their way around, but may not have this lap count, but it's that first one that really matters.
Indeed. The temperatures right now about 78 Fahrenheit on the track, so pretty good at the moment. But again, we've got that sun bearing down, so could change as Wookiee Racing now. Wookiee Racing has taken to the second and now the third spot, as now JRT has bumped them down a little bit in the 84. Amarim and Chan swapping positions there. And then you see Nikki Chan having to just go around a little bit. All the classes are out there at once, but that was within that was actually inter classes. That was the Los Muchachos Motorsports car, the 75, that he had to dodge around there for a moment.
Indeed, as we currently look here at the number 14 machine, that is your highest rated Porsche Cup driver, Lynn Wilson, behind the wheel of that car as they work their way through the carousel. And this is going to be an especially tricky portion in these Cup cars with no traction control, Joe, as the rear end is really going to want to try to break away from the car as you continue to apply pressure through that long, seemingly never-ending corner.
Of course, through the scary kink as well. That is the one I feel like they maybe need to give a little bit of room to throughout the day, because they don't want to get swallowed up. There's so little room to the outside and to the inside, frankly, if you make a mistake, that it could end your day. Granted, you can go back in and get repairs, and you do have a spare car out there, so that can help you out, but you can't abuse that too much or it puts you under the gun. As we come back around the final corner, the Equipe Vitesse number 14 looking to try and increase that 0.3 of a second gap over Swarm Racing 2. And it looks like they might improve here as they cross the line. Indeed, less than 1/10 quicker, but it still sets the marker that much farther away.
Yeah, as we jump back here to one of the GT3 teams, this is the Matrix Purple team of car 29, currently working their way around here and seeing some green sector times through sectors 3 and 4, as well as sector 5. So this could be a good lap for Matrix Purple.
Stephen Kemp here in the Matrix Purple car coming up the hill. Let's see if they can improve this time as they cross the line. A 2:04.9. Yes, actually a pretty decent improvement. They were last, unfortunately they do stay last there in that class. Now they're within about 0.3 of a second, and they've been replaced as now last in that GT3 class is Greg Fullwood's Marble Motors 996. So that is going to put them into 7th place. We're still waiting for the E2 Junior Motorsports, the Flying Lion Racing, and the Exchange Motorsports car to set a time in those GT3 cars. That is going to be one of the largest classes here today that is racing out there. Plenty of those fastest cars as they get shuffled down. Flying Lion just put one in. The 218 manages to take 7th with Glenn Dennis at the wheel.
And we continue to watch here the 999, the Black Flag Meister machine, as they work their way around now, jumping up to that E2JR Motorsports car number 1, working their way out of that final corner right now. This is one of those GT3 machines yet to put a time down on the board. Is that going to be one that counts for them? I'm waiting to see. No, it is not. So they are still yet to set a time.
They've still got plenty of time left here. It is 20 minutes on the clock, but they're going to have to start getting some clean ones in. And I mentioned it before, it does take quite a bit to get around to. Even the fastest class is just over 2 minutes to set a time, hence why they have a full 30 minutes to try and get them down. Exchange Motorsports suffering the same thing. The GT4 is doing pretty well out there, but it's a huge gap between Star Racing's Chabal there with Three Stooges Garrett Taylor in the 42. They've got 0.7 of a second right now between them, so they're going to have to start really finding some speed in certain places if they hope to take that pole position away.
For sure, and that may be a way to actually get that pole position away as we watch the Exchange Motorsports car number 23 working its way by a GT4 car. Because this is open qualifying, Joe, picking up the ability to get the draft around here on some of these longer straightaways, specifically down the Moraine Sweep, down the front straightaway, down through Kettle Bottoms. That can be a massive boon to some drivers and could certainly see them push their way up the charts in times.
Watching in some of the other classes for a bit, because we've been watching so many of these GT3s out here today, and I do see Dreadnought Racing's Bob Moore that might be able to take that number 8 car up, but before he's able to, looks like Anchors Away puts Ankerberg Zona up into 4th position. So here's Bob Moore taking his GT4 out onto the main straight. He's still up by about 0.4 on my timing screen. So this looks like that 2:18.1 might be improved. Let's see what he's got as he crosses the line. And it's going to be a 2:17.8, up by about 0.3, and that will get him into 4th.
Moving up only 1 position and still has about a full second to be able to catch up on Alcaru Racing. So we jump back to Celtic Racing, the number 62. These are your current pole sitters for the Porsche Cup Open class. So good to see them there, doing a really good job. They've got a gap of about 0.3 of a second.
Exchange finally put themselves on the board. The 23 team is into 6th now. And it looks like Team 1 down in the GT4 class has put that Cayman into 9th. So Team 1 is the last of those GT4s. Now we just need E2 Junior Motorsports and the number 1 machine with Robert Rattray behind the wheel to set a time. And he is heading through turn 7 into the hurry down. So he's still got about half the lap to go. Is the only car in the entire 26 car field right now that still needs to put one on the board.
And I'm a little bit surprised, Joe. This isn't the hardest place to pick up, or this isn't the easiest place to pick up off tracks. Normally you'll see them maybe going a little bit wide through the kink, maybe some of the corners during the hurry downs, but normally you don't think of Road America as a pretty heavy off-track intensive place. So clearly just really pushing is this E2 Junior car, trying to maximize the distance on the lap.
See, this is one of those places where sometimes you can pick him up by going a little wide. I think he was well within the boundaries on that one. The Flying Lion car improved in time, but they did not go up a spot as we're watching this. And around the final corner, here we go, as the E2 Junior car is looking good so far. I don't think we've seen an off. He's going to get an extra little tow from the Team Chillax Racing car as they stay off to the right-hand side. And no, this one also discounted. The number 1 will have to cycle around again.
Thankfully, they still have plenty of time left here in this session. But, Joe, as a driver, that can start to get into your head when you start picking up those off tracks. It's sort of that same mantra as cautions breed cautions. You just keep getting it again and again and again and again and again, and you keep making the similar mistake.
Lucida's seeing a little bit of a lockup in front of him as he's now hopped into the Wookiee Racing car and unfortunately catches that slower traffic at the exact wrong time. And if that wasn't an off track, he definitely was slowed up. That was one of our open cars, and yeah, it looks like Liam is going to be taking it into pit lane. They also saw an off for Garrett Taylor in the Three Stooges 42 there. So Jakester Racing continuing on as Albano does not have that lap counted himself, running into trouble. Oh, and some more trouble coming off the first corner. Is he going to be able to keep it out of the wall? He may have brushed it, and he's going to park it. It looks like he's pulling over to slow down.
Yeah, doesn't want anything to do there on it. We jump back to the JRT car, currently second in class right now as he works his way. Rafael Amarim working his way down into turn 5. Heavy braking zone, and then up and over Corvette Bridge. Watch for that area, that turn 6, to be a big point of contention over the course of the race, especially as tires begin to wear and degrade over the course of this race. That corner is going to be trickier and trickier. You get a lot of wheel spin through there, and you've got to be very careful.
As we work our way down the plunging carousel as it drops in elevation through here into one of the lowest parts of the track. Going to try and navigate through the kink. Keeps it nice and tidy there. They have got just under 0.2 of a second to try and overtake the 999 team, as Black Flagmeister currently is setting the pace. And we ride with them through the Canada Corner, the infamous Canada Corner, which sees so many passes, but also so many drivers just overshoot it. And then up around Bill Mitchell Bend. One last corner to go. The purple and white 84. Has this been good enough to challenge them? I'm seeing them close on their quickest time, so I'm not sure if this is going to take the pole away, but it could potentially get them a little bit closer as they cross. It is an improvement, a 2:03.451, and that is pole over Black Flagmeister, who are now crossing the line themselves. That's going to be Christopher Stiles, but he does not improve.
All right, so about 1/10.5 the advantage between JRT and Black Flagmeister. JRT calling it there, coming back into pit lane. We jump back into the Boston Brap car. This is one of those open cars that is running around there, currently last in class, 15th overall.
Still, we've got a huge gap down in the GT4 class as well, as the Boston Brap stays in 5th position. Didn't improve on that last time by. Just saw the Three Stooges Racing 42 just cross the line. Looks like Garrett Taylor not able to go any quicker that time by. Oh, but we've got another quicker lap for Shaibal Banjo Paje, as the Star Racing car now puts it more than a second beyond anybody else. So the Star Racing machine really is living up to its name.
Yeah, it certainly is, just putting down fast lap after fast lap. We jump back to the Alcaru Racing 242 machine. Volker Krebs currently behind the wheel of that. They are 3rd in that GT4 category, seeing if they can get a little bit better here. Not going to have any benefit of the draft down the Moraine sweep, but it still may be enough time.
They head into turn 5. Duck it in nice and clean. Oh, but he's a little wide. Not sure if that's going to be an off track, but looks like, and yep, he is actually going to pull over and stop, and that is it for him as we come to Rodney Campbell here running in the 62. This is at the front of the open class right now, as they are on a good one. It looks like they're a couple tenths up on their best time. Celtic Racing still leading by about 0.4 of a second over Equip Vitesse, which is just coming out, so not under threat at the moment until we see Lynn Wilson bring it around for a flyer.
No, not quite yet, as we follow the 62 here. That Celtic Racing car a little bit squiggly coming through turn 5. That's not going to be the easiest. Again, these Porsche Cup cars, no traction control, no ABS, so they can get a little bit to be a little bit of a handful, but looking like through the middle part of this lap, they've got everything nice and controlled.
Yep, down out of the Hurry Downs. And into the carousel, under the bridge, they fly as Rodney Campbell wants to try and get a little bit more comfortable over the Equipe Vitesse team. So as we watch them now head into the kink, sporting some classic Porsche colors, very appropriate this close to Canada as well, as they look for their brake marker into Canada corner. A little bit of a kink into there as well, as it doesn't make it completely straight, and you can see how tough that makes it as he overshoots it. Gonna carry on with the lap, but now it looks like they're way down on their best time.
Yeah, very much off the pace here, coming through Bill Ventral Bend and through that final corner. You can see that car just doesn't exactly look stable there. It's not turning in the way they'd like it to, as we jump back here to take a look at the Flying Lion racing car.
Indeed. I wonder if that's a reference to the Flying Lizard team, actually, as they come down into Canada corner as well. Let's see if they take this one any better through there. Yep, that looked nice and tidy comparatively. And just a few more corners to go. So can they improve on this 6th place? Actually doesn't look like a quick lap right now from the information that I'm getting. Last lap was their quickest. Glenn Dennis going to continue on anyways and try and take this one about 4 more laps or so, maybe 4 or 5 that he'll be able to complete from here. And nope, that one is not their best.
No, it is not, although they were able to go purple in Sector 2, so definitely some solace to be able to take from that they do have some quick time in that machine, should they choose to want it. Waiting to see here if we're going to have any more drivers out on a fast lap. Jumping back to the Three Stooges Racing 42 machine, currently Garrett Taylor behind the wheel, as they are working around here, trying to beat down on Star Racing. That gap still holding at about 1.1 seconds.
And I don't know if we mentioned this, but the E2 Junior Motorsports car has managed to get itself on the board. They're sitting in 5th position. So Taylor up into the line. Let's see what it is. 2:16.665. That's quicker, but it's still a second away from the 8:18 team. And they're making inroads, but they're running out of time to try and do much more. In fact, here is that pole sitter for the GT4 class. They're going to pit in, so they seem pretty comfortable.
Yeah, and you can see there, they got a little bit wide coming off the final corner. Very, very easy thing to do there. Like I talked about coming through that corner, Joe, you carry a lot of speed through there, and you really have to be careful. As we watch the Matrix Green Racing machine, they're going to get a little bit of benefit of the slipstream, hopefully be able to move them up in the standings from where they sit right now, as they're currently 9th in that GT3 class.
Watching them up and over the hill here as they continue through some of the more technical portions of this lap. And from there, it's heavy braking downhill. The Matrix Green car trying to get woed up into the hurried downs. Across the line, though, for the Equipe Vitesse team. And that was quicker, and that's pole, actually. In the open class, the Equipe Vitesse team has overtaken Celtic Racing. Rodney Campbell is out there on track right now, but the 62 team has to make up appropriately 62 thousandths of a second.
Funny how sometimes things just work out beautifully like that. Watching JRT Racing crossing over the line to set the new fastest time here in qualifying with a 2:03.311. Christopher Stiles here in that Black Flagmeister machine, now trying to see if he is going to be able to beat that time at all.
Almost done with the lap. It's not looking fast right now, but they could make up some time in these last few corners, because it's only about a 10th or 2 slow from what I'm seeing as we fly down towards the kink. Let's ride on board here through this fearsome corner, chucking it in. Look how definitive that wheel movement was to try and steer it into the turn, and then down into Canada corner, looking for the binders, looking for his marker. Can he keep from locking up that inside tire? We've seen a few drivers do already. Yes, that was super good through there. The 999 is looking fast, but is it fast enough?
He was green through Sector 4 on that last lap. not green through sector 5, so we'll have to see coming out over a little bit of overcorrection coming out of the corner, driving and powering up the hill. Does the 999 have this in them to make up that roughly 0.3 of a second? Crosses over the line and no improvement.
About a 10th off of their best lap. So they get a few more to try and come back around to see if they can do better than that. As we head on over to Wookie Racing, and they've let Nicky Chan give a go. They've let Liam Rutsidas get a go, and now they have Chris Braun in as well. And I do like this method. This is, I'm guessing, about 10 minutes per driver, it's looking like, to try and see who can go the quickest of the team.
Yeah, Joe, I like it as well. Just give everybody a bite at the apple and see what sticks. It's a pretty good strategy, especially if you've got drivers like we've seen across other Porsche Club events that are as quick as all three of them. Yeah,
Nicky Chan is no slouch, so these drivers managing to improve upon that certainly tells you something. Mercedes went just a little less than a 10th faster, but look at this, lap traffic. Mike Sachs, is he going to be able to pull out of the way? Kind of. And it compromises the line for Braun. That's definitely not going to be a quick one this time through. They are currently 7/10, almost 8/10, honestly, off the pole from JRT. But Wookie Racing has to only make up 0.5 of a second on the Matrix Green car to be able to take third position. Yeah, 2:04.8 that time across for them. So reset, try again.
Yeah, and they're going to have to hope they don't catch any more lap traffic. As I said, it can help you out to get a little bit of a draft, but it can really come back to bite you if you're not careful. Here we focus in on the 982 Swarm Racing 2 machine in that open class. Jared Roadheaver behind the wheel. Oh, you can see just how twitchy that car is, Joe. The wheel jerking back and forth under braking into Canada Corner.
Yeah, this is a little bit more of a bare bones type of car. This Cup car, as it's used in the Porsche Super Cup now, been recently added here to iRacing. And as he comes off the line, it does look like it's going to be an improvement. Roadheaver taking that Swarm Racing 2 machine to the line. Will he be able to bump himself into third? It's a 208.633. No, he is still shy by about a 10th and some change to the Jakester Racing car.
And with time starting to run down here, drivers are really going to have to be trying to put in those lap times as quickly as possible to see if they can get it. They have got to absolutely be on it. It is now or never time for these drivers.
Ooh, another improvement from E2 Junior. The one machine is actually, wow, there. Look at this. Third, fourth, and fifth, as well as sixth, are split by less than a 10th of a second in the GT3 class. That midfield is going to be something to watch.
Yeah, it really is. I think we are going to have a just furious fight on our hands in that midfield, Joe. A little bit of blinking there, it looks like. That's not good. That can actually disrupt your lap if that happens and give you a off track, for example.
Yeah, that can certainly delete it if iRacing feels like you don't have a good enough internet connection. Matrix Green not able to get themselves far away from the 4 other cars that are chasing them right now. As we follow through Bill Mitchell Bend, the Exchange Motorsports car at the end of that group. Let's see what it's going to be as they come up the hill. And the 23 has got a pretty good lap, it looks like, so I think they might be able to improve. Remember, it's incredibly small margins here in this field. A 203.978 will indeed jump them all the way up ahead of everybody that they were chasing into third.
An amazing lap for Exchange Motorsports. They are going to be very, very pleased with that. Let's now see if E2 Junior is going to be able to respond at all. Remember, these guys, it took them a long time to get a lap time down. But once they did, they were able to get up forward. Ooh, some GT4 in front of them. That's going to be a checkup. That's going to ruin their lap, I think.
Yeah, they're backing it up. I think they're trying to set themselves up to get a nice flyer down the main straight. As do we have an improvement here for one of our cars on the front stretch as someone was pulling over for a moment. Looks like that was Road Heaver in the 982 who parked at his fastest lap, actually, that last one, 208.238, as we now get the checkered flag. So here we go. Next one to cross is going to be finishing, and that's going to be Nick Melarengo and the Boston Brat Machine, the 26, last in the open class. They're coming around Canada corner now, and looking like they are not on a flyer, if I'm seeing correctly. I think they're on an outlap.
Yeah, they are indeed, Joe. So this probably just being used as a little bit of practice time here for that 26. Just feel as good and comfortable. Also practicing the tricky, well, I was going to say practicing the tricky pit in, but he's going to pull off and call it.
Wookie Racing in the 258 is going to carry on, but it's going to be tight on whether or not they can go quicker. But again, it is only going to be small margins that helps them out. But no, not faster that time by. Three Stooges Racing also out there, but it looks like they are two on a outlap. So that gives us a chance to now go through our starting grid today. And JRT Racing is going to be on the pole position, with Black Flag Meister starting in second. Exchange Motorsports is going to be starting in third. And from there, it is less than a tenth of a second between a lot of the drivers all the way down. Matrix Green starting fourth. E2 Junior Motorsports in fifth. And Wookie Racing in the sixth position. Flying Lion Racing starting in seventh, followed by Rolling Thunder Racing in the P8 position. You've got Matrix Purple starting from ninth, and Marble Motorsports in the 10th spot, DJ.
Then we move on over to that open category with Equip the Test leading the way ahead of Celtic Racing, Swarm Racing 2 behind them, 13th overall. And then Jakester Racing will be lining up fourth in class, with Boston Brap in fifth in class. Jumping into the GT4 category, it'll be Star Racing leading the way, with Three Stooges Racing starting outside of them. Alcaro Racing will be 18th overall, with Dreadnought Racing and Los Muchachos Racing in 20th.
Then after that, you've got the 208 Racing Green Team in 21st, followed by Mark Schnell in 22nd. Backmarker Motorsports will be P23. Anchors Away starts from 24th, Team 1 and 25th. Then our 26 car field is completed by Team Chillax Racing here today. And I think they're letting the last couple cars finish out. I see Adam Spence still putting some practice in for Three Stooges Racing, but we are finished. And 6 hours of racing. This is feeling very familiar to you and I, DJ. Just covered a 6-hour race yesterday. So knowing that going in here at Road America, what do you think are the keys for these teams out there?
Well, in specific to this track, one of the biggest things they're going to have to watch out for is tire wear. Specifically, that right rear tire around here really tends to get worn out very easily. You put a lot of lateral load through the rear tires with some of the faster corners like the Carousel and the Kink in turns 1 and 2 in particular. And so the left and right rears, you've got to be careful with them, and you've got to be careful from the beginning of your stint. Very easy to overheat the tires, very easy to burn them off. And with these rear engine, rear wheel drive Porsches, that can be a bit of a detriment and a very easy thing to do. So I think tire wear is going to be huge, as well as patience getting through these lapped cars.
You can see they're not going to do a full pace lap around here. So going to be a quick one, but real quick for us, we want to remind you that PCA Sim Racing social media offers up in-race reports, breaking news, and announcements through Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. To subscribe, key in the platform name and add /PCA Sim Racing. Don't miss the content there, not just during the races, but in between as well on their various social media. And we did get some clouds here, as it is looking a little bit dark as they grid up, but still 78 degrees Fahrenheit for now. And I think they're getting ready to take off. Also got to watch out for those off tracks, as only 20 incidents will get them a penalty. In 6 hours, that's actually a very small amount, 20 incidents.
Yeah, it is, Joe. And with just as many drivers as we saw have problems during the course of qualifying, being able to keep all their laps together, I think that could be a real talking point over the course of these 6 hours.
Pace car getting ready to peel in. Control given over to JRT Racing as Rafael Amorim cruises the car up the hill. He's got to wait for the signal from Barney the flagman for the go. And there it is. Green flag is out. It's a decent start for Amorim. Beside him, Terrence Tong's Black Flagmeister car is starting to fall away a little bit. Will we see any attacks into the first corner? Remember, 6-hour race, guys. Let's try and make it to the end. And this is very patient into the first turn. Nobody really making any huge dives, DJ. In fact, I don't see any incidents there.
Neither do I. Everybody keeping everything nice and tidy. We've got a double wide Noah's Ark there for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, though, in that GT3 class.
Yeah, good battle here coming down and almost squeezing him off as that is Nelson in the Exchange Motorsports car trying to pinch Rattray to the outside. Rattray sending it in deep, getting a nose ahead despite being on the outside. He's going to be able to take that place away through turn 5.
Still a little bit of a battle there in the back. That looks like they're going to be still side by side for P5 as finally Matrix Green having to get out of it and give way to Wookiee Racing as Wookiee Racing has a big off coming out of the hurry downs.
Ooh, just holds on to it, loses one spot because of that, but Liam Ritsidis behind the wheel of that 258. Thankfully keeping a cool head. Oh, but we've had our first incident. Lynn Wilson's Equipe Vitesse number 14 has gone off in the hurry downs. Looks like he has managed to get it back on the circuit.
And that is pretty big for your open category, your open class, Joe. They were the pole sitter. They were in the lead when they had that mistake. That'll hand the lead over to Celtic Racing in the number 62 machine.
As we hop on board, Jakester Racing, Gabriel Albano taking it down into the braking for Canada corner as they chase on Rodney Campbell in the 62. Celtic leading the way. A little bit of a bad turn from Jared will slow him up, and Gabriel Albano, that's in 3rd rather for the Jakester Racing team, chasing Roadheaver in 2nd. And here is Dave Craig from Marble Motorsports up in the GT3s, currently sitting in 8th.
Yeah, and he's just tucking in behind there, making sure everything's nice and good. As you said earlier, Joe, this is a 6-hour endurance race. These guys are not normally used to doing that. We're used to seeing a lot of these PCA drivers race on a 40-minute sprint. So I like the fact that he's not being too aggressive. A little poke to the inside there, maybe just to see if he can scare off any of the drivers in front of him, but nothing too massively committal here early on.
Looks like David Kaufman for the 208 Racing Green team has had an off, and that was out of the final corner. But here we go, another one for Rattray. 2nd place, maybe? Yes, indeed. E2 Junior Motorsports up into P2. They are on a tear. Terrence Tong behind them, getting a bit of a train starting to form. Wonder if this is riding the coattails of the slipstream.
Very well could be. The slipstream is going to be pretty powerful around here as we ride on board with that Matrix Green machine, trying to close back in on Exchange Motorsports up ahead, down into turn 8. They all concertina up a little bit before they get to the ever-challenging carousel.
Okay, so Rattray up from 5th to 2nd within 2 laps here. What more can he do? Can he chase down Amorim's JRT Racing machine? He's only got, 3 seconds. That is kind of big for first 2 laps, but still definitely doable as we fly through the kink, looking at that train carry on down into Canada corner. This is very close here between the Matrix Green and the Wookiee Racing car. Oh, but it is going to be Dyer in the Matrix Green who takes a peek on Nelson in the Exchange Motorsports and not able to make it stick.
Not able to make it done. Liam Ritsidis really trying to fight and see what he can do here, poking this way and that. Ooh, good under braking through the final corner. Here they go.
Oh, it's going to be a great slipstream, both for the Matrix Green car and for Wookiee Racing. And I think Dyer's going to poke his nose out. He gets to the inside. Which way does Ritsidis decide to follow? We're on board with Liam right now. He's going to Follow through the inside, thinks about it, but then comes back to the outside. Now he ducks back in, and there we go. 2 spots down immediately for Nelson's Exchange, number 23.
Good job there for those drivers. Heads up. Ooh, that is Wookiee Racing looking a little bit racy there as they get their way going through turn 3.
And you caught me out on that as they come down the long straight. Oh, and a pinch. Big pinch there. Dyer instead is going to attack as the Matrix green car looks for another one. A little bit of a touch, and that's going to spin Terrence Tong around. The Black Flag Meisters, despite starting in second, are falling all the way down into 9th.
Oh, that is not great for them. Let's go back to check out the replay here. This was just a little bit of miscommunication. Little bit of everybody coming down into the braking zone and missing their braking markers.
Incredible stuff here early in this race. These guys are very on it right now. So there's the replay. There's the bump. Wasn't a big touch, but when you're on the limit there, DJ, that's all it takes.
Yeah, exactly. And that's such a tricky braking zone there, Joe. Going down into turn 5, it's a downhill corner, so the weight of the car is working against you to pull you into the ground, and you have to really back up the braking zone further than you thought you would.
They break into Canada corner. Once again, we've jumped back to the open class now, and this is Road Heaver in Swarm Racing's number 982. Chasing Campbell's 62 machine, as Celtic Racing has started it on the pole in this class, but is doing his best to keep it that way. It's not just the Swarm Racing car that's behind him, though. Look back there at Jakester, who has followed them forward, starting to drop the further 2 in this class. And along the front stretch, this is a pretty decent exit for the 982.
Yeah, it's not a bad run there. He's going to have to, I think, maybe be a little bit closer. Turn 1, as I mentioned before, it is an overtaking opportunity, but it's really a 3rd or a 4th gear corner. It's not as heavy a braking zone as, say, going down into turn 5 or down into Canada corner. So that's exactly what the 982, the Swarm Racing 2 machine, needs to do. Get speed, get positioning through there, and set themselves up here for turn 3.
Meanwhile, back in Glenn Dennis's Flying Lion Racing. He's trying to catch up to Nelson and Brutsitas just in front of him here in the GT3 class. This is a fight for 4th, effectively. The Wookiee Racing car is holding down that spot up to from where they began. And as they come into the hurried downs, that's not a good enough launch for the Exchange team, so they stay put in 5th.
Yes, they do. An Exchange starting to look behind them a little bit. We ride on board through the carousel. And now this is such a tricky corner when you are even just hot lapping it in GT3, Joe. But because of the aero wash that is coming off the back of these GT3 Porsches, it becomes even harder. You've got to feather the throttle, try to maybe move on a little bit of a different line so you've got some clear air coming to at least part of the car.
And bad news for Wookiee Racing. They've just been given a 10-second stop and go. So this is going to set them well back. But they'll be in clear air most likely unless they get caught up in the open class after this. And that pink car is going to have to pay the piper for that little bit of contact. So instead we come back to the 42 machine racing in the GT4s as we go side by side through the carousel. Outside is going to be difficult, as the Alcoru Racing team does indeed pull ahead and fend off the Three Stooges Racing 42.
And I think that was a little over-optimistic there from Three Stooges Racing, Joe. As you said, in the carousel, so difficult to go too wide, but Three Stooges not looking like they're backing down quite yet, moving this way and that, going down through the kettle bottoms.
Ooh, here we go, another try for it, breaking to the inside. And Spence this time has got it. Krebs tries to fight back. Great exit off of the corner. The Alcoru Racing team, though, backs out and stays in that 3rd position. That was for P2, and that will wind up being very important. And my goodness, the 258 team is all the way behind the entire open class field.
Joe, that was a big coming together there. Matrix Purple getting the worst for wear. I believe that was Black Flagmeister and Rolling Thunder Racing that got into him. Let's go check out this replay. Another incident down into turn 5.
Wow. So Black Flagmeister and Rolling Thunder having some trouble, and Terrence Tong, that Black Flagmeister, probably should have known a little bit better. He was the one that was a victim of an incident into that turn, and instead now he is the one that gives a little bump, and he'll get a taste of how that one feels. So they carry on, still being challenged by Rolling Thunder Racing behind them with Kevin Douglas in that car, but I gotta imagine that's gonna be another penalty. It looks like we've also got a 10-second stop and go for Christopher Stiles. That is going to be the 999 machine, I believe. Yeah, that is Black Flagmeister. So that was very quick then. That was a very fast decision.
The stewards absolutely on it here today and not messing around, making sure they know over the course of this full 6 hours that if you cause an incident, you will be penalized.
So this is the first 3 in the open class for the podium, with Campbell, Roadheaver, and Albano still within range of one another. I'm kind of wondering if this is fighting as hard as they can, or if those second and third place cars are just trying to sit and wait, because it is, yes, a long stint in these cars before they have to take a pit stop, but every bit of fuel that you can save this early on is going to pay dividends later.
Well, Joe, that's very true, especially on such a long track like this at Road America. If they're content to just sit behind and sip on that fuel a little bit more and do it from the beginning of the stint, that's really the only way you're going to gain an advantage, because it's not like running some of the shorter circuits where you can easily eke out a lap or 2 more. You've really got to commit to saving a full extra lap of fuel here at Road America.
We got a battle going on between the Exchange team and the Rolling Thunder team, and it looks like that is going to go towards the 23 in another spot, as Black Flagmeister, who have not served their penalty yet, finds themselves a little bit of a position past Rolling Thunder. They still need to come in and pay the price for their transgressions. But Exchange Motorsports now up into 6th. They started in 3rd, though, don't forget. It's been a bit of a backwards day in this first half hour.
Yeah, and remember, they were the unfortunate victim of a punt going down into turn 5, but they're going to find themselves way down with Wookiee Racing as they go. So we'll have to keep an eye on those 2 cars in particular. Those are 2 of the faster cars in this GT3 category, and they will be near the back of the field fighting their way forward.
Absolutely. And let's stay here, because this is honestly where we've got a more interesting battle, but I can report that Wookiee Racing is starting to come through some of that open class traffic. Now, the reason that's significant here, DJ, we haven't talked about this a lot, is when you're behind the faster classes, that is peeling off to serve the penalty, Terrence Tong now in the pits, is when you're a faster class car on the same lap as a slower class, you don't get the blue flag.
No, you don't. And for a lot of drivers, depending on the level of immersion they want to have, they may have their relative turned off and just have a voice in their ear telling them blue flag, faster class car approaching, something of that nature. And if that's the case, they're going to want to race a little bit harder, especially considering as Wookiee Racing works their way through the open class cars. Those Porsche Cup cars don't look that dissimilar from the GT3, so just looking in the rearview mirror may not be enough.
And Black Flagmeister is back out and well behind Wookiee Racing as well, so they've also got to climb all the way through that field. Back to Albano here for Jakester Racing once again. The good thing is we've kept the race going here, in these open class cars, as the top 3 have not separated. Maybe a small field, but as long as you've got 2 cars, you've got a race.
Exactly, and that's exactly what we want to see. And don't forget that equipped the Tess, the number 14 car that qualified on pole for this class, they had that incident right about here coming out of turn 8 on lap 1. So they're going to be fighting their way back up and through as well. So plenty of interesting storylines still to play out here as this race goes along.
Yeah, the Tess started this one up in, I think, the lead actually. On the pole, yeah, that was Lynn Wilson kicking it off there from the pole position. So they should theoretically be the fastest one, be able to get back up to that front. But that is theoretical. It's always a little bit different when you're trying to employ it in real life. I wonder if we could hop back to 4th into the GT3s, because Marble Motors suddenly sees Flying Lion Racing filling their mirrors.
Yeah, Flying Lion Racing currently being piloted by Glenn Dennis. This versus David Craig here as we watch them going down into turn 1. Losing a little bit of time is that Flying Lion Racing car, but able to close in on the binders a little bit better.
So it's going to be David versus the Lion Den here as they come down along the Lorraine Suite. And we hop on board with Dennis, the 218. Just keeping him in check, and he's been close. But again, we wonder, is there any fuel-saving games that are starting to be going on? And he's not going to be close enough to attack this time down, but he does look tidy down through that turn 5, gets it to within about 2 car lengths, now into turn 6, and that one not as big of a gain for the 218. So Dennis maybe faster in a few of the heavier braking zones.
Yeah, may just be what he's able to close in on, but I also think there could be a little bit of a sense of what we were talking about in the open class cars as well. Dennis just in a happy position to stay behind, maybe save a little bit of fuel, not overexert the car too much. He doesn't want to try to be on full attack.
So we come back once again to the podium battle in the open class. There with Rodney Campbell starting to pull a little bit of a gap. The Swarm Racing number 982 has got to start pulling that one back in. Does not want to lose the slipstream here as we hop on board with Celtic Racing. Interesting, they went with flannel instead of tartan with a name like Celtic Racing.
Yeah, it does make a little bit of sense there that they would do something like that, or a little bit of nonsense. I mean, I guess you could kind of call that a tartan. I don't know.
We'll have to ask the Peanut Gallery, see what they say as we break into Canada Corner. And instead, Albano is getting ever closer to Jared's rear bumper. Could maybe have an attack here if he decides he doesn't like the fact that these two are starting to drop away from the 62 machine. We come around onto the main straight, but not close enough to have an attack here this time. Gabriel's going to have to get a little bit closer than that. So back up to P5 with Glenn Dennis chasing down Craig.
Yeah, continuing to watch this battle, tucking up behind in the slipstream here. Going to go a little bit of a lift. So Dennis very comfortable to stay behind. Just absolutely okay in that position is that 218 right there. Going for a high percentage move, I think.
Ooh, and down to Volker Krebs. Haven't checked in with this fight for second in a while. Great job to the Alcoru Racing team for holding on to the back of the Three Stooges as the 42, and even going a little bit defensive there. Wasn't nearly close enough for that. Kicks up a little bit of dirt on the inside of the track. That's not going to hurt him too badly. I would have thought that Adam Spence didn't have to go defensive there.
I would have thought the same thing, but Spence clearly feeling the pressure, and that is good news, frankly, for Volker Krebs chasing him in, because that means that at least if I'm in Volker's position, I know I'm in Adam's head a little bit, and that means I'm going to start to prod a little bit more. See if I can maybe force a few more of those defensive moves and put Spence offline as much as possible.
He's not going to be able to do that here. He's way far back. Spence probably not going to be shaken if he shows his nose on that one. So maybe something better. Oh, is a little wide. Krebs struggling a bit. He's slow off the turn. We hop behind them to the battle as well for fourth place. Back Marker Motorsports with Dreadnought Racing, Bob Moore, who we see in the gray and red machine, chasing the 27 Costas inside right now.
Yeah, chasing him down. And in these GT4s, we haven't really talked about it too much. Draft, not as important, not as mega as necessarily in those GT3 machines. There's just a little bit less downforce generated, so a little bit of a smaller hole in the air that is being punched. But nevertheless, you still want to try to tuck up behind as much as possible, because that draft will do nothing but help you.
Sounds like we had a problem for Wookiee Racing, as they had a spin recently. Cetus trying to see where that took place. Yeah, that was down in Canada Corner, and they were actually in the midst of the battle for the open podium, so they are very lucky they did not take out the Jakester Racing machine. That's them behind them. There's the pink car, the Wookiee Racing, and slides off mercifully out of the racing line.
Whew, very, very close there. And once again, an easy thing to do around Canada Corner. There is that large area of black curbing there that you can run on. But if you get a toe out into the gravel there through Canada, it is a one-way ticket to a spin like that. They're frankly lucky, as here comes Volker Krebs on a late dive.
Very, very late, but he is not going to be able to get it. Oh, and this is now lap traffic coming through. That's our overall leader. The JRT car overtakes both of them. So they've now started catching the back of the field, and we will, for the first time, get to see how traffic plays a part in today's race.
Yes, we will. Let's see what they can do here as they go by. It really hasn't separated the battle out in this GT4 category, but traffic management going to be absolutely crucial here, especially for, I think, those drivers that are running in tight battles up in the GT3s. To the open again, a late move from Krebs.
Unbelievable, but he's a little too late this time. He's going to spin off into the barriers. Oh no, the Alcoro Racing team gets damage from that one, and I think that's actually the first bit of damage we've seen of anybody out there today. Nobody else has really had, well, no, I take that back. We had that big hit down into turn 5 that we witnessed as well, but first solo car to find themselves making a critical mistake.
Indeed, and they're going to need to try to limp their way back to pit lane, as it is a long tow distance around here. You can see there as we've got a little bit of a side-by-side. That is Team 1 and Team Chillax TCR going around. We ride on board with Steve Komatz right now.
Indeed, this battle for the 5th position between Trepay and the Mach Schnell. Komatz for Team 1. They've also got a friend with the Chillax Racing car behind. And as that happened, I can report that P6 changed hands in the GT3's. Ed Nelson passed Kevin Douglas on that one. Got to give credit to Team 1. Very simple name, very simple paint scheme. And sometimes simple is better.
Indeed it is, but they're doing a good job here holding on to 6th. They've got a little bit of pressure behind from Team Chillax, and a big gap up ahead of them to Mach Schnell. Or, excuse me, a small gap up away to Mach Schnell, so this being one of the closer battles. Oh, that was Team Chillax going off through the kink.
Uh-oh. And I think they managed to keep it together. Whew. So a scary moment for them. They've got Marble Motorsports as well as Flying Line Racing trying to find their way past, and unfortunately this is one of the places where it's very tough to try and overtake, and already we're seeing a lot of dirt being kicked up onto the track in that portion of the lap. Off the corner, nicely done to get themselves out of the hair of these two battling GT4s.
Yeah, and that's the last thing you want to do, is really come in the middle of a battle. Oh, is that a car off?
That, who was that? Trying to figure that out. That is Ed Nelson, Exchange Motorsports number 23, and they are immediately coming into pit lane. Another one into the tire barriers off on the inside. Let's take a look at the replay.
I think he just runs a little bit wide there, gets on the power a little bit too powerfully there, Joe. You can see the rear end starting to slide out before he even touches that outside grass going through the final corner.
So he's on pit lane. Oh, to Terrence Tong now as we get more battling And this is coming up the hill towards the start-finish line as the Black Flagmeister car is, no, excuse me, that's not a battle for position. This is being lapped. So that is going to go by the 4th place car in the open class as our GT3s continue to cycle by all the slower cars here today. Ooh, and have we already lost? No, it's a driver change. Exchange Motorsports is exchanging drivers. Ed Nelson, with the fact that he has binned it, has decided he's going to hop out, hand it over to Joe Stiefel. And to the 23, we'll see a new one come out once they get those repairs done.
I like that call from the Exchange Motorsports team. You've got a driver that's going to be in their head a little bit, that's going to be upset with themselves that they had an off like that, and the decision to come back down into pit lane to be able to switch that over, very, very good call. Get a new, fresh set of hands behind the wheel.
The Okoro Racing team fell all the way down into 10th in the end. So that definitely hurt them. They're still trying to chase on the number 208. That's appropriately the 208 Racing Green team. Oh, and we've had a problem with Terrence Tong, the Black Flagmeister car. Looks like they have spun off in the hurry downs. Yeah, they've managed to not hit anything, thankfully. Got avoided by Boston Brapp, who took their lap back from them.
And that Black Flagmeister car, if they didn't have bad luck, they'd have no luck at all. Just having a really, really rough day out there as they've already gotten a penalty and having an off now to go with it as well.
Indeed, and I think there's a little bit of miscommunication going on as they've been given a second penalty for what happened on lap 5, but they're saying they already served it, so we'll see if that gets cleared up. Hopefully they don't lose extra time here. JRT Racing in the top position, and 13 laps in, they've already pulled nearly 10 seconds over the E2 Junior Motorsports with Robert Rattray in that car. The purple and white is just putting them down each and every lap. And yeah, you can't even see anybody in the camera shots, even in the wide shots here at this stage of the race.
Indeed, but let's not forget there are going to be driver swaps that happen over the course of the race, and we've seen several different times what can happen when you put a different driver in the wheel of a car like this, that it can just change on a dime. So while it looks like JRT is absolutely running away right now, they may find themselves a little bit closer to E2 Junior later on in the race, but still to be decided.
Black Flagmeister is in pit lane now. So, no, sounds like that was correct. So they got 2 penalties there. Not sure. We'll have to get some clarification on that as Glenn Dennis and the Flying Line Racing number 218 is still tucked up behind Marvel Motors. Yeah, I'm starting to think that they want to be here, DJ. I think this is an intentional strategy to try and ride that slipstream.
Yeah, I have to think you're right as well. Ride the slipstream. If you can force that 996 into making a mistake, fantastic. That is just going to play in and be a good part of it. If not, you're still able to sit behind here, save a little bit of fuel, and if you're able to go an extra lap longer on a stint, I think that's a good thing for them.
Still a long ways to go. We've only gotten through the first half hour here already, but the good news is all 26 cars are still running. And Celtic Racing still leading in our open class, with JRT leading in the GT3 class and Star Racing leading down in the GT4s. We actually haven't showed the Star Racing car a whole lot, I don't think. That 818 is also doing extremely well right now. I think almost half a minute up on the next car down. There's Chabal, who has been pacing the field here today.
Yeah, 25-second gap here, Joe. Absolutely mega thing there for them as they just look to be in a league unto themselves here today.
And watching with Bob Moore in the Dreadnought racing car here. GT4 is just as intense. It might be the slower class, but this is equally important. So as they come around, the number 8 is trying to also use a little bit of that slipstream, maybe try and battle for the spot. Third place up for grabs. The podium places giving that little bit sense of pride here. And as they complete lap 13, they've actually pulled a decent gap to those behind them. Mark Schnell currently sitting back there in the 5th spot, so they're free to race if they do want to.
Yeah, they are. But again, as we've talked about, it may be a situation where they're just a little bit more content to stay behind and save fuel. Is the number 8 just kind of loitering around? And that backmarker motorsports machine, let's not forget, up 5 positions on the day. So they are having a fantastic run. Dreadnought exactly where they started off, though.
Yeah. Well, sometimes it's good, I'd say, in a race this long to at least be where you started, because you haven't lost anything. We're right on board once again, looking down 2 very different lines coming into turn 3, and then firing it down the moraine sweep. As there are many long straights around this track that you pick up speed, and these GT4s do have a little bit of oomph underneath them, already up to 145 miles an hour here by the time they hit the brakes, and then slow it all the way down to 50 as they come around turn 5. Just ahead of them, that is for position. That is second place, the Three Stooges racing car with Adam Spence currently there.
Yeah, about 1.8 seconds up the road, and if I were here sitting in the position of that backmarker motorsports machine, I'd maybe try to push a little bit more at this point in the stint. You're about 30 minutes in. We'd anticipate these drivers coming in around the, I would say, 45 to 55 minute mark in the GT4s. Try to close in just a little bit more in the closing stages, as you're gonna want to try to get a little bit of the draft and close up behind them. But once again, still to be determined. There's a lot of racing left to do.
I think I got a little confirmation here on what's happening with Flying Lion Racing, because I've watched them get as close as they have been for some time onto the back of Marble Motors, and there was a definite lift. So there is some fuel shenanigans happening at this stage, and there you can see some of the damage on one of our lapping cars there, as the front of the Matrix purple car missing a few parts. They're going to just go on around. They're running in 7th with Mike Patterson inside that machine for the time being, overtaking these slower GT4s. Another lift, this time with Wookiee Racing. But that's, well, actually, that is a different class car, though. So that is Swarm Racing. But now he is through, so interesting that he had a little bit of a lift there behind them. Probably could have overtaken him a little bit sooner on the straight, but regardless, he is now past all of the slower class cars and will finally be giving them blue flags next time he sees them, hopefully, as long as he doesn't have more problems happen in there. So drivers just settling into this race at this stage, and many of the battles honestly separating. The 4th and 5th in the GT3 still close, as we've been talking, but we don't think that's an actual battle between them as they try and just save some fuel with some strategy there. And then I saw a little bit of a battle down in the GT4s, but it looks like that also fell apart from one another.
Yeah, I think that GT4 battle just spread apart a little bit by some of the GT3s coming on through and lapping them. And the battle that we watch right now, the closest on track right now, Marble Motors and Flying Lion, as we believe, saving a good amount of fuel here, just able to lift and coast. I can report, as I say that, they're taking a look to the inside, Joe.
Have they saved enough fuel, or is this them just trying to signal to us that no, they are not trying to save? And they now have fourth place, Flying Lion Racing. And let's see if they get fought back against by Dave Craig, who's going to get the slipstream in return. Or does he want to now use this chance to also stay behind? They pick up speed as we hop on board with Dave, looking at his rig and coming down into the braking. He's closing, but I don't think this is going to be an attempt. No, he'll stay in line. With that pass done, it's time for us to take a short break here on Podium Esports. We'll be back with more of the Team Racing Series here on the Porsche Club of America. Don't go away. More to come here at Road America.
To launch the most exclusive cars in the world, we've hosted the most exclusive event in the world. Year after year after year. Then came 2020. A year not very inclusive of exclusive events. So this year we decided to do something different. We had to make this year's Porsche exclusive manufacturer event the most exclusive Porsche exclusive in the history of Porsche exclusives. The new 911 Turbo S marks the latest chapter in a rich 45-year evolution. This is the first known 2021 911 Turbo S in Albert Blue, a paint-to-sample special color, making it the only one in the United States. Because the Exchange is an exclusive manufacturer partner, we had the chance to offer this exclusive color you won't see anywhere else. With that in mind, we took the show on the road to give customers the chance to see this car in the safest place we could think of. Their driveways.
Wow. Beautiful, really beautiful.
Woo! It's a lot of car. Kind of looks like a sports car that you could pretty much drive anywhere.
Yeah, the 911 is the reigning champ of the everyday usable supercar, right? So we have the best of both worlds. It's a comfortable cruiser when you want it to be. With a twist of a drive mode selector, it becomes an all-out monster at any time.
Can I get in?
Absolutely.
Ooh.
What a design.
They really did a nice job on this.
This is unbelievable.
The suede is really nice. I love this.
You'll also notice we have the full leather on the dashboard.
A lot more interior room than the 991 version.
And the black with the blue, perfect.
Porsche always continues to impress and improve.
To walk outside of my house and talk to the guys from the Porsche Exchange and experience something in a safe way, that was really exciting and just made my week.
When you sit here, you're at the top of the world. And when you drive it, you own the world.
The new 911 Turbo S. Your inspiration, our passion.
Welcome back to Road America, here for 6 hours of racing in the Team Racing Series presented by Porsche Exchange. Right now, it is JRT Racing leading the GT3 class. Swarm Racing 2 leads the Open class, and the GT4 is being led by Star Racing. Did have one incident over the break, the 718 with Edward Trepay in the car. The Mach Schnell Motorsports coming down to the Hurry Downs. Unfortunately, going in a little hot. Spins off and able to get back without hitting anything, but that sends them down into 7th in class. And as we've seen, with so much time left on the clock, it's not about necessarily where you sit right now. It's where you sit way later in the race. So just keep your head down, DJ, and keep at it.
Yeah, we just heard some drivers over the radio actually giving that advice out of just breathe in, breathe out, hit your apexes. That's very much the stage of this race where we're getting to, where it's all just about trying to keep things nice and easy and together.
And we've seen at least one driver change. Joe Stiefel out in the 23 as we hop over to Celtic Racing here. The 62 car trying to hold on to Road Heaver. This has been a continuing battle here in the open class, but we will see this, of course, change around as well a little later, because different pace for different cars. As have we had a problem? Yes, it looks like the number 1 machine has had an off. They might lose another spot. They were in second place. They've now got, oh no, this is a different class car behind them, so it looks like they've recovered. But Robert Rattray has actually hit the wall here. You're gonna see out of the hurry downs, little bit of the dirt, can't keep it out of there.
Oh, and that is going to be a pretty heavy lick to the left side of the car. Looks like he's able to continue on here. I don't see any major crabbing or suspension damage out of the car. But, yeah, got a little bit lucky there, not having too brutal of a hit.
Yeah, it is always, I think, even more gutting to find yourself in an accident in a team race, because it's not just you that's counting on it. It's all the drivers that follow you, all the friends that have helped and that are sitting on the box and helped set up the car in preparation for the race. As we watch from on board, Celtic once again switching back to the battle for the lead here. Road Heaver currently holding the advantage in the 982 for Swarm Racing.
Yeah, and you definitely get the sense here that this is go time for these drivers. It's getting to that point in the stint where we're starting to think about pit stops in a couple 10 minutes or so here for some of these classes. And so you want to be leading when you come into the pit stops. It just mitigates any chance you have of really running into a problem.
Ooh, and did we mention that Jakester Racing also had an issue a little bit earlier? It looks like on lap 16. I think that may have been during the break as well. So they've fallen off of this fight, because it was 3 cars fighting here before. So Gabriel Albano, I think we found the replay, and this involves some contact.
Yes, indeed it did. Oh, a little bit of bumping and rubbing in there, going down into Canada Corner. That's going to send them right around.
Well, they're back going, but they're now 14 seconds behind. E2JR Motorsports has taken it into pit lane, but Rattray's still in the car. So it doesn't look like they're going to exchange drivers here. It does cost about 30 seconds in pit lane to exchange drivers, but that can be done during other service. So if you've got 30 seconds worth of service, it's basically free. But you obviously have to think about that in terms of driver time throughout the race. Christopher Costas in the Backmarker Motorsports running in P3 in the GT4s. Adam Spence just in front of him. Spence has dropped back quite a bit since early days in this race. It's now up to 41 seconds between himself and the leader. So not sure what the Three Stooges racing car is experiencing here, but they look to be struggling, sort of.
Yeah, looking like maybe they're suffering from a little bit of tire wear. Obviously, these tires are meant to really be double or even triple stinted sometimes. But as I said, this is a track that is known for really chewing up tires. Specifically, those rear tires in these cars can really, really come back to hurt you. And so it can be very, very tricky, although this looks like a pretty good run.
Might have a pass down to the inside. Spence covers the middle of the road, but that's not enough. The door is still open, and Costas is going to be able to get through. Yes, that will be P2 now for Backmarker Motorsports, certainly denying their name.
Yes, they are moving their way up into second position with a very definitive move. Well, they've got a lot of time to make up here on Star Racing, Joe. That gap is 43 seconds, and we're only about 43 minutes into this race.
It's always going to be something that we'll harp on a lot. You'll hear that. It's until it gets down to the last hour, there's still time. There is still time. There's stuff that can change in this race. It looks like the 62 may have gotten some damage. That is Celtic Racing. Interesting. Wonder where they picked that up. It's looking like it's on the left-hand side of the car.
Not sure entirely where they did. It doesn't look like it's affecting them too much, as they're still able to stay in battle here, but definitely some damage to that side there. You can see it.
Looks like this might have happened on lap 14. So I'm going to try and check myself to see what may have caused this. I'm going to guess some contact maybe with some other traffic or something along the way.
Yeah, based off of where they would be at that point in the race, Joe, I think you're probably right with that. Where that impact is, probably just a little bit of door banging, unsuspecting maybe.
No, they had an off. They had an off in Canada corner and actually hit the wall. The Celtic Racing team did indeed find themselves with a major error, but they got away relatively light, especially considering they're still vying for the lead in class.
My goodness, they are very lucky indeed. Let's take a look at this replay. So this is going down into Canada corner through the kettle bottoms. Come off, just overrun the corner. Oh, that's a pretty healthy kathunk there into that outside wall.
Yeah, that's why I'm so shocked that they're doing as well as they are. Now, right now, they've got Robert Rattray going by them. So while that's for overall position, that's not the same class. So he'll carry on and just leave these two be. But, man, it always seems weird how sometimes you can see, both in the real world and here in the sim, drivers have incidents, and either they keep the same speed up, or sometimes they even just seem to go faster. It's like, why do we put all this technology onto the car?
Well, sometimes it is like that in real life as well, that it's just not too big of an incident. It doesn't really seem to affect you, and continue to carry on. It's one of the quirks of racing that is the inexplicable, Joe.
Well, back to this battle now. Down into Canada corner that we see between the likes of the Three Stooges team and the Backmarker Motorsports team. They're being approached by Stiefel, who is in the Exchange 23, had a relatively long stop, about a minute of repairs that they took as he took over from Ed Nelson. Should be able to put them back behind him and continue on to try and catch up to his class. Next car up is about half a lap away. That's going to be Rattray and the number 1 machine. So the Exchange Motorsports could try and run them down. And there you can see all 3 classes in one shot. No, actually, looks like, no, that is the fastest and the slowest class, because that is a battle for position. No, 2 laps, 1 lap difference between Stiefel here and Exchange. And that's Black Flagmeister with Peter Rokes currently in the car.
And this is one of the stories that we have been following that equip the test machine. The number 14, Lynn Wilson, currently behind the wheel. Remember, these were the pole sitters in the open category here, and they're now having to fight their way back up through the field courtesy of a spin early on. And so they are definitely not in the best position, but they look like they've got some speed closing in right now on the Boston Brap team directly ahead of them. That battle looking like it's about to truly kick off.
Love what I'm seeing here, because the 14 is doing a good job of not letting this get to their head. The Equip the Test team, a spin on lap 1, falling to the very back of their class, and in fact behind a few from the other classes that they had to overtake one by one to get back into the game. And then we come over to the Three Stooges Racing team once again, back here in the GT4s. Have recently lost this spot to the 27 team, but doing a good job holding on, making sure that they're still in contention to get this second place back.
Yeah, and look down to the inside of Canada corner. That was a little bit of an aggressive move. Doesn't pay off, but I like what Three Stooges is doing. I like the aggressiveness here. I like the attack.
But it cost them. They're starting to fall back a little bit. They were right on top of them before. And this is a battle for third in the GT3s that is starting to approach them. Looks like they're going to have an easy pass. Thankfully, yeah, GT4s not having to do much to get out of their way, just easily on by as they come up the main straight. but is Craig looking for another overtake here? Does he want that third place back? It looks like it, but he's not quite there. Same thing behind them. There was a poke from Adam Spence, but Costas didn't flinch.
No, didn't flinch at all, which is exactly what you want to see there out of that backmarker motorsports machine. As there you can see a little bit of a log jam up ahead of them. That's a battle up ahead. That's Flying Lion finally getting by. That looks like that fuel saving been done. Remember, this was the battle we had seen earlier. Flying Lion had gotten by. Now Marble Motors trying to get on by. They're going to go down into turn 5 side by side.
They want to fight back, and they have. They've gotten third place. So now Glenn Dennis has to overtake him, or does he once again decide to sit behind and let the race come to him? Getting close to the first hour mark in this one. And that's about the time that we're going to start seeing these GT3s pit in. Now, this is a thirsty track. A lot of heavy braking, a lot of long acceleration zones. The worst thing that you could ask for here for fuel mileage, DJ. So will we see them maybe before the hour? Do you think they'll be able to go all the way over an hour's time?
Well, I think it's going to depend on who has been sitting behind another car. I anticipate for some of the drivers like Marble Motors, for example, who's run the majority of this stint in clean air, they're probably going to have to come in about 5 minutes or so. I think Flying Lion, they might just be good enough. We heard and we talked about how much fuel they were saving, how much lifting and coasting they were doing, that they may be able to stretch this out for an extra stint.
Still very close to one another. The battle for fourth in the the Cup cars with Equip Vitesse still hounding the 26. Not quite able to get on top of it, but that was a good exit right there. Will they be able to sneak by along the Moraine sweep? Do they want to is the question. And they're closing right up to the rear bumper. Now they move to the inside. No defense from Melarongo in the 26 car. Lets it happen. Are they going to be through cleanly? Yes. There goes Lynn Wilson. He has now got himself into fourth.
And I've got to be thinking there, if I'm Nick Melarongo, that I knew that was a speed difference. I knew that was a faster car in the form of that Equip Vitesse machine. I knew that was the pole sitter. And so that's why I don't think you really saw that stout of the defense there for that Boston Brap team.
And consider what sort of emotional, psychological boost that now is for the 14 team. That's the first overtake they've gotten to do all day. They've been racing for nearly an hour just by themselves, and they finally passed another car in their class. So that has got to be a 1 down, 3 to go kind of thing for them.
Yeah, I think it is, and getting that done just before the first hour mark, that is the flag to set your standard on to continue forcing your way back up through the field. So very, very good morale boost for them.
Looking at the lap times, though, unfortunately, it doesn't look like they're quicker than Jakester, who currently sits in third. As it sits right now, Jakester running some pretty fast laps, honestly, in the 88. At 209s somewhat consistently lately. It's been 210s for Equip Vitesse up to now. So as we come back to down in the GT4s, got a couple battles brewing here, both for second place and for the fourth place. But we're watching P2. They're going to get overtaken by one of our GT3s as Douglas and the 00 Rolling Thunder car is by and outbrakes himself a little bit, but is able to pull away. Thankfully, almost looks like that slowed them up a little as they tried to avoid getting collected in anything.
Yeah, I think they were just watching out a little bit there, making sure that they weren't going to be collected. As you said, Joe, discretion the better part of valor. Endurance racing is not necessarily about being fastest over the course of a short period of time. It's about making sure that you are in the position to be the fastest at the end of the race.
And right now, the fastest between these two looks like it's going to be Adam Spence, who takes to the inside, tries to outbrake Costas, and he's got it. But there's the cutback as Costas tries to come through, but then backs out of it, decides against it, and down they go into the third corner with now the 42 team back into P2. Yeah, I've always liked Wikipedia describes timed races such as this as instead of the fastest over a set distance, it is who can cover the most distance in a set amount of time, which is really the best and simplest way as we get a little bit of a defense and the distance not enough to be covered for an attack, at least under braking, maybe under acceleration, as Costas is going to fight down into turn 6 and take the inside away.
Oh, that is not a move you see every day, Joe. I talked about the difficulty of just running through turn 6 as is at the top of this broadcast with the wheel spin that you can have, but making a pass under the Corvette bridge, massive kudos there to that Backmarker Motorsports machine.
Absolutely. It crests right there, so you have to be on it. And Costas and Spence really have their hackles up right now. They want to try and fight here, even though they've got so much left in it. And in fact, we're going to see another fight back, and Adam Spence is going to try in the kink. Is he going to try and take this too wide? He goes into the grass. That was risky, and it did not pay off.
Ooh, that is not a move that I would recommend to our average viewer. Very, very tight there. Man, oh man, Adam Spence is a very lucky customer.
We've got another car in pit lane. I'm checking to see if this is scheduled or not, and I think it is indeed scheduled. This is Craig, and you speculated on this at about 55 minutes. Well, 55, 56 minutes in, 996 team is taking service.
Yeah, that car was in clean air for most of this stint, so coming down pit lane to get that fuel. Doesn't look like they're going to be changing tires here. I would anticipate the GT3s to probably double stint their tires.
00 is also in, so Rolling Thunder Racing follows them down to their pit stall, and looks like, yep, nobody else in that class is going to be pitting in this time. So just those two, and it does take for a full tank and tires, I think it's roughly in the realm of a minute to get full service. We'll see if they decide to do that or if they want to try and double stint this rubber.
Yeah, that's going to be the question. Oh, looking at Marble Motors, they decided to take tires here. So the abrasiveness and the trickiness of Road America, they're clearly choosing to go with a little bit more comfortability over anything else.
Boy, big cloud coming over once again as the headlights are even on the cars right now. And our leader, the JRT team, is going to come down onto pit lane. So Amarim slowly trundling towards his stall. Looks like Matrix Green going to follow them. Wonder if this is the end of the pit window now for everybody as we go side by side between two of the classes back out on track. That was Road Heaver going by Team 1 there for a moment, just putting them a further lap down. So Craig is back out for the 996 team, the 00 team back out, both of them taking full service. And a little under 50 seconds, actually very quick for the 00 team, 41 seconds in their stall, 8 seconds quicker than what we saw for the 996. So curious stuff right there. And still waiting on Amarim and others to finish their service. And it looks like Amarim's taking tires.
Yeah, Joe, that seems to be the move here. A lot of these drivers in the GT3s wanting to go for tires. I'll be interested to see if that is the case as well for the GT4s.
Matrix Green is out first. Amarim's still in there. It's over a minute. Matrix Green now has the lead. I'll have to check and see if they took tires. Now Amarim is rolling. It was a minute and 9 seconds for the 84 team. That was a very long stop.
That was a very, very long stop, and we're hearing news that the Alcoru Racing team has just spun out as well. That's the 242.
And I think, this was fuel only for the 55 team, so that's why they jumped them. So there, 42 seconds is a fuel-only stop, it appears.
Interesting. All right, so I speculated that there could be a team or two that tries to gamble, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that gap. With JRT having fresh tires, they should be able to go faster, specifically in the latter stages of this current stint they're on.
Krebs has taken that 242 car into pit lane and probably getting some repairs done after hitting the wall. But for the first time in today's race, the 84 team is not leading, as Rafael Amorim now sits about 10 seconds behind Jordan Dyer. Matrix Green guys have now taken over. There you see him on the screen. Been racing in that second place for quite some time. Started from fourth, so a 3-position gain at this stage.
3-position gain. They will be very happy with that, I think, the 55. But as I said, I'm going to be keeping an eye on those lap times, as I've got to think that those tires will be a little bit rougher, let's say, by the end of this stint in particular.
Yeah, we got to watch those lap times between the 55 and the 84, see if they start coming down bit by bit. But still haven't seen any of our Open or GT4 drivers take scheduled stops. Most of them have been in and out due to some damage that they've gotten.
And Joe, I do believe I just heard over the radio Gabriel Albano saying that he might be pitting in this lap, so we could see some firing off at least from those open cars here soon.
Yeah, so the 88 team then is actually on the kettle bottoms right now, so they'll be around to that pretty soon. There we see one of our other GT3s. Oh, and Joe Stiefel. Is this a battle, or is this trying to... This is between two different classes. So that's Wilson, who is letting him by. Wilson still hasn't dropped the Boston Brap team, who have been riding behind them. So what's the gap from Wilson up to Albano? Last lap was a 2:09.7 for the 14 team. 88 team, who is in. A good catch there, DJ. It looks like you're right. Albano has pitted.
All right, and he is going to be, it looks like, the first out of... I'm also seeing a quick Vitesse in pit lane as well, the 14 machine. So 2 drivers in the open class deciding to come down.
We had an off for the 55 team. Gave up about half of their time. Back to the JRT team. They didn't hit anything, but this was out of turn 6 here for the 55 on lap 28. Interesting stuff. Excuse me, on lap 29 rather, this very lap. So this just happened.
Yeah, just happening now, so they're putting them down the order a little bit. Not exactly sure what the details of the spin were, but we'll have to see if we can get a replay of it spooled up.
Definitely helps JRT out here. And maybe that's a sign of what you were talking about, the difficulty of having those older tires, more laps on them. And now, on top of it, they're heavier on fuel as well. As we got the replay, yeah, here you're going to see... Oh, well, this is a little far back. I think this happens in turn 6. So we try to get that together. It's, I think it was overtaking a little bit of lap traffic at the time. So it's after the Corvette Bridge that this will happen. So we hop on board with Jordan. Yeah, you can see he's already catching a little bit of traffic here right now. And he's going to try and overtake. I'm going to lose the positioning. Does lose the spot right back after he has his error. I think that's one of our GT4 cars actually that he's catching. So here you see the speed difference and the braking difference between them right up on top of him. And here's where it starts to go awry.
Yeah, so this is coming in. Was that just... That was a solo spin, actually, Joe. That was a solo incident there. That 104, that's the Anchors Away machine. They really didn't have anything to do with that. Dyer just muscling the car through that tricky turn 6 a little bit too much.
It's already down to 3.8 seconds between Dyer and Amarim now. So he is gaining. Here we ride on board with the 84. Yeah, that off cost about 4 seconds, it looks like, to the 55 team. And when it comes down to it, that might be the difference in the end. You just don't know when we get to the checkered flag how far apart you're going to be, especially when it's fighting for the lead. Down to 3.5 seconds between them now. So ever faster, that 84 team has been closing in.
Slowly but surely starting to reel them in, and obviously that off not helping. But even before that, they look like they're gaining about a second a lap here. It's a lot of speed that they're coming up on.
Looking to see who we're waiting on to pit in the other classes. It looks like the 982 team, the 62 team, and the 26 still need to stop. So 3 of the 5 in the open class do need to pit in, but only Mach Schnell Motorsports has not taken a stop yet in this race in the 718 down to the GT4s. Otherwise, that is it. Everybody else there out on track has at least had one visit to pit lane. Now, that's not necessarily all scheduled stops per se, and that has jumbled things up quite a bit.
Yeah, it certainly has jumbled things up. We've got a couple more takers down pit lane. Swarm Racing 2 coming down pit lane right now. And it looks like we have had the first pits for the GT4 cars as as you said earlier, Mach Schnell in pit lane right now. And Star Racing has come in and out, excuse me.
Yep, so once we get done with these stops here, we can go through our first hourly report on the racing order. And Swarm Racing hits their stall nice and cleanly. Celtic still looking for theirs. And Boston Brap is in trying to find theirs as well. So that's all of our... No, looks like no, Boston Brap stays out. Wow, okay, so good fuel mileage. And they were running behind Equipped Vitesse for a few laps there. So maybe they just kind of settled in, lifted and coasted a little bit, and got themselves one extra go around.
Maybe, as that is a good way for them to do it. If they can gain back a couple of laps here and there over the course of these 6 hours, who knows what can happen?
Absolutely. But as they cycle on around, Celtic is back out after a 38-second stop. A lot longer for Swarm Racing. The 982 still taking service. It's over a minute. Now, Jakester Racing had about a minute 4 for the 88 car, but it's already up to a minute 10, a minute 11. Yeah, wow. Long one for the 982 Cup car.
Yeah, it's a pretty long stop there. Not exactly sure why that is so long for them, but all right.
So I think we're expecting that 26 to head in. So let's head through that hourly report. By the time we get to them, they'll probably have settled down into pit lane, give us a more accurate read. And of course, today's race is, with another hour mark on the clock, it's time to bring you the Porsche Exchange race update. The Porsche Exchange has been family owned and operated for over 40 years. Located on the North Shore of Chicago, the Porsche Exchange has grown to be the largest volume Porsche dealer in the entire Midwest. Find out more at 4Porsche.com or follow them at Porsche Exchange on Instagram. Leading the race right now, it is Matrix Green. A shorter stop, not taking tires, has given them track advantage, but right now they are pacing slower than their rivals behind, and they've been caught pretty consistently as we take a look at the 84 team of the JRT racing car. Rafael Amarim currently in that one, led pretty much the entire first stint, decided to take tires, and that gave away the lead, but they, as I've just mentioned, have been relatively quicker than Jordan Dyer and has cut it down with some help from an off from the 55 team to about 2.3 seconds. You go to third, it is E2 JR Motorsports. Despite contact with the wall, somehow they're sitting in third position here. The number 1 team has been faring well, and they've seemed to have had a good pace, but they got to keep out of trouble so that they don't get more serious damage. And fourth in that class, it is going to be JR Gregory and Flying Lion Racing. They've been in close fights for much of today. A 42-second stop. We can assume that's no tires for them as well on the last time through. So they are up 3 positions into this 4th place. After that, they have the 996 of Marble Motors. The 5th place car has Dave Craig in it, up 5 positions as well. They've been one of the ones that have been fighting with J.R. Gregory, but now they're separated by about 7 seconds after they were slightly longer in pit lane. They're trying to play catch up on them. You get to P6, and it is going to be Kevin Douglas in there currently in the 00. They have been a little anonymous at times, but they are up 2 positions. The Rolling Thunder Racing team has been on the screen a few times, but generally have just been kind of out there doing their own thing. Wookiee Racing already seen the ire of the stewards. They've gotten a 10-second stop-and-go penalty. That's what's put them this far back into 7th. They've been very fast with Routsitas behind the wheel for much of it, but he's been playing catch-up, and he's actually only about, looks like 3 seconds behind Rolling Thunder right now, so he could run them down. Joe Stiefel in the Exchange Motorsports with an extra stop here, it might seem, as they had to come on in because of some damage, changed drivers. Edwin Nelson started them off, but when he ran into the wall, he decided to immediately visit pit lane and put himself into that 8th position. If you head down to 9th, it is Matrix Purple and Stephen Kemp, who is rounding out here in the GT3 class, and last one that is on, well, no, they're not on the same lap. Looks like they are a lap down, actually, of our leader in that class. So the Matrix Purple team still out there rolling, but they've got serious damage on the front after an incident. DJ, why don't you take us through the open class, starting with that 62 machine?
Well, the 62 of Celtic Racing, driven by Rodney Campbell right now, doing a good job to hold on to the lead, partially growing that lead courtesy of a shorter pit stop. They did not take tires. Behind them, actually just swapping positions as we speak, Swarm Racing 2, they did take tires on their last stop, and Jared Roadheaver able to get by Boston Brapp in 3rd place. That Boston Brapp team going about 3 laps later on the pit stops, 2 laps later, excuse me. And remember, they didn't take tires, so that means they are able to move themselves up into podium contention. But they've got to watch out now because Jakester Racing behind them, they are going to be running P4 in class. Christian Rava behind the wheel right now. You can see him on your screen, the 88. They could be closing as that car did take tires, and I anticipate them having some good speed over the course of the run. And then finally, your pole sitter with the test. They're the car 14, currently driven by Lynn Wilson. They are 3 positions down, but they've got a lot of speed. They've been able to close back in on the rest of the field here, and I think they're going to be a real factor come near the end of this race, Joe.
I don't doubt that. You hop back over to the GT3 class. Black Flagmeister, unfortunately, been given the black flag twice. And Peter Rote, who is currently taking over for Terrence Tong, is still rifling off laps. There was a little bit of contention behind the scenes on that, and so they're kind of driving with the red mist. Is up at the lead of the GT4s. It is Shaibal Banjo Padye, who is leading for Star Racing in the 818. Might actually lap the field the way that this has been going, unless they run into some problems, because it's already up to 1:10 ahead of 2nd place. 2 minutes and 15 or 7, actually 2 minutes 17 for most of the teams. It's 2:15 for Star Racing that they're running, so they could easily actually lap the entire field. In P2, it is Three Stooges Racing with Chris Pippin, who is currently running there. And they've got a huge ground to make up if they hope to take the win. I'm sure this is probably just a race for 2nd best for them from here. Having completed their pit stops, they run as they would expect. Then you start to get into some drivers that have been battling back. Marker Motorsports here in the 27, sitting in 3rd place. They've had some great fights along the way. Jeff Lashway has just recently taken over for Chris Costas. He was in that fight with Adam Spence in the 42 a little bit earlier for P2. Down in 4th, Anchors Away has Ankerberg Zona in that car. Started the race in the looks like ninth position, actually. They're up 5, if I'm seeing correctly, and kind of on their own, though. There's nobody around to try and battle right now, unfortunately. Down in the 5th position, Ivan Gomez is currently in the Mach Schnell Motorsports car. Edward Trippett has given that one over to him after their recent stops, and just basically kind of working his way by. But how about Volker Krebs in Alcoru Racing, who is right on his heels, seeing if he can get this spot back. Remember, he was fighting up for that 2nd and 3rd spot earlier on in the race, had an off in turn 1, had some damage because of it, and now the 242 is trying to chase his way back forward as they sit in 6th. And at 7th, it's Team Chillax Racing. In the number 105, Bruce Froby, having taken over for Chad Dick. And they come down into turn 3 right now. They're about 19 seconds behind the next cars up. Another one that is kind of basically doing their own thing without anybody around. But Team 1 is another 5 seconds back here with Steve Komatz, the only driver that's been in the car currently for that 21 team. Nobody else took over in that last pit stop for them. Dreadnought Racing in the number 8. They sit in 9th position. Robert Walton has hopped in after those recent pit stops. Bob Moore hops out, gets himself a little bit of a breather, and Dreadnought is currently down 5 positions, unfortunately. We have had a number of drivers that have lost multiple positions, and they are among them. Los Muchachos Motorsports, Pete Kummer is in the number 75 as Michael Bourgogne has left the car and handed it over. Another one that's 5 positions down, rounding out the top 10 there in this GT4 class. And finally, the last car running is going to be the 208 with 208 Racing Green. Enrico Gregorato replaces David Kaufman and is 4 laps down from the overall leader, but still on the same lap as that GT4 leader in the 818. So there is your race update brought to you by Porsche Exchange. A big thank you to them for sponsoring the 6 hours of Road America here today. And pit stops being done. Drivers now kind of have a better idea of what everybody else has in their cards, DJ, and sees what sort of strategies they're employing. That's always the thing here in this team racing. You don't know how everybody else is going to try and do it, and sometimes you can be pretty locked into your strategy, so you can't necessarily respond.
Yeah, exactly, and especially with the pit stops really firing off at the tops of the hour necessarily in these longer stinting GT cars, it really sort of locks you into a pretty simple strategy of braking on every hour on the hour. And so to be able to try to vary away from that is just going to put you massively out of position. And for some of these drivers, one of the things to actually keep in mind about running around here is the fact that you don't want to lose that drafting buddy. We've seen how good it is to be able to run behind another car, save a lot of fuel, keep up behind in that slipstream. And so if you lose that partner to run with, it could throw off your fuel numbers as well.
That's a good point on that one, as we are going to step away for a brief moment and come back to you after a bit of a word from our sponsor. Stick around. We still have more than 4.5 hours left here in the 6 hours of Road America, presented by the Porsche Exchange.
My name is Ed Vail, Service Director here at the Porsche Exchange. The Porsche Exchange chapter in the Classic Car Challenge is an interesting and fun one. It really started with our 45,000 Instagram followers. We had 2 993s that we were considering. It was a tough decision, and our shop foreman had a fantastic idea of leaving it up to the public. So we held an online vote, and 52% of our followers wanted to see what we can do with the yellow 993. So for the 2022 Porsche Classic Car Challenge, the Porsche Exchange will be entering a 1996 911 C4S.
I sold that new in 1995. It was back then, it was a color to sample. It's truly a unique car. We're really looking forward to doing it. I think it's going to be a pretty rare and pretty special car.
Our staff are some of the most passionate Porsche enthusiasts. And in the spirit of collaboration, we're able to create a restoration team that honestly, I think Ferry Porsche would be proud of.
So we are very happy to have this 993 4S in the shop. You know that the 993 is the last generation of 911s with air-cooled engine. And you know that everybody loves the 993. This particular model is very specific because it has two very rare options. The first one, it was painted to sample in Modena yellow, which is very unusual for a Porsche. The second one, it has a factory white body aero kit. Everybody loves it here. We are very excited about the project.
Our Porsche Classic restoration team has come up with a plan that encompasses a massive engine upgrade, complete suspension replacement, upgraded exhaust, and much more. But I don't want to give away all our secrets just yet. We plan on hosting and attending several events where we can highlight our progress on the build, and there's sure to be lots of eye candy on social media.
Well, it was always important for all of us here at the Porsche Exchange to put a unique touch on this restoration. We still wanted to accomplish that through the exclusive use of genuine Porsche classic parts. We really dove into our historic Porsche publications, looking for inspiration on all different ways we could pay homage to the legendary 993 RS. Some of our parts selections have already begun to arrive from Germany, and we're incredibly excited to see how they help us transform this 911.
Some may say we're committing a cardinal sin, taking an all-original 911 with only 3,000 miles on it and modifying it. But we feel this performance restoration really pays tribute to the RS. And if Porsche would have made a 993 version of the RS for the United States, this is what it could have looked like.
If you're a Porsche owner looking for reliable, convenient service without leaving the comfort of your home or office, look no further and take advantage of the Exchange at Home complimentary pickup and drop-off service exclusively at the Porsche Exchange in Highland Park.
Welcome back to Road America. Unfortunately, during the break, we have just seen a rather significant wreck with two drivers from different classes. It looks like the Equip Vitesse team had a tangle with the 27, the Backmarker Motorsports. So Lynn Wilson and Jeff Lashaway down into Canada Corner. Oh, Jeff Lashaway just getting the grass, and that sent him off into Lynn.
Very unfortunate incident there, Joe, and there you can see the Equip Vitesse team coming into their pit stall, trying to get a faster pair there, and missing their pit stall just for good measure. But, ooh, that was weird. Just a sort of stop in the middle of turn 8 there for Wookie Wason.
I'm not sure. Let's take a look here. And then, oh, we've jumped over to the 62 instead. Oh, excuse me, we're back live. As this battle carries on. This is between the 62 and the, actually, who is this with them in front of them? Trying to find them on my scoring sheet. Oh, this is a different class, I think. Yeah, that's Matrix Purple. Well, that tells you some of the damage that Matrix Purple is experiencing. Although, did they get a spare car? I think they got their spare car. Yeah.
They did, Joe, because remember that car was completely missing its hood earlier, so just a little bit off pace here is Matrix Purple, as those GT3 should be faster than the open class cars as is, but this is going to be a big boon for Celtic Racing in that 62. They're just going to be able to tuck up behind Matrix Purple here. I don't think they're in a big hurry to overtake. They've got about a 21-second gap back to Swarm Racing 2, and what they can do is they can do our favorite thing to talk about here today. Just sit back and sip a little bit of fuel.
Indeed. So obviously that spare car is starting to be used by a few here, and we can give an update that 27 car that we saw earlier, the Backmarker Motorsports, actually has a penalty now. 10-second stop and go. Looks like they're serving it right now. So we watch from on board in the battle between the 104 and the 242. We ride with Volker Krebs, another driver that has not gotten out of the car, sticks with it after the first set of pit stops. Feels comfortable, feels okay, not worn out, and it might net him a 4th place if he can just get that little bit closer to Anchor's away.
Yeah, just slowly trying to reel him in there a little bit more. We've seen this battle develop, and having right there Jordan Dyer, that's the Matrix Green, currently 2nd place in GT3. That's going to break up that battle a little bit. Now, you can see Alcoru just hoping that that's going to put him offline. Indeed, it does ever so slightly, so that gap is going to sort of go back to where it was, just hovering under 1 second.
And yeah, that Matrix Green team is now well down in 2nd place behind Amarim. The JRT team easily overtook them and is already 8 seconds up the road in this stint. And what's worse is now Matrix also has to give some of that time back, because they're going to need to take tires this next stop, unless they're really ambitious and try to triple stint those tires, as he breaks down into Canada corner, going on by Ivan Gomez. Max Schnell's 718 just stays kindly out of the way of them. So it's a give and take. Your strategy always has to have some sort of downside, whatever decision you make.
Well, the one thing that I think that they can take out of it is the fact that if they are able to double stint and everyone else is single stinting, that will save them time over the course. Yes, they've got to take tires this next time, but if the other GT3's out on track and the other cars are going to single stint those tires, that means every other pit stop they'll be able to save probably about 30 seconds.
Indeed. And yeah, I guess if they lost, let's see, up to now, not counting the 5 seconds they lost, they've maybe lost about 15 seconds, I'd say then, because they were about 9 ahead and they're now 9 behind. So take away some of that time that they lost with their off, and that seems to be about the exchange. Peter Roth now, who is up to 10th place, still having to catch up significantly to Matrix Purple, who is the next one in their class up the road. This car ahead of them is Christian Rava, but that's even for overall position not within the same class. So this is not really a battle here. And yeah, see, he's not going to fight it. Rava lets him through, letting the Black Flag Meister car carry on with their struggle.
Yeah, as they just continue to try to go on. Jumping back, though, to that Alcoru Racing machine, the number 242, Volker Krebs, continuing his pursuit of the Anchors Away machine. Anchor Bergzona in that behind the wheel as of right now as they work their way through the carousel. Joe, I'm getting the sense here that Volker Krebs is controlling his pace and that we may be seeing another fuel-saving run here out of these GT4 cars.
I think you're right. Well, you gotta wonder, he might not be as quick as he'd like to be compared to Anchor. And, well, he's starting to approach. Will he prove us wrong? He thinks about it and then comes back to the racing line. Yeah, so, okay, still gonna chill out behind the 104 team. But yeah, if he's not all that much faster than Anchor, what's the point in passing them and wasting the fuel and the tires to try and make that overtake and then pull away by, 5 seconds over him, where he could sit here and save those 5 seconds in pit lane and maybe even get an extra lap as he ducks out of the slipstream for a brief while, coming down the main straight. But the 242 back into that slipstream is behind them. They've got Chris Braun now in the Wookiee Racing car, having taken over for Routsitis within the last couple laps, is out and through.
Yeah, and I'm listening on board there to see if we have any major lifting and coasting as they keep going around here. Doesn't sound like he's necessarily lifting super early into the corner. Oh, that was almost contact there between the Anchors Away machine and the Wookiee Racing car. This is going to put that battle in the hot seat.
Ooh. And they got to watch out. They don't want to make contact this early on, especially considering we don't know actually, did the 242 actually have to take their spare car? Let me check that. We should have the data. No, they have not taken the spare car. So, ooh, and another little traffic is just not giving anything to Ankerberg Zona, as the 104 has to give way to Robert Rattray down through turn 5.
Just absolutely seems like that Anchors Away machine has a target painted on its back. Let's watch this sequence of a couple of corners here. Very, very rough run as that Matrix Green car comes up on in. Anchor just, he's off the racing line there. You know what it was? It was a little bit of miscommunication there. I think the Matrix Green car didn't really hit the apex, and Anchor was assuming them to be over to the left a little bit more, farther down onto that apex itself, and just that's where that contact came from.
Yeah, sometimes you can't quite get it perfect when you're offline, and they just slid out a little, it seems. Looking through, I'm checking to see who has used their spare cars. Exchange Motorsports has, so they are on their last leg. Stephen Kemp and the Matrix Purple machine, we knew that they had used theirs. But here's what's interesting. Celtic Racing used their spare car. They're leading in that open class. And we saw that damage. I wonder if they weren't aware that they had their box ticked, that they would take the spare car, because that they were running so quick. It seems a little silly to waste the spare car on that.
I've got to agree with you, Joe. There's still 4.5 hours left in this race, and a lot can happen. That certainly puts them in a danger zone here, and I do not like that position for Celtic Racing.
And others that have taken a spare car, Black Flag Meister, and one other, that is Equip Vitesse. And of course, we saw the 14 team have that accident with the 27, and they are now back out and even farther down than what they were before, having taken the spare car. We ride on board with Craig once again, Marvel Motorsports here in the GT3's 5th place, but it's not for a position with this car in front of him. That's our leader in the open class. Should be an easy pass down the straightaway, although those Cup cars are pretty quick in a straight line, so I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get them here.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, and I'm not sure what his strategy necessarily is going to be, as he's got only about a 5-second advantage over Rolling Thunder Racing. He is going to zip on by. Yeah, he's got about 5 seconds back behind to Rolling Thunder Racing, so I think he doesn't really want to sit around and wait. He wants to get a move on.
Yeah, great illustration of the differences between the cars there, because it was all under braking that he just slid on by. And yes, they all look relatively similar. I mean, they are Porsches and they have that distinctive look, but it's all what's under the hood that makes the big difference here as we ride on board with Krebs and the GT4s. And you mentioned it earlier, these ones, the difference being just no downforce in these cars.
Yeah, really no downforce, and you know, what that does, Joe, is that for the downforce, yes, it helps push you through the corners, but think about it like running your hand through water. You can see how if your fist is in a straight line running it through water, you don't see as many ripples going along. It's a little bit smoother, and if you put your hand perpendicular to the water, there's a big wake that comes up behind it. Well, think of your hand perpendicular to the water is running more downforce. There's this big gap in the air that comes out behind, and so if you're running less downforce, there's not that big of a gap. The draft isn't as massive as it is, and so you very much need to just be better through the mechanical grip sections of the track. It's much harder to get a draft pass done in these GT4 cars as a result.
Will we see a draft pass or a regular pass here for Krebs, who's got a great run? And he's not pulling out. Nope, now he is. This is a bit of a late move. Would have thought that he'd try to keep the momentum up, but out into the air. Is he going to try and make this overtake? Yes, a long, long wait. And with about 26 minutes left in the hour, he finally puts the Anchors Away car down into 5th.
Yeah, and I think part of that may be that they've just kind of noticed that Mach Schnell Motorsports in the 718 directly ahead of them has started to pull away a little bit. The gap was hovering at about 5 seconds when they came into pit lane. They then pulled out, and it's now at about 9 seconds. So I think Alcoru wants to try to push their way forward and try to maybe close in on them. Really no hope at this point that they're going to catch Star Racing, I think, but at the same time, they want to get on the podium if they can.
You know, I found it kind of amusing, speaking of the lesser downforce here as they get split temporarily by the Matrix Purple machine, is in all the testing that we've seen in F1 these last few days, they've reported, yes, the new make of the cars are able to ride closer to one another, and it's really helped, but they also reported, I can't slipstream as well. I am not catching the car ahead, so it's the give and take of physics.
Exactly. It makes me very much wish, as I've been older in life, that I had taken physics and not chemistry and back in high school, because I use physics way more than I do chemistry in a daily life.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can help them with the rubber on the car, I suppose, here in racing.
There you go.
As we come up the hill, a little bit of an alternate line, and speaking of the slipstream, looks like Krebs maybe trying to break that a little bit so that Ankerberg Zona is not able to keep up with him as much. So they still stick together, and this has been one of the closest fights that we've had out on track for some time now. Most everybody else is kind of in their own space here with 4.5 hours left to go in this race. And yeah, you can see him just kind of weaving back and forth. He doesn't like the fact that the Anchors Away car is able to tow along with him, as now they've got Jared Gregory, fourth from the GT3 class, just going to go on by.
Yeah, he is going to go on by. And now for Ankerberg Zona, this may be an opportunity for him to just kind of sit back behind and try to sip a little bit of that fuel. It doesn't look like they're able to get too spaced out. Alcaru not pulling away a massive gap.
Yep, this is looking like this might have changed back in favor of Anker if he can just hold on to it. Right now he's barely clinging to the back of it, maybe trying to find a bit of space. Krebs has had what he needed to get by him and is trying to drop him, but Anker doesn't want to give that up. It's now that he's got a free ride here. So the drivers have got themselves a lot to think about here, strategy, and that is another thing too that we haven't touched on. If you have somebody on the boxes, it looks like Robert Rattray is now in the number one. If you have somebody helping out behind the scenes, whether that's your teammate who's out of the car or somebody else that isn't going to step in the car, those extra eyes, that extra brain does a lot during a race.
Yeah, it really, really does, Joe. And, you know, in iRacing, we're very fortunate that we have a bunch of different apps that you can bring up that'll be able to show you your relative times, what your fuel consumption is, things like that. But the problem is that the more of those that you put up, the more that distracts you from driving. Oh, interesting. Ankerberg Zona coming down pit lane. That's a bit early.
Yeah, the first stop, let me find where that one took place here. Because, yeah, this is very, very early for this. And I want to say this was around lap 26, I want to say, potentially. No, I don't think that's correct. I'll try and drag that up as we study the different strategies that are unfolding. We also have a driver change. I don't know if we mentioned it, but E2 Junior now has Ian Simon taking over for Robert Rattray. So after Robert has double stinted this first one, he's going to come out and get refreshed while Ian tries to take over. Waiting for the timer to return because we're looking for Ian to get back in the car. And now we're back in 1:10. So that is a full service stop for the number one team.
So that's going to be tires and fuel there for that machine. And that means that they're probably going to be coming out of the car here. Ian Simon on boards in the E2 Junior Motorsports number one. I have to imagine they're going to be in full push mode here to try to get by and get up through the field.
So it was lap 14 to 15 that the 104 team last came in. So this was actually a longer stint then for them, I believe. And they've handed over the car. Ankerberg Zone now gives over to Paul Nemskov. in the 104 machine. And they're going to continue on their merry way. In fact, they are going to come back in what looks like 9th place, but they need other drivers to come pit in. The only two who have pitted in that class recently is the 75 and the 27, who are currently behind them on track. So they're not going to get positions back from them. And it's everybody in front that they're worried about who is going to pit when and how long is that stop going to be.
Yeah, this is where having that other driver on the box can really, really help you out, Joe. It's not just about calculating your own fuel strategy, but it also has to do with calculating others' fuel strategy, taking a look at what the other things that the other drivers are doing. If you need to adjust your strategy based off of what you're seeing, if it's working for them, it is one of the things that makes racing such a team sport, that the driver in the car just needs to focus on running the laps, getting the apexes, getting good exit speeds and those kind of things. And they frankly don't need to be thinking about their strategy in an ideal world. That should all go to the teams.
Absolutely. And this is Amarim still up at the front, and JRT, another driver that has not handed it over yet. I wonder if once they get to the next stop, they're going to decide to finally give it away. And joining Raphael is Jacob Schum and Travis Brody in this race. Each car with a three-man team, three-driver team really, here today. He plunges down the moraine sweep, getting ready to brake for turn 5 once again. Interesting to note, though, that no tire strategy on the first stop. I'm not sure that it's actually working out for Matrix Green. They're now 18 seconds behind. So it seems like they're losing way too much time to JRT each lap.
Yeah, indeed, Joe, and they lost nearly 3 seconds to them on that last lap, and that is a big, big problem, and it's what I said. You lose more time as the stint goes along. Indeed, on their last 3 laps alone, it was 2.2 seconds lost, 1.8 seconds lost, and 3 seconds lost. So those tires clearly falling off here for Jordan Dyer in that Matrix Green machine. Now, granted, I will also say that JRT Racing did set the fastest lap of the race last time out, so that may be a little bit of an anomalous lap, but they are losing time regardless.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a struggle. The good news is it's a minute ahead of Flying Lion and the 218. So it's a massive gap to those behind, but we're seeing significant pace difference in either the strategies or the drivers. So when they switch out drivers, will this change back around, or what are we going to see? Of course, Jordan Dyer has also been in since the drop of the green, so we don't know if the teammates that are going to be getting in for the 84 and the 55 will change the pace, and that could alter the strategy. That could also be affecting it. We just don't know. But it's certainly been dark out here the last few minutes as we've been seeing the clouds continue to cover things in Wisconsin and cooling down the track. We ride on board along with Jordan on that Matrix Green 55.
Yeah, just piloting it along here. Let's watch his hands coming through these fast sweepers. This will really tell you how that rear end is doing. Relatively smooth through there, not really having to fight the car down into turn 3 here. Little bit of counter steer midway through the corner. It's looking relatively contained, it has to be said, despite still losing almost another 3 seconds on that last lap.
Yeah, it's certainly looking like they're doing what they can with what they've got, and that's all they really can do. But they've made their bed, and now they got to lay in it. And did something happen to Amarim just now? We're hearing that there may have been an incident involving him. Yeah, major damage. What has happened? Going to check. Oh, this was with a lapped car in turn 1. Jeff Lashaway had a little bit of a slip up. You'll see it into the first turn. One of the GT4s went off track right in front of him. There's Lashaway right there, and he's already been involved in an incident with one of our open cars. So as we come through, yeah, there's the spin. He couldn't avoid it, and a massive, massive wreck. Now, the good news is he's close to his pit stop. It's a 13-second gap. I'm wondering what kind of pace they have here. We'll see right now if they're going to be coming in, and the answer is yes. So this is sort of close to their strategy, but this puts them on the back foot.
Yeah, it certainly does. They were only able to do a 21-lap stint compared to the 27 laps that they did on their first stint. So that is going to put them off cycle here a little bit. And with no real full course yellows or anything like that to be thrown, they are just going to have to hustle here and really, really book. I expect them to take tires probably on every stop here at this point, because that car is going to be cranked up to 11 from here on out.
But here's where it gets even more interesting. Naturally, you'd expect that, say, a penalty for the 27 team. They have gotten themselves on their way, and they took a tow. Here's what happened with Lashway. They got them. Oh, sorry. We got the same replay here. The 27 has got a penalty for that incident, but they've also given a penalty to the 84 for an unsafe reentry. So they've got both the spare car that they've got to bring out with an early pit stop, and now they're going to have to come back around and give away a lot of time.
Oh my goodness, this is completely changing the face of this race as we know it. Matrix Green now looking like they are going to be in absolute control of this field with a minute gap over Flying Lion Racing.
This is wild stuff here for these drivers. And now Travis Brody is in it, but I'm not sure about them having a good chance at winning this one out. Going back to see the incident, I'm not sure about this unsafe re-entry because he just spins around and keeps going. Interesting stuff there. Oh, no, excuse me. No, I read it wrong. It is not a penalty for the 84. Apologies. Reading comprehension, Joe. It's a penalty on 27 for unsafe re-entry on the car 84. There we go.
Right.
Clearing it out now. So it is one penalty. It is not two penalty. They are not going to have to serve another one. Still, this puts them down into fourth. And as we carry on, this means Matrix Green is now our leader, but we're waiting for them to take their pit stop.
We are, and I would anticipate that firing off in probably the next 4 laps or so, as they were able to make 27 laps work on their previous stint. Now, I don't know how much fuel saving they've been able to do here. Probably actually a decent amount, because part of the way to save tires is going to be backing off a little bit, braking earlier into the corners, maybe lifting off a little bit more, letting the car roll through the corners and being softer on the application of the throttle. All of those things which help you save fuel.
Indeed. And I love hearing recently, I think it was on the IndyCar race, hearing some of the commentators talk about being fast is not just about being aggressive with the car, it's about being efficient. And that is doubly true here in endurance racing, because you're trying to save all your equipment, you're trying to save tires, you're trying to save the fuel as well. To an extent, the brakes, they're not as big of a worry here in iRacing. Some of the cars on the service do see them wear out a little bit earlier, but there's definitely stuff that you got to think long-term about as we ride down into Canada Corner once again with our new leader with a minute gap over Flying Lion, who also find themselves in second place.
Yes, they do. And looking at that gap, I've got to say, Matrix Green just continuing to pull out the gap a little bit to the tune of about a second a lap here over Flying Lion. So they are looking very, very good as this goes along.
Absolutely. There you see across the start-finish line, to give you an idea, flying line, they are over in the carousel right now. That is the distance between P1 and P2. But as they fly into turn 3, just another car put a lap down, going by Chabal in the 818. Maybe that's going to be the big story from here on out then, is trying to manage that traffic. And we've already seen now, of course, both our leader in the GT3s being involved in lap traffic innocently. And then, of course, the driver that took the pole down in the open class, Equipe Vitesse, also with a similar issue, and ironically with the same car. So just managing yourself, managing to try and stay out of trouble and be able to read the situation may be the part of the keys to the race today.
Yeah, it certainly may be, as it looks like here that just keeping your nose clean is the way to go. That's how Celtic Racing has been able to get where they are. That's how Matrix Green has been able to get where they are. And we're just going to exclude Star Racing back in the GT4 categories, because they not only have kept their nose clean, but they have just been on fire fast all day long.
Down out of the carousel. Let's ride on board with the 818 now. See how it feels from a GT4 car. Boy, really pushing it, and maybe this is why they are so far ahead. Just right out into the outer edges of the curbs. Gotta wonder though, Chabal is obviously lightning quick, but they share it with Antonio Da Silva, Randy Teague, and Adam Gerling. Now, obviously, that's 3 other drivers, and there should be only 2 of them. Actually, are they allowed to have 4? We should get a clarification from that. They might have a team manager in there, but we'll find out and get clarification on who all is driving today. I'll check my sheet. But yeah, they all have to be as quick, or at least quick enough to hold up that distance. Now, that's going to be easier. Being quicker than or as quick is probably a little bit more difficult of a task. But as long as they don't lose that minute 43 that has been gained, then they're golden.
Exactly, but at the same time, there are other drivers out there that we don't know what their pace is going to be. They could be a couple of seconds a lap slower than Chabal. Remember, he was the one that qualified this car, so we've really only seen the massive pace out of Chabal. We haven't seen how it stacks up to the other drivers, and I think when they make the switch over for cars here, that is all just going to be about management. I think if any of the drivers try to get in and try to grow the gap a little bit, that's where you can run into trouble. But if you are able to maintain, if you are able to just keep it above X, that should be fine for them.
I want to confirm that yes, indeed, they can have 4 drivers. This team and a few others have 4 that are signed up here. So that is allowed from what I am seeing on our cheat sheet. And there's plenty of time for everybody to get their fun in of those 4 with 6 hours of racing. So Brody back out in JRT, still sitting in 3rd position, as it looks like Marble Motors is going to pit. Craig gets out of the car. Robert Rose gets in. Travis Brody 13 seconds up the road to get to J.R. Gregory.
Yeah, so 13 seconds there as we go back to check out a little bit of a replay here. This is Jordan Dyer in the 55, your leader. I'm hearing he may have had a little bit of an off coming down here into the corner. Indeed, he did. A trip through the kitty litter and a little bit of an impression of a lawnmower there as he gets around that lap traffic.
It was about 4 seconds slower, so that was mostly a no harm, no foul, but a little time cost indeed for the 55 team. And back on their way once again. As still with that 1 minute and 2 second gap down to Flying Lion Racing here at this stage. But we are getting close now to the hour mark. So before we get the pit stops going, probably a good time to try and work our way through the field once again. So it's time to bring you the Porsche Exchange race update. The Porsche Exchange has been family-owned and operated for over 40 years. Located in the North Shore of Chicago, the Porsche Exchange has grown to be the largest volume Porsche dealer in the entire Midwest. Find out more at 4Porsche.com or follow them at Porsche Exchange on Instagram. Up at the top, after an accident for the former leader, it is now Matrix Green with Jordan Dyer still in there since the start of this race 54 laps ago. And they've had their own offs, a couple of them in this race, so it's not been perfect, but they've been good where they need to get this lead here at this first third done. Flying Line Racing actually just pitted in, allowing Travis Brody to take second place in the 84. They had an incident that really wasn't their fault. They came around turn 1 right here. A lapped car spun in front of them, had a massive wreck, had to take that spare car and get back out to try and see if they can chase down the leaders. Behind them, Flying Line Racing is in pit lane right now, and it looks like Avijit Barua is going to be taking over for J.R. Gregory as Glenn Dennis started the race for them, and looking like this is going to be a full fuel and tire stop for them. You've got fourth place now, looks like moving up into third as they go by Flying Line with E2JR Motorsports. Up and down the order, Ian Simon having taken over, has been holding great pace to compare to Robert Rattray, picking up where he left off, and now up into that podium position until he takes his pit stop. After that, Wookie Racing in the 258 in fifth place. Chris Braun took over for Rutsitas, and their penalty has put them back in fifth, but they did not have a pit stop all that long ago. So they're going to go a little bit longer than everybody else here, and they're going to gain a couple spots and then have to give them back as that switches in and out. After that, Marble Motors is in P6 with Robert Rose currently in that spot. The 996 starting this race in 10th position, up 4. And they're going to carry on without stopping this time through. You go back to 7th place, number 23 of Exchange Motorsports with some problems with Stiefel, who has been doing the brunt of the work ever since taking over for Nelson, has been at least keeping her steady and keeping from getting into trouble. After that, the 8th place is Stephen Kemp, who is in at 29th. In the number 29 of the Matrix Purple. They're in 8th, actually, up 1 position from where they started. They're deciding now is a good time to pit in. That's Patterson Kemp, who started this race. We'll see if they decide to change cars. And finally, Daniel Rubel has recently hopped in for Kevin Douglas. He's going to bump up to 8th now after overtaking Matrix Purple and starting this race from that very position where they sit right now. DJ?
In that open category, it is Swarm Racing 2 in the lead right now. The 982 being piloted by Jared Rodeheaver. You can see him working his way around. They are up 3 on the day with Boston Brapp. A little bit of a surprise there to see them. Remember, they were one of the drivers that did not take tires on that last stop. Nick Spacciolo there in the number 26 doing a good job to bring that car into contention here. It's going to be interesting to see how that strategy plays off over the course of the race. Jakester Racing is going to be behind them with Christian Rava behind the wheel. The 88 machine up 2 on the day. And then Celtic Racing, well, they are back in 4th in class, but that is because they have taken their pit stop. And so with now David K. Palmer behind the wheel of the number 62, watch for them to be able to resume the lead once everything comes back around. Behind them overall, it is Derek Dirksen in the Black Flag Meister 999 machine. That car has had some very, very unfortunate luck with incidents and penalties over the course of the day. They are currently running in the middle of that open class field, despite the fact they're a GT3. And then speaking of bad luck, P5 in that open class category is the Quip Vitesse machine, number 14, currently piloted still by Lynn Wilson, working their way around. And that'll bring us to the GT4s, Joe.
And we've had a big wreck, a huge wreck. Look at this, 4 cars involved. That's our leader in the GT4s. And Nick Fasciolo in the Brapp car, looks like Froby in the Team Chillax car, Chabal in the Star Racing machine, and Avijit Barua in Flying Lion down into turn 1. What in the world caused this?
Well, it looks like Flying Lion and Boston Brapp trying to go down to the inside. Oh, the Boston Brapp machine just missed the braking zone and then caught all the other GT4s out. Oh my goodness, just a calamity there into the first corner.
an unfortunate set of events, really, as all four in one place, and for an accident to happen, everybody was so spread out. And somehow they managed to get 4 drivers involved in that one, including one of the most dominant of the race in that 818, which is where we restart our through the fields. Star Racing's Shaibal Bandyopadhyay has unfortunately now have to limp this thing back. You can see they've got it going, but that's definitely going to be a spare car. Thank goodness they had such a gap. They might actually still be in the lead after this. We'll have to see. That takes us to second with Chris Pippen in the 42. I'm sure their teammates are on the radio saying, push now, because they have a chance at trying to take the lead of this race when it looked almost impossible 30 seconds ago. And behind them, it is the 718 team. Mack Schnell Racing currently has Ivan Gomez in the car, and he's about 11 seconds back from Chris Pippen. Another one that probably will want to push here. After that, Alcoro Racing with Volker Krebs in the 242s. Been in a lot of battles, but for now, he sits on his lonesome. He has been the only one in this car all race long up to this stage. Robert Walton and Dreadnought took over for Bob Moore, sits in the top 5 down in those GT4s, DJ, and so far so good for them. Top half of the field is better than you can ask for in many cases.
Exactly, and another driver who's going to be pretty happy is Steve Komax, the Team 1 machine. They're up 4 positions on the day, the 21, with that simple yet very effective livery, driving a very calm and steady race there. But they've got a little bit of company behind them because the 208 Racing Green team rides right behind them, and Rico Gregorazzo in the 208, closing in. They're only about 2 seconds behind. Behind them, it is the Anchors Away machine, currently piloted by Paul Nemshoff. Remember, they had a little bit of a misfortune earlier in this race, being sent off into Canada Corner, and so they currently pilot around 23rd overall, P8 in class. Behind them, it is Team Chillax Racing TCR. They are coming into pit lane right now, Bruce Friobe, and that is one of the cars that was involved in that incident. Behind them, it is Los Muchachos Racing Motorsports with Guillermo Mungia. They're in the 75. They're currently 10th in class, just trying to work their way around. And then another team that has had some bad luck on the day, Backmarker Motorsports. Mike Sachs currently behind the wheel of the 27, just trying to regain anything they can do after a very unfortunate start.
Without much surprise, the 26 team has been black flagged for that incident into turn 1. So from second place, they're going to probably lose at least a couple spots, but we'll see where that winds up putting them. Also, the 818 car is in. It looks like Adam Gerling is now taking over, and they have indeed taken their spare car. So Mack Schnell, who sits in second, is just now actually approaching up the straight. It's been about 50 seconds, and they're on their way. Yes, even with that pit stop, that unscheduled pit stop, Star Racing is going to hold on to the lead.
Absolutely remarkable, and it really is just a testament to the outright speed of that car. But now, Joe, the interesting thing starts to come into play, what we were talking about earlier, whether or not these other drivers, whether Adam Gerling is going to be able to keep up this pace. That is the big question.
Yeah, and we won't find out, not even after the end of this lap, but the end of the next lap, to really see what he can do, because this is going to be an out lap, so the timing will be a little bit off. And looks like Christian Rava in the 88 is pitting in. Still haven't seen the 26 team come down to serve their penalty. So not sure why, at least I don't think they have. Double checking, yeah, they're still in second place. They stayed out last time by. Wondering when we'll see Facciolo come down. We've got also the 75 car, a meatball flag, and in fact, have they called it quits? Is this our first DNF of the race? I think it might be the Los Muchachos. Oh, they went straight on at Canada Corner. Not sure if this is a hardware failure or what in the world has elicited this, but the 75 team is not on pit lane right now.
No, they are listed as out right now. So I believe they had some damage earlier on in the race, Joe. Looks like now they're being shown as in pit lane for me. So maybe taking repairs. It could have been an issue where they got stuck into the tire barrier and just couldn't take a tow.
That's a good point. But they should immediately show up in the pits. Okay, yeah, they are finally there. Yeah, so eventually the car back onto the lane. Hopefully they'll be able to return, but they're going to have to take their spare car for that one, no doubt. And looking through, everything's been happening, so I'm trying to actually catch up on information here to make sure that we are aware of what has been going down. And it sounds like they are keeping track of whether or not teams are having multiple incidents, because the stewards are saying that the 27 has 2 strikes. Now, I don't know if that means it's 3 strikes you're out, but they are at least keeping watch, and I'm sure that might increase severity as the race goes on if they keep getting involved in stuff. Meanwhile, we are looking at the 26, who still haven't served their pit stop, have they?
I don't believe they have quite yet, Joe. Looking here to see on my screens with the 26. No, I don't believe they've come down yet.
Not seeing laps being scored by them, and I think that might be due to the black flag, but I'm trying to clarify something behind the scenes. Yes, it is due to the black flag. That's why those laps are not counting for them right now. So, but they've only got, let's see, it was 3 or 4 laps, I believe, on that black flag. We've seen this before, DJ. Drivers who decide they want to keep going because they don't agree with the black flag, and I hate to break it to them, you can't outrun that.
No, you cannot. It is not a situation where you can finish the race in a position and then argue your appeal after the race. iRacing will very, very swiftly disconnect you from the server if you opt not to take your black flags. The 26 gonna need to come down here relatively soon to serve that penalty.
So down into the braking. So yeah, I'm pretty sure it's got to be this time by. He has to come in or else that car is going to disappear, which really would give us our first DNF of the day. Unfortunately, it would be in the form of a DQ, which I'd hate to see. Want to see all 26 of them by the end of this. And coming around the final corner, let's see if he comes in. And yes, there it is. Okay, thank goodness that Boston Brap got the message. They are going to take their penalty and carry on. But obviously they're going to be losing a few positions here along the way, as Celtic Racing should likely be able to overtake them. There's Travis Brody in the 84, back into the lead now that Matrix Green has stopped. Klaus Nielsen has hopped into the car.
Yes, but that gap now hovering at about 24 seconds, so we're going to have to see what happens there in terms of that gap now that we had a little bit of driver swapping going on, if JRT Racing is able to expand that a little bit more. Or what, because remember, the other thing here is JRT on a little bit of an off-cycle sequence here. I think they may owe us a pit stop unless they do some massive, massive fuel saving.
There's the rub. Yeah, I think even if they are somehow able to lead at certain spots, they're going to have to come in for that extra stop just because they didn't make it to an hour to go. Now, that's theorizing that everybody else is able to make it to the hour mark. We've seen a lot of drivers that did not get to the 1 hour in the GT3s. So maybe it's not going to be a 5-stop race. We don't know.
Yeah, there's just a lot of that strategy equation to still play out here, Joe, and it's going to be a very interesting thing to see what it does. Now, there are 2 basic options here that JRT can go for. Number 1, they can try to fuel save as much as possible and eke out what would ostensibly be 5 laps of fuel over the next 4 or so hours. That's gonna be tough, to put it lightly. That is option number 1. Option number 2 is to absolutely go for broke here and to not think about fuel saving whatsoever, and to make that a little bit of a splash and dash at the end and try to go that way.
Joe Stiefel now starting to catch up to Marble Motors. It's Robert Rose in that car, and he is not going to fight it. He is just going to let him on through. Stiefel in the 23 takes 5th place. It was very tight there with Michael Burgoyne, who is just coming back out on the track after taking over for Guillermo Mungia as the 75. We were talking about the incident that was the Los Muchachos team. They did get back out on track, but now they are way down the order. They're actually 3 laps behind the leader in their class.
Yes, they are. They've got a little bit of a, let's call it a battle to be able to fight, though, as Backmarker Motorsports is only about 28 seconds up the road from them. So Los Muchachos and Backmarker may end up squabbling before this race is over. There you can see Michael Burgoyne for that Los Muchachos team.
Yeah. Peter and Burgoyne have also been racing in there. So actually, I think, is that all 3 of their drivers? Yes, all 3 of their drivers have been in and out so far. And I'll need to check to see if they have a 4th one that is signed in. I'm still seeing a meatball flag, though, for that Los Muchachos team. I'm not sure. They shouldn't be able to get back out on track if they've got a meatball flag, so I'm not sure how in the world that's possible. And it looks like they've taken their spare car anyway, so... So, yeah. Some strange stuff on that one. It looks like that has been cleared, so an erroneous meatball flag for the 75. And they're able to keep going. Now that Stiefel has gone by Rose for that 5th position, he's already scampering away after a single lap. It's about 1.7 seconds between them. Robbing us of a little bit of excitement after we got a brief moment of seeing 2 cars racing for position.
Yeah, exactly. Now our really everything's starting to separate out here. I thought we were going to have a little bit of a battle in the back, but yeah, this is just really developing into a big-time strategy race, Joe. That's really what it's coming down to, and that's the fascinating part of what's going on. So get out your clipboards, get out your legal pads, start scribbling down those numbers, because that's what this race is going to come down to.
And that's usually how it is in these endurance races, as Brody carries on, trying to do it for Dale today. And so I can report that Max Schnell has now pitted in. So the Star Racing team will retake the lead from that 718 team. There you see, looks like Ivan Gomez is going to hop out of the car, and James Legault is going to hop in. Now, will they lose this spot to Garrett Taylor? No, Three Stooges Racing is still a whole minute back. They're about half a lap behind, so I imagine Legault is going to be able to get the car back out before they reach that start-finish straight.
Yeah, so he should be good to carry on there. Schnell just waiting in the box. It'll be interesting to see if they take tires or not. That's going to be the only real question for the 718.
Oh, and Jared Roadheaver is taking the Swarm Racing car in. That's our leader in the club, or the open class. There you see him coming down towards his pit stall. And let's see if he hits it cleanly. Oh, as we switch cameras. Whoa, somebody off. Somebody off in the kink. Who was that?
It was Boston Brapp. They were just getting a little bit squirrely and barely able to save it. No contact to JRT, which they were racing a little bit with their obviously different classes, and no contact with the wall.
We'll get a replay of that one, because it's not often that you get away with going 4 wheels in the grass out in the kink and get away with no damage. This is with the 26 car going wide at the kink. Off track, all 4 wheels. See if we can pull that replay up.
Yeah, so here it is, Joe. You can see JRT Racing. That is your overall leader coming up on them as they exit the carousel right now. And they're going to be put to the outside a little bit as they go in. Just offline Whoa!
Well, the bad day was about to get worse, but they kept a cool head in a very scary situation. They're still last in their class, unfortunately, with about 30 seconds to make up to catch up to Jakester in the number 88 car. So as he lets another one of the GT3s on by, we head over to P2. This is the 55 team. Klaus Nielsen now, first time taking over for Jordan Dyer. And it does look like they are faster. 206.7 last lap. 207.3 for Brody. Ooh.
I'm going to have to be running some numbers here and figuring, because I wonder if that means that Travis Brody looking a little bit squirrely. It had to be coming out of turn 8. But if they are taking that first option, maybe Brody and the JRT Racing team doing a lot of fuel saving, the Matrix Green is just trying to capitalize on that as much as possible.
Yeah, I think so. I think they put Nielsen in knowing that he's a hot shoe and he could outrun Brody here, but it's going to be a tall task. 25 seconds and a little bit to try and catch up to him. And we've still got more than half the race left to go, too, so that is good news for them if they feel like they can do that. But they need 3 drivers in, and each has to do their fair share of time. So after Nielsen, they better hope that their next 2 drivers pair up well comparatively in pace, of course.
Yeah, that's going to have to be the hope, and that's going to be one of the continually evolving storylines that we keep talking about, is what the different pace is among these drivers. As I'm looking through the sector times here, Joe, and it looks like JRT was able to pull back out a little bit of a gap, so I think some response there from Travis Brody, just recognizing what it was. Let's wait and see as Matrix Green crosses the line here to see what the gap was. It looks like it is expanding, but I want to get an exact number on it as they cross over, and that number is going to be, that gap grew by 2 seconds on that lap.
Ooh. So maybe JRT was getting on the radio to Travis and saying, pick it up, because you are losing time to our main rival in this race. We ride on board with the 996 of Marble Motors as Robert Rose takes us around. We're going to take a quick break, though, here on Podium Esports. We'll be back with more of the 6 hours of Road America presented by Porsche Exchange.
At the Porsche Exchange, it's all about creating a legendary ownership experience that embodies our guests' lifestyle. Our Porsche service team utilizes cutting-edge technology that delivers a transparent service visit and keeps us in constant contact with our guests. And I can't think of anyone more qualified to work on your Porsche, new or classic, than our Porsche certified technicians. Whether you're a longtime guest or new to our dealership, I welcome you to experience legendary at the Porsche Exchange.
Hi, this is Krista from the Porsche Exchange, and I'll be showing you some accessories for this exclusive Manufacture Cayenne S Coupe. Let's take a look. The first accessory I'll be showing you is this 2-in-1 display cleaner. It ensures it cleans dirt and fingerprints. The bottle itself has microfiber wrapped around. This is also suitable for phones and tablets. The next recommended item are these premium bell stem caps. This is a set of 4. Made of aluminum with high-quality Porsche crest emblem. The emblem is in a printed version. It's a high-quality version similar to what is on your Porsche's key. The Porsche script is embossed around the base, the highest quality Velmstem cap available from Porsche. Another great accessory is this Charge-O-Mat Pro battery maintainer. This is a great accessory to have if you store your car during the winter months or if you ever take long vacations. To use it, simply plug it into any wall outlet and connect it to the cigarette lighter inside your vehicle. Something we highly recommend are these Porsche all-weather rubber floor mats. These are a set of 4 mats. It features the Cayenne silhouette. They are slip and waterproof, and it also protects the interior of your Porsche. Another one of our favorites is this Porsche Crest tow hitch cover. The perfect finishing touch for any Cayenne with the towing package. This is made of durable rubber to hold up to the weather. This is available in silver with the Porsche Crest in black or black with silver crest. Last but not least is this Porsche Cayenne cargo mat. It is custom fit, waterproof, and washable. It offers protection against dirt and damage, features the Porsche logo and a Cayenne silhouette. Hope you enjoyed watching. For more accessories, please visit shop.forporsche.com. Till next time.
Welcome back to Road America. It's the 6 hours at Road America, presented by the Porsche Exchange. And right now, Travis Brody leads in the GT3 class. Open class is being led by Jared Roadheaver, who we're going to see a replay of. Had a bit of an issue here, it seems. See what happened. Ooh, a little bit of contact, a little bit of an off track, but no damage. Just carries on, and they're still in the lead. And Star Racing with Adam Gerling and the 818 is still leading down in the GT4s as well. But it's been some interesting developments in the last hour or so for both that GT3 class and with the GT4 class. And I guess now that we've had an off there for Roadheaver, you can count those in too. Granted, Celtic Racing 20 seconds behind. They've been quick as well. We don't know how the strategy is going to play out in those club cars.
No, we really don't, Joe. And Celtic Racing did have a quicker pit stop last time out to the tune of about 10 seconds than Swarm Racing too. So definitely some differing strategies there. I have to wonder if maybe Celtic is able to just save a little bit more fuel, as you can see them right in the background of that shot right there as we follow Star Racing around now.
Down through the kettle bottoms, Celtic Racing will leave them be. In fact, going to be polite and hug the inside, not chop in front of him, as Gerling currently has about 1:07 over James Legault right now. So very, very big gap there in the GT4s. Ooh, and we just had to change for position, actually. Looks like the 42 of Three Stooges Racing just overtook Legault for that second spot. That was out of turn 5, and I think traffic may have played a part in it.
I think it may have as well, Joe, as we're going to go back and check out the replay here. There you can see some flashing of the lights. I think that's just a little bit of, that's the 718. So that's Mark Schnell. This is riding on board with them.
This is with Legault. Now, they were trying to let a faster car by, and then seeing that opportunity, there goes Three Stooges. The 42 said, all right, if you're going to slow up, I'm not gonna look at a gift horse in the mouth. And they are through into second place. We also have Wookie Racing into pit lane.
Whoa!
We got a problem in the kettle bottoms, and great job by Legault lifting.
That's Matrix Green. That is your second place car.
Oh no, Klaus Nielsen, is there damage? Trying to see. Yeah, they're going to have a little bit. This is what happened, coming together with Team 1 as they were trying to lap them, trying to pull off to the right-hand side, miscommunication, and a huge wreck there along the kettle bottoms. That was at massive speeds at 150 miles an hour that he spun him.
Oh, and I don't remember off the top of my head if Matrix Green has used their faster pair yet, but they are down pit lane. And so what this is going to do is this is going to effectively, oh man, look at that. Oh, so much damage as we ride on board with the nose of Taylor.
They're in pit lane, and they have not used their spare car, so they can take that and keep going. But now they're in the same position that Brody's in. They're off strategy. So that evens things out and means that E2JR might be the one to look out for, but they're a full 40 seconds behind Brody as well. This is getting awful complicated out there.
It is indeed, and remember that E2JR team, they were one of the earlier cars to pit on their first pit cycle. They came in after 19 laps, and then were able to run what is the pretty much standard 26-27 on their second stint, so they're a little bit off.
Man, this is so much has gone wrong. But then, honestly, DJ, if I'm honest, that's my experience in endurance racing anyways, is It's all about minimizing those bad moments, the mistakes, the misfortune, and trying to get as clean of a race as you can throughout. It's impossible. Everybody's got mistakes, bobbles, even if they don't run into bad luck. But endurance racing just allows so much to happen that you just cannot control.
Exactly, and that is one of the things that makes endurance racing such a different type of racing than your normal sprint racing. You don't go for the gap in endurance racing. You don't go for the all-out move. You don't send the absolute send. It takes a very, very rare driver to be able to do that. It's 1 in 100. Alan McNish is really the only endurance racer that I can think of to come to mind that is, you know, the guy who goes for those racing moves. It's much more about just bringing the car home in one piece and maintaining consistent pace.
Also have the 23 in for stops. Stiefel is hopping out of the car after a long couple stints here. And it's not Nelson getting in, it's Dewey Kang who is going to be taking over. Brody is our onboard here, as the sun's now starting to go down a little bit more. It's 3 p.m. virtual standard time here. So the clouds are going to cause a little bit more of the shade that we've been seeing throughout some of this race. You can see they're scattered out throughout the sky, so it's not completely cloudy, but they have definitely been blocking it from time to time. And he's going to look to try and go by here just before the kink. Thankfully, it looks like Albano and the 88 is aware, and he's going to let him through so that we don't have another big incident in the kink.
Indeed, and Joe, in terms of that sun coming down through the sky, it is important to remember that we are have a calendar date here in the sim of March 6th. Sunset will be at 5:47 p.m. So that is going to be a storyline to take over here. It's going to get dark.
And the organizers knew that. They intentionally wanted this to get just a little dark at the end and force the drivers to experience one of the natures of endurance racing. So, and I always love that. That's my favorite, is when a race has that transition, the change in conditions that really tests to see who is adaptive, who can race however you've set it up and be fast.
Exactly, and we may see a little bit of that start to come into play. We've talked about the changes that can exist with the drivers coming in and out of the car, but we haven't talked about the ambient changes as the track temperature continues to fall here a little bit. It's currently 73 degrees Fahrenheit out on track. That's going to come down as the sun comes down. Some of these cars, they may come alive a little bit in the last hour or so of this race as the track condition cools. Some drivers prefer to drive in cooler ambient temperatures. These are all things that can play out and make this a very, very fascinating end to this race.
Just about at that halfway mark, though. So once they get to the other side of that, then it's, well, I guess you could say downhill from here. Certainly is downhill for Brody through the carousel, but he's coming up on yet more traffic. That's Matrix Purple. That's his own class. And then it's Star Racing, our leader in the GT4s. But the purple car is going to check up, and that forces Brody to also lift a little bit. And those are the things that can also cost you time throughout the race. But it was the safer move, I have to say. And Brody, who now is able to try and lap Gonzalez, the 29 car, well, does not give him the spot, though. He'll stay ahead.
No, Matrix Purple wanting to hold on to their lap as long as they can, their second lap, I should say, as long as they can. I'd be a little frustrated if I were JRT, especially knowing all of the, let's call it, interesting strategy permutations that could be playing out.
I'm trying to do some of those permutations myself and kind of figure out where everybody sits right now in terms of strategy. I got to give credit, though, to the 258 Wookiee Racing, not letting that early penalty get them down, because they're still sitting in 6th place and still making great inroads. They've had their pit stop relatively recently. In fact, I think it was about 2 laps ago. that we saw that 258 in, and are still carrying on almost to the top half of the field. Granted, they've got a long ways to get to Rolling Thunder in the 00, but Rolling Thunder owes us a pit stop within probably the next 5 or 6 laps.
Yeah, they do owe us that pit stop, and so by the time they're out, I anticipate Wookiee Racing being able to get up ahead. We ride on board with that 00 right now. Daniel Rubel in the Rolling Thunder racing machine, working his way around. And that corner, that tricky turn 6, it is going to continue to be a problem. It is going to continue to be a source of contention, a danger zone, especially as this race rolls along. And those, as I said, track temperatures get a little bit cooler. It's going to be easier to spin the tires there, so drivers have got to be careful. There's going to be less grip on track. Ooh, that's getting a little bit hairy with GT4, though.
Yeah, that is anchors away. They've got Nemskov in the car right now and around the outside using that extra downforce in the GT3 to try and cost each of them a little less time. So Rubel through the kink, still trying to keep well ahead of Braun back in that 258. We've also not got too much in the way of battles happening at the moment, but that can change pretty easily. And everybody's still just trying to watch out for that lap traffic. I mean, we even saw there with the 55. It's been honestly the story of the race. If you get tangled with lap traffic, it changes the complexion. You have to roll with the strategy change, figure out how to do it from there. And on top of it, let's see, how many cars do we have left with spare cars? Our top 3, DJ, have all used their spare cars in the GT3 class.
That is a position you do not want to be in if you are one of those leading GT3s. We have seen just how quickly things can turn for drivers here, and not having that safety blanket, not having that extra spare car to know you have, these drivers are going to be driving a little bit more cautiously, I have to think. They're going to want to preserve their cars as long as possible, and we may not see them making as many overtakes or aggressive maneuvers as we would earlier in the race. That's going to change your strategy. That's going to change your calculus.
The hill and under the Corvette bridge. We're hearing that the 21 car may have had a spin. I also see looks like the 999 is in. Derek Dirksen is now on the lane. That's the Black Flagmeister car, who are finally up with all the rest of their class, but they're a minute behind Matrix Purple. I think the good news for them is they are considerably faster, so they might still get a position before this is done.
Yeah, they are certainly trying to get their way back forward, so we'll have to keep an eye on that, as that is going to be one of those things to be able to watch out for as they go. You know, endurance racing, as we've talked about, Joe, they're just continuing to try to gain back time.
We had an off for the 21 car. I mentioned there was a spin. This was in turn 3 on lap 63 for them. They didn't hit anything, thankfully, but then as soon as they got back onto the track down to turn 5, they also went off once again. So that was a little bit of consternation for Jeff Ferguson. It looks like we found the replay. Yeah, so this is going to be into turn 3, often confused sometimes as turn 2. There's a tiny little kink in between 1 and 3 that doesn't really look like it should be a corner, but as we come down in, yeah, there you can see the little kink that leads in, and off goes the 21. Oh, well, no, this doesn't look to be the lap that it happens.
I looked relatively contained here. We're going to try this again here, Joe. Coming down into turn 1, as you said, good braking zone. As I mentioned earlier, that's a relatively fast corner there, only about 3rd or 4th gear. You're not all the way down. All right, so here's the 55 coming by. That's Matrix Green. Looks like the 21 just got a little bit offline as a result of that. Ran a little bit wide, whoop, and goes for a little loop-de-loo.
Yep, he'll find his way back on. You can see he was not quick enough that he wound up hitting the concrete barriers. But we've been joined by a friend. It is Kenneth Bueno that has hopped into the booth with us. He's going to be taking over a little bit later. Kenneth, I don't know how much you've been able to catch of this race, but there have been many a twists and turns in the leads, with Rex certainly changing the complexion. In fact, Daniel Rubel actually in the 00 just had a spin. But Kenny, it's been exciting to say the least.
It has been exciting, of course, here at Road America. Of course, thank you guys for bringing me in, Joe and DJ. You guys have been doing great all day long as we approach in 3.5 hours. But yeah, I mean, this track, this combo, very, very tough in many ways, because in some respects, you look at this track and the first thing you think is grass, trees. You go off this track, you don't have a lot of runoff, you don't have a lot of places to kind of recoup yourself if you end up maybe overshooting a corner or maybe just getting into somebody, you get loose, something happens there. So one mistake can easily cost you. We've seen it over the course of the day. Those little mistakes, those little tiny changes in the rhythm can set your race into a whole different complexion, and that's what we've been seeing so far today. A lot of the leaders in trouble, a lot of the MIG-Pack cars in trouble, but I think that's the magic of it. It's an endurance race. You got to survive all 6 hours, and you do have to muster through the mistakes in order to get to the checkered flag.
And on screen there for a moment, we saw 3 wide in the kettle bottoms. That was Ian Simon trying to lap Ferguson and Nemskov. Thankfully, that was not an incident in the end, and Paul and Jeff are not racing for position. You can see them on track. They're in the same class, but they are on different laps right now. And Ferguson looks like he's maybe just going to try and use him as a little bit of a tow. So maybe he's going to try and save some fuel here. Ferguson's currently sitting in 8th place. We saw his spin just moments ago. We've right on board. And Nemskov is currently in the 4th position, DJ.
Yes, he is, and this is going to be that little bit of fuel saving. We talked about it earlier in the race on how that would go along, as all he needs to do here is maybe just stay behind. He's got himself a good gap, and he can sip a little bit of fuel. Also hearing that the E2JR Motorsports machine, the #1 down pit lane, that is right on time, a 27-lap stint.
There you go. Ian Simon, though, is not hopping out. He's going to stay in. So Rattray will continue to rest. And also, who else do they have with them? Looks like Ed Eisenring, who is also going to be taking over at some point throughout this race. We're also hearing that the 104 has now hit the wall. That's Nemskov. We were just watching them. Ooh, yes, this was contact with the 21, actually. The 21 has been in all the excitement lately.
That was coming in at turn 5 right there, Joe. It looks like a huge dive from the car just behind him. It looked like Ferguson just dove too hard on the brakes, downhill. And that's a really tough place on the racetrack to get into somebody. You see Ferguson just go straight around. Obviously, well, not Ferguson, the car right in front of him. It looks like the car, the Porsche GT4, goes straight around into the wall. And that's something you do not want to see whatsoever. Just that slight tap, and then you really have nothing to do. You're just a passenger at that point.
And we're hearing the 21 has got a 10-second stop and go. Here's the replay of the incident. It's going to be a massive wreck, and this is the 00 we're looking at. We're looking for the 104. And this happens down into turn 5. Here it is. Oh, well, not on this lap. As the black flag has just been given to Ferguson now out on the track. But once we do get to see, I think, yeah, okay, so this is coming, yeah, so this should be it, and this is the 21 coming out of pits just behind them. So I wonder if they just had some cold tires and weren't anticipating it.
That very well could have been what happened there, Joe, as we watch it here. All right, here's the 21. Car has definitely been in the wars as of recently, and as we said, it has that 10-second stop and go. So here he is.
This is the wrong lap, actually, yeah, because Ferguson should be running to the back of him. So we're hearing lap 72. I think that's lap 72 of the lead drivers, though. This happened on lap 66 for Anchors Away in the 104. Well, We'll try and find it a little bit later, but Nemskov is in. Stevenson hops into the car, and they take their spare car to try and get back out onto the track now with service a little bit out of sequence of what they're used to, Kenny.
This is going to be a little bit of a tough situation for them, and of course we've talked about the mistakes, the little things that happen, and that incident there really changes the entire motive of what you're going to do for at least the next 3.5 hours, maybe even the next 30 minutes. It could change just so many factors there, and that little bit of contact sending the Anchors Away car into the wall. And of course, the 21, Team 1 with Jeff Ferguson, probably not intentional, just tried to hop on the brakes there and just unfortunately got into the 104 machine. But for Stevenson, that's going to be a tough task there, because as soon as the driver gets out of the car, see a mistake like that happen, I think your responsibility is to just try to pick up what you can, and that's going to be very tough, especially given the fact that they are 7th in class and have to pick up some of the ground, especially after that spin.
Riding on board now with Ian Simon back out onto the track, sitting in 4th place. Now that they've taken care of their stops, they're a lap down from the leader, but Brody still needs to come in for a stop. It's been 25 laps, so they're definitely due for one, and about 2 laps here. And you see down into the hurry downs as Dewey Kang. Oh, this is an early stop for Dewey Kang. Why are they in? This has only been about 5 or 6 laps. We've had another big incident. This one with a Matrix green car again. And this might be a penalty as the 55 got into the back of them.
Oh my goodness gracious. We go to check out the replay here, Joe, going down into Canada corner. The 55 just misjudging the braking zone hard there into the wall. That is Dyer able to get it. And as you said, Dewey Kang right into the tire barriers.
Wow. Well, sometimes mental and physical exhaustion can come into play here. We've seen a lot of, if I'm honest, DJ, kind of silly mistakes from drivers this far into the race, so I wonder if some of them are just starting to feel it a little bit.
Yeah, I think we're seeing these out of drivers in particular that have been in the car for a long time, and it really is the mental exhaustion as well as physical, especially here. I mean, you look, for example, at Travis Brody's setup. That's a direct drive wheel. That's going to be putting a lot of force feedback, a lot of pressure onto your arms. You need to have the physical strength to be able to keep up with that, and then just the mental acuity to be able to keep your eyes ahead, keep focused, and keep being pixel perfect on the sim.
Well, Brody has run into trouble, or at least his teammate did, and he has had to take an extra stop for that 84 team. But everybody else keeps tripping over themselves a little bit, and we can confirm a black flag for the 55. So they are going to find themselves making another stop in the pit lane, not just maybe for some repairs for that hard hit to the nose of the car, but also having to serve a penalty where they stop and go. Now, does the 105 have some damage that I don't think we've covered? The Team Chilac's car is missing its hood.
Yeah, that car has significant damage there on the front end. It looks like, looking a little bit further back, it was 66. A spin. Yeah, lap 66, looked directly out of turn 1. The car just drifted high, got into the gravel, and I mentioned that you don't have a lot of runoff here at Road America. That's the perfect example of getting a little bit too over-eager on corner exit. The 105 just goes to the curb like normal, but then tries to get to the exit, gets a little bit too much of the asphalt, and then catches the gravel. These cars, very hard to save by the time they get into that situation. You see right there, immediately hard on the brakes, knowing that the car is darting directly for the tire barriers. And Team Chilac's Racing now with a lot of work to do on their Cayman GT4.
Oh, we've had another contact in the wall. 208 team, 208 Racing Green with Joseph Evers has outbraked himself into Canada corner. He actually came close to running into Ian Simon in the E2 Junior Motorsports car. And there you see one of our drivers serving a penalty as they came into pit lane. So Joseph Evers able to get back on the track and actually does not pit in. So the damage must not be too bad.
No, it doesn't look like he's suffering too much there, so I think he's going to be okay for the moment, and that'll be a relief to that team there, Joe, and to Evers. So we've got a couple more firing off as it looks like Matrix Green is serving their pit stop penalty as of right now.
Indeed. So into their pit stall, and let's see if they're sent back off after 10 seconds. Nope, looks like they are also taking service. We come back to Brody once again up under the Corvette bridge. It is now a 2-minute gap down to Marvel Motors in the 996. Robert Rose in that car currently. They have not stopped since 23 laps ago. So they're actually relatively close on strategy to the 84, interestingly, and yet still that far back. And Brody does need to give some time back to those behind him. Ian Simon, who is a full lap behind him, is going to get that lap back. We'll see where they wind up with the number 1 machine compared to the 84 once they come in.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see, as I would imagine Brody coming in on the end of this lap, as I think this should be it. This will be lap 27 for the 84 machine. He is clutching and coasting, so he may actually be able to eke out one more.
Yeah, I wonder if they're gonna try and see what they can do to just make sure they don't have an unnecessary stop and it just saves some fuel and get themselves into good contention. And they are pitting in this time. There we go, Travis Brody. Now, will he hand over, or is he going to stay in the car? They've got Amarim, who we already saw, and Jacob Schum, who is joining them on this JRT racing team. And there we go with Robert Rose carrying on by. Marvel Motorsports now having to try and catch up a whole lap to get up to them. But again, Marvel needs to pit in. It's Ian Simon in the number 1 E2 JR Motorsports car that will be likely managing to at least get close. I'm not sure if he'll be able to overtake him.
Yeah, I'm not sure as well, Joe, but we'll just have to see here. It's a little bit disappointing, some of this alternate strategy that we had been talking about a little bit coming to naught. The one thing to keep in mind, though, Brody with that last pit stop, is he's still in pit lane. He's actually a 28-lap stint, which is the longest stint we have seen out of any of those GT3s. So that means that they are able to really eke it out here a little bit more. They're clearly trying to save as much fuel as possible and make up for that shortened 22-lap stint that they had on the second run.
Looks like Matrix has served their penalty. That sent them down to 7th place now. And they're just getting back onto the lead lap. But I'm not sure that they're going to be able to stay on it in terms of the cycle once everybody gets through, because that certainly has put them under the gun. And now JRT is back out and rolling. Marble's just coming out of the final corner. Simon is about 7 seconds behind that. Wow. So 4 laps difference between the pit stops of the JRT team and the E2JR, and yet they've got 31 seconds separating them. It's been a fun one, no doubt, but now as things start to become clearer, Kenny, you start to figure out, uh-oh, we're in trouble. We're not in contention for what we thought we were, or our rivals have pulled a fast one on us.
Yeah, the strategy, I mean, you can easily have a trick up your sleeve in that case, and from what we're seeing right now, it is completely now altered what they may be able to do for the next round of this race. As you're on board with Jared Roadheaver for Swarm Racing 2 in the car number 982. He's going to go by one of the lap cars under the Corvette bridge. He's going to immediately take that left-hander. But yeah, this strategy very interesting on hand. I mean, seeing the gaps and how far they've been able to shrink. based on people going far in, people going a little bit more timid on their pit strategy. It's getting very interesting. And what I see very interesting right now, the gap is down between the E2 JR Motorsports car, and Marlboro Motors with Robert Rose. It's now down to 5.5 seconds between the two Porsches.
Ooh, yeah, that's a good point, that the number one is gaining on them. I wonder if that was traffic, because it was 2 seconds bigger just moments ago, and now suddenly it's shrinking once again. Robert Rose has got to hustle at this point, and it's a 2:06.4 last lap for the 996 team. The one team, 2:06.1. Yeah, half a second faster for Ian Simon, it seems, DJ.
Yeah, he is really hustling out there. He knows what's at stake here. He wants to get himself back up into that P2 position and just really trying to go here. And frankly, that is where we would expect him to be out of that, trying to gain in as much as humanly possible. Craig doing a valiant job. I anticipate them in probably at this lap, to be honest, as they've only been able to do 26 lap stops thus far.
I see Dewey Kang in again for about 2 minutes now. So they've come back out and then returned to the track. I wonder if they had already used their spare car and have to try and repair it so that it's handling well enough. They're last in their class currently, 10th of the GT3s, as we are watching Ian Simon now down to 3.5 seconds. My goodness, 2:05.9 that time by for the one team. Rose with a 2:09.7. So yeah, that was a significant difference, and Rose, weaving through the traffic, can now see his prey up in front of him.
Simon is really starting to blaze in these laps at the moment, and you think if you're Robert Rose, you got to start looking at this. It was a 4-second difference. That's not any slight work. That's a lot of gainage between the E2 JR Motorsports car and the Marlboro Motors 996. You continue to ride on board with Ian Simon as he goes underneath the Corvette bridge, and we'll lock in now 3.9 seconds, just the difference between the 996 and the one car. So this could be a pivotal change here, guys, all because the 996 is only 26 seconds away from Travis Brody and JRT Racing. So sooner than later, guys, we may see these three become a trifecta very soon.
Yeah, still waiting to see what kind of pace Brody is now running. And looks like he did take tires and fuel on that stop as a 109.2. So he's on fresh rubber. But he also has to hand it over at some point here to their third driver. They still have half the race left to do that, and everybody has to do their fair share of the race, or else they will be DQ'd on that. But if we look back now to Robert Rose coming through the Bill Mitchell bend, up and over the crest, out of the trees, and onto the front stretch in front of all the adoring virtual fans. This time by doesn't look like it's as significant of a draw between the two of them, but it doesn't matter because it's the 26th lap for Robert Rose, which means he's pitting in.
All right, that is going to be him coming down pit lane, handing over that second place position to E2JR Motorsports. So that'll be a good run for them. They'll have a little bit of clear air in front of them. Looks like they'll have to deal with a couple of lapped cars here in a little bit of time, but they'll just be able to focus on the road ahead. And as Kenny was saying earlier, focus on trying to get that gap of about 30 seconds now to JRT down.
00 team also pitting in. Daniel Rubel has pulled a full stint now and is hopefully going to do another one here, because Kevin Douglas looks like he did a double stint on the first time through, split that into 3 even parts. But we're seeing a lot of teams that are just shy of that hour mark, meaning I'm starting to think we are looking at a 6-stop race instead of just a 5-stop race.
We may indeed be looking at a 6-stop race here. So, I mean, we're closing in on the hour mark, and that's usually a benchmark for a lot of drivers in these endurance races. Of course, they look at the time, they see how they can evenly split it up between how long they can go, and obviously it can change depending on their competition and where they are in relative, but still, it usually is a strategy down to the hour, strategy down to even numbers. At least it makes it easier on their end. So, I mean, we'll just see, because there's now about 7.5 minutes left before we get to the official 3-hour mark. So it is getting a little tough, I think, for these, especially for the leaders that are really starting to tango with each other, and it's getting a lot tougher as it looks like Rolling Thunder racing with Daniel Ruber. No switch on that car. They're going to be P7 coming out of turn 1.
Had another incident for the 21 car. This is a solo incident, though. Spun off of turn 1. Jeff Ferguson, who has been struggling since he's hopped into the car, it seems, has hit the inside wall. He's got it rolling, but there you see the damage on the front, DJ. He's got his spare car is the good news, but he's going to have to use it now.
Yeah, he's going to have to use it, and that is not a good thing there for Team 1 at all. Not going to like to hear that. Ride on board with Daniel Rubel, who is working his way around right now, trying to see what he has got in that 7th place position. He's about 4 or 5 seconds back from Klaus Nielsen. So as this race nears the halfway point, Joe, we're getting a little bit closer here. These gaps starting to come down.
Indeed, and I'd like to see if this is going to be a fight between Braun and Rose, because Wookie Racing, that's going to trip you up, Kenny, on this one. But Wookie Racing is still out there, and they've got a good chunk of this stint left, so they are probably going to have to wind up battling the 996 if they could reel in this 1 second.
Yeah, they're going to have to. The gap is closing significantly. I may get tripped up on Wookie Racing a little bit. A very interesting name. You know what? I've never seen it before, so I give credit to the 258 team, Chris Brown and those guys, as Brown will now have to play significant defense. He did grow the gap, though, in the last portion of the racetrack, especially out of the final corner there, so it's now up to 1.3. Good gap there for Wookie Racing's team, as they can just try to hold on to what they can and not really let things go by easily here with the Marble Motors car, but that is a very good exit in 1 and 2, looks like, for the Marble Motors machine. So we should see a battle here anytime soon. I think this is going to be good for getting to the 3-hour mark and may shake up strategy just a bit.
The bad news for Rose is that it looks like they did not take tires on that stint. It was a 41-second stop, so he's going to be a little bit down in terms of grip compared to Wookie Racing, but you never know. It seems like the 996 has been doing a good job of getting themselves in contention up to this point. Now, as we get close to the hour mark, that means that it's time to bring you the Porsche Exchange race update. The Porsche Exchange has been family owned and operated for over 40 years. Located in the North Shore of Chicago, the Porsche Exchange has grown to be the largest volume Porsche dealer in the entire Midwest. Find out more at 4Porsche.com or follow them at Porsche Exchange on Instagram. Up at the top right now, it is Travis Brody and JRT Racing. Still has not handed over to the 3rd teammate, but has also still got a 30-second gap and looking very handy after a recent pit stop, only 4 laps into this stint. Ian Simon is into 2nd place now that the 2 rivals they were chasing have pitted, but are looking at a tall mountain to climb to catch up to our leader. They've got to run him down either by pace or some really clever strategy, which I'm not sure how they'd manage that. It is Wookie Racing somehow into 3rd, but again, they're middle of the stint. They're a little bit off compared to everybody else. Chris Braun currently driving the car after taking over for Routsitis. I got to think that he's going to hand it over after this one to allow their 3rd teammate to take over. Then you get down to Robert Rose. We thought that maybe they could catch up to Wookie Racing, but that those old tires don't look to be handling all that well. They're now 2.2 seconds up. It was 1 second after they finished their pit stop. And so the 996 is starting to fall back a little bit and wondering if that strategy is biting them slightly. Glenn Dennis in the 218 sits in P5, and Flying Lion Racing is currently running in that car after taking over from multiple drivers. He actually started this race. Gregory was in it, and then Avijit Barua briefly in there before he quickly handed back to Glenn Dennis after they ran into trouble out into the 1st corner. P6 has Klaus Nielsen. They have gotten penalties lately. He is taken over for Jordan Dyer. Started this race in the 8th position here today. Excuse me, 4th position, and they are down 2. And despite at one point looking like they might be challenging for the win, it has all started to fall apart lately for them. Rolling Thunder Racing for the 00 team with Daniel Rubel in that car is on his second stint as well. We'll see if he hands over to their teammate. They're up one position from where they began, and actually not too far back from Matrix Green, so it's looking up for them. In the 8th spot, Matrix Purple had an accident early. They had to take their spare car early. That means that now they really cannot risk having accidents, but they're not close to racing with anybody. It's almost a full lap next to the up to the next car, and they're the first one a lap down in that class. DJ, what about the open class cars?
Well, in the open class cars, it is Swarm Racing 2. Jared Roadheaver right there on your screen in the 982. He just had it off through the first corner. As a matter of fact, picked up some damage to the right-hand side of the car. So that may cause him to come down pit lane and change everything up. Let's check out the replay before we finish this rundown. As you can see, just brought a little bit too much speed, catches the outside and right into the wall like we've seen a couple other drivers do over the course of today. Behind him in that class, well, actually not in class, it's Patrick Adamczyk in the Black Flagmeister 999 machine. A very, very difficult day for them. They are trying to fight their way back up through the field. Behind him, second in that open class, it is Celtic Racing, the number 62, currently driven by David Palmer. They were in the lead for a while, falling back here as courtesy of pit stop cycle. So it's going to be interesting to see how exactly that is going to play out. In third place in class, it's Jakester Racing. Gabriel Albano behind the wheel of the 88. They are about 2 seconds behind Celtic Racing, so a race certainly starting to develop there in that open class for the final podium positions. The Boston Brat Machine rides in P4. They are having a very rough day out there. Nick Meloragno, there we go, I can finally say that. In the 26 machine, bringing that car around. They have been in the trenches today and holding on to 4th place in class. And then finally, your pole sitter in class, Equipped Vitesse Racing, Lynn Wilson back behind the wheel of that number 14, just trying to gain back in. They had a couple of early incidents as they went along. Then finally, we have the Exchange Motorsports machine, the number 23, driven by Dewey Kang. Some damage there on that car. That is P10 in your GT3 class. And Kenny, I throw it over to you for the GT4s.
And GT4 will start P16 overall. P1, though, we're going to go to Star Racing with Adam Gerling in his 818. You see that a very gorgeous blue and black Porsche Cayman GT4 coming out of the final corner, but just behind them, about 41 seconds looks like, Three Stooges Racing with Garrett Taylor in the 42 in the midst of some traffic just behind him. Going to probably get by. Max Snell Motorsports rides a little bit further behind them. James Legault in the 718. He's now in control of that car for the moment. They are still 7 laps down, but they are ahead of Dreadnought Racing's number 8 car. Jason Brodigan in behind that gray and red car. Kind of looks like a little Air Force machine, if you will. The paint scheme there, they're trying to hold on. That is P4 in their respective class. You look back to the 208 car, that is Joseph Evers, who's taking control of the 208 Racing Green team. They've kind of had a solid race, it looks like, so far. And then Alcaru Racing with Andrew McCune in the 242, not too far behind, just exiting the King. Very colorful car there, just trying to gap in. It's a 9-second gap between himself and the 208 that I just mentioned. They've got some heavy front end damage. There's been some trouble in recent memory for Anchors Away and Jack Stevenson in the 104. Mentioned some of the damage. They got hit by one of the cars. It looked like the Team 1 car going into turn 5. Luckily, though, they've been able to repair their GT4, and they've got a clean, I don't know how to describe it, kind of a safari-looking machine, if you will. Right now, P7 on the racetrack in their respective class. Same deal for Team Chillax. A bit of trouble there. Out of turn 1, car got stuck into the grass and went straight for the barriers at the exit of the corner, but fortunately for them, they've tried to repair that car up. They don't have a hood, but it seems as though it is still chugging along. Steve Linz behind the wheel of that car, GT4. Los Muchachos Motorsports not too far behind. That is Guillermo Mungia in the car 75. They've had a little bit of a troubling afternoon so far. They're going to try to pick things up. They are 9th in class, pretty much 3rd to last. Team 1 with Jeff Ferguson on pit road at the moment. They've had a lot of trouble as of late, especially the most recent incident out of turn 1. Just lost the car, went straight for the barriers. They're on pit road. The final car in this field, 11th and last, 26 overall. Backmarker Motorsports looks like they are out of this race for good. Mike Sachs behind the wheel of that one.
The only car to have DNF'd so far that we've seen, but hopefully that remains the last of them that DNFs, and we get everybody to the checkered flag. And this concludes tonight's race update, brought to you by the Porsche Exchange. So, with 26 cars still running, a few of them in the GT4s now start to pit. Komats, who we mentioned, is in there taking repairs for Jeff Ferguson, who is just out on the track. He's actually hopping into the car right now, it looks like, is Komats. Andrew McCune for Akoru Racing is just taking off, so the 242 is back off and rolling. We head over to Glenn Dennis now here on your screen, sitting in 5th place. Flying Lion, been a little bit up and down the order today, and have some good luck and some bad luck. Since they had their big accident into turn 1, they've been just trying to see what they can do to get back in contention. They're still on the lead lap. That's the good news, DJ.
They are indeed, and they are within striking distance of this 3-way battle that we've seen start to develop between Wookiee Racing, Marble Motors, and Flying Lion. You can see them just up the road from them as they work their way by the Star Racing GT4 right there. So definitely a part of the race here where you just want to keep your head down, keep trying to push along as hard as you can, see what you can do, as there is still time to be gained for this 218 machine.
Absolutely, with only 3.5 seconds up to that 996. There is a carrot in front of them. Question is whether or not they can reach it, or is it going to be on that stick dangling from that string forever? And those two, basically, two of the closest fights that we've got, frankly. Everybody else is at least 8 seconds or more, some as many as minutes or a lap apart from one another. But that is the nature of endurance racing that sometimes happen. You've got to keep yourself focused all the way to the finish. You cannot let yourself get a little distracted as this carries on, or else you could make that tiny slip up that ends it for all your teammates and yourself.
Yeah, and I think DJ Clark made a really good reference a little bit earlier, just having the mental acuity, having the focus over the course of an endurance race. And yes, we have teams, drivers do take out certain stints, so they're not racing all 6 hours. I think that would be a very tough task if one driver would do it all. As Glenn Dennis looks like he made the right. He's going to go up the hill and onto pit road. We'll see what kind of strategy he's going to pull off this time by. But having the focus over so many laps, over so many turns on a track that you really can't build a rhythm at because there's so many different types of corners, it can just get so tough. And then you make the one little mistake, you make the one little veer off, and then it could send your racing to a whole different thing. And also talk about, you mentioned small gaps, few and far between throughout most of this race. When you're seeing that, a lot of drivers that are trying to pick up those rather large gaps, of whether they're a lap, 30 seconds, 8 seconds, whatever you have, they have to stay at full push most of the time. Yes, they're thinking about strategy, but at the same time, when they get drivers in that car, they're 150%, and it's even worse when you got to keep 150% for so long in your stint. That's what makes it so tough, and I think it's so great that endurance racing can show the best mentally and physically out of the drivers. But to say endurance racing is easy, it is not. I've done it before on iRacing Sim, and I can never do it again properly. So, you know, these guys very good at what they do, and a lot of respect to what they've been able to do so far here at Road America.
If I'm honest, it was iRacing that got me into endurance racing. Before it, I kind of paid attention to it, really didn't give it much thought. But iRacing definitely piqued my interest, and as soon as I both watched it here on the sim and then tried it myself, suddenly that love flourished, and been to the Daytona 24 multiple times now, and I can tell you it is a real experience. Honestly, to me, one of the best bangs for your buck in racing in terms of a ticket, to get 24 hours, and you can see it from almost anywhere on the circuit as well. But meanwhile, the 818, or the 218 rather, that we see continuing on. No, excuse me, this is the 818. Our leader, Star Racing, with Adam Gerling carrying on a 1:21 gap down to the 718 of Max Schnell Motorsports, still sitting as comfortable as ever. And this is with a gigantic wreck that they experienced earlier in the race. They have managed this to perfection up to now, DJ.
Yeah, they really have. And remember, we had a little bit of concerns about how the driver swap was going to go here, if Gerling was going to be able to keep up this pace. And the answer has been an overwhelming and resounding yes, that he is able to. As we actually watch him now, he is going to come down pit lane as there is your overall leader, Travis Brody, still holding on to that 32-second advantage over E2JR Motorsports.
And you can see Brody even using the long stretch to just kind of look down and check something there. I think, man, thank goodness that they are racing here at Road America and not somewhere such as, say, Zandvoort or Barber, where there's almost no time to relax. It's all corners. This, at least you can turn your attention to something else for at least a couple seconds.
You know what? I bet my money that sometimes, or especially here going into turn 5, they have to think about the Sargento Bridge a little bit. Look up and see the yellow truck moving around. Maybe think about something different while they're going down the straight, and just relax a little bit before they get into that hard braking zone. They really have to be physical there. And then in this last portion of the course, before you get to Canada Corner, there's so many different factors, different types of elevation changes, different types of turn structures. So yeah, those straights provide a little bit of relaxation to the likes of Brody. But Brody, I think he's got to focus a little bit more around this part of the track, because that's a lot of traffic just in front of him that he has to get by. That's Mike Patterson for Matrix Purple, and then we mentioned Jack Stevenson for Anchors Away, one of the GT4 cars. So Brody did relax a little bit around under that Sargento Bridge. And he's got to find a way to make some space as he goes to the outside here in the carousel.
And he's already fallen victim to getting caught up in a GT4 car wrecking in front of him. In fact, I think, wasn't it that Anchors Away car, the 104, that he even had contact with, that he just passed? But I'm checking in on who has their free repairs left, and it looks like the 258 team, Wookie Racing, actually still does. So they're sitting well. Marble Motorsports does in the GT3s. Rolling Thunder in the 00 also has there, but that's it in the GT3s. Just 3 teams that have a spare car sitting and waiting in case they run into trouble. Jared Roadheaver's Swarm Racing team still has their spare car in spite of being involved in a couple things here and there. And then the only other in that club class, the open class, is the Jakester Racing team, still holds on to theirs. From there, there's a few more down in the GT4s that actually still have a spare, more than any other class. The 718 has one still with James Legault in that car right now. And the number 8, the Dreadnought Racing team, Bob Moore, has managed to keep that thing safe up to this stage. Then you've got the 208 team with Kaufman in the car. They've still got a spare car. Also, the 242 of Alcoru has their spare. And finally, Guillermo Mungia in the 75 still has a spare car. Now, I think we have had another DNF potentially, because for some reason, Team 1 is still sitting in pit lane and nobody's hopped in the car. Komatz shows that he has looked into getting in the car, but nobody is in it right now. So strange stuff down there, DJ. I'm not sure if this is an official DNF or not.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, Joe, as we are hearing reports that they have a meatball flag right now, so not entirely sure what's going on. We'll have to figure that out. I think the JRT machine just had a little bit of an off coming out of turn 8 there into the carousel. I just saw a lot of dirt getting kicked up, so maybe just not necessarily a big off, but just a little bit of it. And that really goes into some of it here. We're going to check up. This is James Legault. This is for the lead. This is a pass.
Well, what exactly happened? How did they lose a whole minute? Did they just have a stop? Yes, they did. So they just had a pit stop, and the 718 is able to breeze on by. Now, that said, this is the 25th lap for the 718 team, so they're going to have to give this back. But Star Racing, it depends, I guess, on what happens when we get towards the end of the race. If this sequence doesn't work in their favor, they've seen themselves be overtaken on track. But if this works out, that they're going to be at the same pit stop sequence as the Max Schnell team, then they should be very, very far ahead. But that's got to be a little bit unnerving, Kenny.
Yeah, it definitely is. And given the fact that the 18 at the time, coming out of turn 14, they were trying to let one of the GT3s on by, one of the lead lap cars, and then all of a sudden just looks into the mirror and then sees Moxonell Motorsports creeping up just behind. It's not going to be any easier because there's another car right there that looks like Robert Rose and his Marble Motors car are going to try and pierce through the both of them. But that is very, very tough indeed. You see them pass you on track, and now you really got to change your strategy about, all right, maybe I've got to do a little bit of pit road work in order to get by. As Robert Rose makes a huge dive. That was very close going into the carousel.
And that, I guess he just was not expecting those two to break where they did, because he was still on the racing line and thankfully avoided them. The 996 still sitting fourth in his class. And just heard a little radio chatter from Travis Brody. Not sure if that was a thank you to a lap car. Yeah, I think that was a lap car letting him by Dewey Kang in the Exchange 23, just making sure to stay out of his way. But from what we can tell, it sounds like we might not be seeing that 21 team again, because they may have a glitch here. So this could be the 25th car out of this race, and now only 24 of them left running. So we hop on board with Adam Gerling. Remember, we mentioned 4 different drivers racing. Now, we also asked, are they as quick as Scheibal? Well, Scheibal's quickest lap at 2:15.1. Adam Gerling right now looks like he's running 2:17s most of the time, sometimes 2:18s, so not as fast. I don't think he's going to lose the lead at that pace.
No, I don't think he is either, Joe, and he's doing what he needs to do, just keeping up that momentum, and crucially here, having gotten passed by Max Schnell, he hasn't overreacted. He hasn't gone in and taken the most aggressive pass that he can. He is still driving a calm, cool, and considerate race here as he works his way around, and just keeping a fair pace. He doesn't want to attack. He knows that this is an off-cycle strategy and just tries to see what can come from it. See, I see he's not going down for the move here on the inside, just keeping everything nice and easy.
Yeah, not stressing out over that yet. Knows that this is not dire at this stage of the race. He's trying to check in to see on the Black Flag Meister, who has had a lot of unfortunate incidents this race. They're still about a minute 14 behind Matrix Purple, so they're still trying to play catch up. As we take a look there at I think that is Dreadnought Racing, yeah, that we see there on screen. Bob Moore in that car, having taken over for Brodigan pretty recently. Moore started this race. Walton took over for him. Brodigan took the third stint. Now all 3 drivers have at least stepped in once during this event. Hopefully that'll be enough once they get down to the checkered flag, so that everybody is able to get that car counted, because they are disqualified if they don't have the drivers putting enough time in, Kenny.
Yeah, that's the thing about these endurance races on iRacing. You need to have a certain amount of time with each driver on your team in order to complete the race, or else obviously you said DQ, and that's not good news for the first round here of this Team Racing Series presented by Porsche Exchange. So Dreadnought Racing having a good amount of that completed. They're just going to have to work on the at least 2-hour, 45-minute gap between themselves and the checkered flag. See what other kind of strategies they can pull off with maybe the drivers that they've got in stock. Who else is going to be next once they come down for pit road? That was Travis Brody, by the way. It looked like, actually, yeah, it looked like him that just went around the GT4s there, and he's going to go into turn. Actually, there was a different one. That was the 55. Now Travis Brody is going to be here going around the GT4s coming out of turn 1. So, I mean, it seems for the moment a lot of these GT4 cars kind of running their own race. I mean, we still talk about the gap between the 718 and the 818. I think it may have closed in just a little bit, because DJ mentioned it, that the 818 hasn't really panicked by the time that Moxonell Motorsports has gone around. And with this extra lap traffic, kind of slowed the 718 down coming out of turns 1, 2, and 3. So turn 5, maybe the striking point here for Star Racing. Indeed, that's going to be a big close of the gap here coming out of the corner.
Yeah, down to half a second still, making sure to hang on to Legault. And Bob Moore, who is a lap down, is still just kind of hanging out in front of him. He's not letting them by. He's not obligated to let them by, though. The blue flags are only informational here in this series. Granted, there is league rules often that sometimes instruct drivers on how to give that away, but for the time being, Bob Moore is content to sit where he is because he doesn't seem to be holding them up. In fact, I almost wonder if Legault likes this, DJ, because again, our favorite topic, he could be just saving fuel.
He could indeed, and that is always a good thing to be able to do here. Just being able to stretch that stint 1 or 2 extra laps can pay massive dividends. Ooh, that was a little bit scary there for Adam Gerling as he gets out of the way of the 00 there, the Rolling Thunder Racing Machine, as they get on by him. And yeah, if you're able to stretch that stint out 1 or 2 laps, not only what it does is it allows you to make that longer and to go a little further, but it gives you flexibility were something to happen to you over the course of the next stint that you've just got a little bit of time in your pocket, as it were.
Gonna go around the outside there as Patterson goes past Legault, and Legault is pitting in, which there's what I was talking about earlier. Star Racing now re-inherits the lead, and the next one down, who is on the similar strategy to them, actually, yeah, the exact same strategy, is Three Stooges Racing. And they've got probably about 29 to 30 seconds to make up to the 8:18. So Star Racing is actually still in a very comfortable position as far as we can tell right now. But that, of course, could change when we get closer to the end and the pit stops start to make it obvious about who needs to make an extra one and who will get to the finish. We're already getting closer and closer, actually, to 100 laps at this race as well. Our overall leader, Travis Brody, is on lap 93 and just past the halfway point. So we're going to be looking at in the realm of 172 here today if things carry on like they have.
It's going to be smooth sailing, I think, if they can get all the way to the end of this race. But by the way, also to mention, the Three Stooges got by. Dreadnought maybe looking on the horizon, but I think they're a little bit too far behind as Max Snell did make a change in driver. Looks like Joshua Bacher will be driving the 718 by the time they come out of pit road. Of course, them getting their service on the stint. One thing I wanted to point out, though, about this Road America track, and I've covered races here before, is that this pit road, especially as long as it is, it's one of the slowest among a lot of the tracks you see on the iRacing service and even in road course overall. And when you come down, obviously you go up the hill, you shift to the right, you get onto that little pit lane exit route, and then you slow down, and it's just so slow. You have to really be patient to wait until your pit stall. It's even worse when your pit stall is way up the order, close to that iRacing official Porsche pace car up at the front. So with the slow pit delta, you gotta also wonder just when you have to come down pit road and where you are relative to other drivers, because what I'm seeing right now is that Max Snell, yes, they're gonna have an advantage on tires, maybe fuel here on the strategy, but they've lost a lot of time to the likes of Three Stooges and Star Racing just because they pitted just in front of that 818 and not too far away from the 42 either.
Consider my eyebrow raised, DJ. Nicky Chan just got in for Wookiee Racing, and Nicky Chan is fast, so this could make a difference here. They pitted at the same time as trying to see who else they were in with. I think that was Road Heaver, so our leader in the open class, the Swarm Racing 2 car, is in and taking service, but Jared's going to stay in that one. So Nicky Chan now actually back out on track already. And looks like, yeah, 258 is rolling in 6th position.
Yeah, this is a definite eyebrow-raised moment. Joe, you and I have had the chance of covering Nicky Chan over the course of several PCA events. He is devilishly fast out there, and I would not be surprised if we see the fastest lap of his start to come down here a little bit more. He is going to be on it, going absolutely full bore here. He comes out behind, about 24 seconds behind Rolling Thunder Racing and Matrix Green. Now, they're off on a little bit of alternate pit cycles here, so we should expect them in. I think when everything sorts out, they should be around 3rd place or thereabouts.
Yeah, that seems about accurate to me, because they do have a pit stop coming from Ian Simon, although Ian's might be almost a full lap ahead of them, but they should probably catch up to them. Ian is going to come in probably within the next 6 laps. They got another 10 for Matrix Green as well in the 55, who sits in 4th place, who have honestly been thrown out of whack by their penalty a little bit earlier on as well. So the drivers who keep going here today find themselves, let's not forget, DJ, one thing we haven't talked about is we've seen a lot of incidents, of course, out on track. They have an incident limit, only 20, and then they're going to be sent down to pit lane, and then every 10 after that, they get another drive-through penalty. I'm kind of shocked, actually, that we're this far in. We haven't seen more drivers suffer from that.
As am I, Joe. I'm beyond shocked, actually. I would have anticipated that to have happened multiple times over the course of this race at this point. So definitely something that these guys are going to have to keep in mind as we get into the second half of this race. I think we could see some more black flags being administered by iRacing themselves.
Indeed, but I think that's a credit to the cleanliness of this series. Yes, that we have seen some incidents out there, and it's been messy at times, but that just tells you how much they've been trying to stick within the bounds and keep from causing any more issues out there, that they have kept it under 20 incidents for the most part for most drivers this far into a 6-hour race. I frankly, I don't think I could do that myself, let alone with a team of drivers.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to do it either. It is just so, especially here that I mentioned at the top when I joined the broadcast booth here a little bit earlier, the fact that you've got no runoff at this track, chances are you're going to get a lot of off tracks if you overshoot a corner, or if you get a little bit too overeager on the throttle and exits. Speaking of which, looks like one of the 992 Cup cars that was Lynn Wilson for Quick Vitesse Racing, the 14, just overshot turn 1. That was David Palmer. Looked like they just got by. That is 11th. He is 11th right now overall, 2nd in class. And that should have been off track a little bit right there. And I mean, it just looks like these guys have relatively kept it clean, even despite the fact that we've seen a couple crashes and we've seen some drivers get into the gravel, get into the grass, and at some point at worst, completely overshoot a corner and go straight into the gravel trap. So luckily enough, a lot of them not near that threshold. I think that's a good sign if you're already halfway, because I think by the time the halfway mark gets around, you usually have a story as to what's really going to happen for the rest of the race, especially as a team. You can kind of reassess what's been going on driver-wise, what's been going on field-wise, and of course, incident-wise by that limit. So around that 3-hour mark, you kind of understand, okay, here's what we got to do, whether it's limit the off tracks or whether we've got some more to give. Luckily here by 2-hour and 35 mark to the end of this race, a lot of them still good on track to get to the end without any major penalties.
And let's not forget also, you can start to see it's getting a little bit more golden out as the sun starts to set. It's just past 4 p.m. virtual standard time here in the sim. We're expecting the sun to go down and hit the horizon, I believe at just before 6 o'clock. Yeah, 5:47 p.m. in the sim here today, because it's set March 6th, just like the real world. And the drivers will then have to be going by just their headlights out there. And up through the Bill Mitchell bend is David K. Palmer, and the Celtic Racing Machine currently holds 2nd place. Quick Vitesse, who's behind them, not too far back with that recent off, are going to have to give away a lot of space here because they're on lap 27 of their stint, so they're due in very, very soon, and will probably fall back down to the back of their class once again. In fact, just as I say that, speak of the devil, there goes the 14.
Yeah, the 14 coming on down, so that is going to put them in that position coming into the pits here. Still just waiting to see as everything starts to fire off. I think the next main team that we're going to be looking at to pit out of this open class, maybe looking at Swarm Racing 2 or Celtic, that they should be owing us a stop here sooner or later.
Yeah, indeed. And with 2.5 hours left to go up the hill and under the Corvette bridge as we watch Adam Chick try and chase down Palmer as well. That is, of course, two different classes. Adam Chick last. Well, no, not last. I guess ninth in his class. It's currently Dewey Kang who's last in his class there in the GT3s. He's going to put them down a little bit. We saw before the GT3s mostly able to outbrake them, not able to outgun them. And these cars are pretty close on pace, the 992s versus the GT3Rs. Black Flag Meister team still with about a minute 14 behind Matrix Purple currently. And you can see having to navigate your way past these slower class cars carefully, especially because of the weaving straights here. That's something I don't think we've talked about a whole lot here, Kenny, is one of the unique things about Road America is the fact that the straights aren't exactly straight.
Yeah, they're not really straight at all. You still got a corner, and that's why we talk about, let's say, turns 2 and turns 4 specifically. They're labeled as turns. They're not really drastic turns, but they still are a rather different. You have to shift to the right or shift to the left a little bit. You can't exactly go straight. Really, the only straightaway you've got is the front straightaway to the start-finish line going back to turn 1. So that is a good point. When you're trying to get through traffic, the fact that you also have to turn the car while kind of going in a quote-unquote straight line around traffic and then trying to predict where they're going to go, just so tough, and you kind of have to take it a little bit easy. I think that's why you've seen in a majority of the field, especially the most recent coming with the GT4s, is that when they're in traffic, either weaving through it or trying to avoid some of the faster cars, they end up having to slow down because they're scared that something's going to happen if they make a wrong move going down one of those little curvy straights. And that's why we've seen a lot of those gaps kind of shrink in throughout when they all kind of cluster together. So that's a good point that you brought up there, Joe. It's not exactly straight all the time, and you've got to be watchful for that. And that's, again, to the focus. You're still focused on that. You're not really relaxing, especially when you've got cars around you like that.
We've had another black flag handed out. We were a little premature on saying that Team 1 might be finished. They got back out on the track, unfortunately, very quickly. They've already got another penalty. They had contact with the 104 team coming through turn 3, and that actually caused some more damage to the 21. They've been crabbing the car around. They might actually be done now because they're already 9 laps down from the nearest car. So it's looking pretty desperate for them to get any positions from here on out in the race.
Yeah, it is, and that is going to be a tough break for them. But as we continue to watch here, that JRT racing machine just working their way around, we anticipate them coming into pit lane within the next 8 laps or so. Now, I'm going to be very, very interested, Joe, to see if they are able to eke out another 28-lap stint like they did previously. That is the real question, because if they can continue to edge that out, I think this could be very, very interesting.
Absolutely, and we watch them come down through the kettle bottoms themselves. Travis Brody still in the car, and wondering if it'll get to the end of the 2-hour mark. They're on lap 20 of the stint, so about 7 more laps, so we should probably see them running here. Then he'll pit in, and that would take him, I think, to about that 2-hour mark. So Brody can hand over, and that would split them evenly. Amarim, Brody, and their teammate Jacob Schum, and that'll give them a very handy equal parts and legal dispersion between the 3 drivers, so that they will be legal at the end of it. Ian Simon still about 31 seconds back from them as we watch them fly through the through the first corners and through turn 3. In fact, it's starting to look a little bit dire for everybody else other than the 84 and the 1, because it's about a minute 17 to Marvel Motors and the 996. So that is a massive gap back there. Here in the GT4s, Star Racing team currently sitting behind Bob Moore's Dreadnought. We were following this a little bit earlier. They're still taking the tow and just using that slipstream to help them along. But it's now 28 seconds between Three Stooges Racing and Star Racing Team. I wonder what the pace has been looking like between them. Let me take a check on that. 2:17, 2:18.19 for Star Racing, and 2:18, 2:19, 2:18. So pretty close on pace, it seems, between the 818 team and the 42.
They've been rather close on pace. I'm surprised the Three Stooges has been able to keep this up to 18 rather fast, pretty much a full second faster than Star Racing. It's just the gap is just so large. And Mock Snell, despite the fact that they pitted a little bit earlier on their respective stint, they've fallen back to third, and they really haven't been able to pick things back up. We saw them just there with the 818 Star Racing, them really in tandem together, close on the racetrack. But then ever since Jochen Bacher got into the car, when they went down pit road, this team, it just really shuffled them out, and now they're going to really have to work on just trying to pick this gap back up to Three Stooges and Star Racing, because they've got a full 52 seconds ahead of them if they want to catch up to the 42 firstly. So they've got to take things step by step. It is not easy after that pit stop. I think fortunately for them, they know that Three Stooges and Star Racing have to pit before the stint ends, although it's going to be a little while before they do that. Only 10 laps that they've put on the racetrack respectively.
Interesting news about Team 1. They had saved their spare car, and after they served their penalty, they took it. So they're back out once again. The 21 team continuing on 25th on the track. As we follow down into the Canada corner, this is Jochen Bacher here on the screen of the 718. Not even close to being in a battle with those around them. Oh, we got a car off. Oh, that's Nicky Chan. That's Wookiee Racing. The 258 in Bill Mitchell-Benz has suddenly found themselves off into the grass, and that was contact with Black Flagmeister.
Oh my goodness, Joe, let's check out the replay here. We were singing the praises of Nicky Chan a little bit earlier, and the bad luck for Black Flagmeister continuing. Going too wide through Bill Mitchell-Benz. That was a dog that was never going to hunt. Unfortunately, that was always going to end up a little bit squirrely.
So the question is, are they going to get a penalty for that, though? They weren't racing for position. They were on different laps there. And do they consider that Chan tried to force the issue, or should Styles maybe have given away? If they get another penalty, that's just going to make life worse for the 258 team. But we'll have to wait and see if the stewards didn't like what they saw, if they're going to deem that one a racing incident, as we come back to the 75 once again here down in 9th and the GT4s.
Yeah, I think that incident there going to turn 14, the last corner here at Road America, just looked like a racing incident. I mean, they're going side by side, of course. That's not the best place to go door-to-door racing. That very thin part of the track, you're going up the hill, and you're just trying to build up momentum for what's going to be the final corner, where you have to go back up elevation-wise to the start-finish line. Don't think there was any intent by any of them. Think they were just trying to race each other. Unfortunately, the contact was made, and they both went around. I think for both of them, they're going to walk away without any significant damage. So for Black Flagmaster and for Wookiee Racing, Nicky Chan and Christopher Styles are going to be able to walk away pretty much okay without having to drastically make any strategy changes. So at least that's good for them. But for Wookiee Racing, they had a trend go upwards when they moved into P3 for a while. And this incident puts them back to 6th in class. Not good at all. I mean, just the mistakes carrying on, and it really hurts your speed, really hurts your position on the racetrack as well.
Update on the number 1 team. They just pitted in. They're back out and rolling in 3rd place as Robert Rose takes the Marble Motors up into 2nd. But they're going to be pitting in about 7 laps time. Travis Brody as well, who is now a lap ahead of E2JR Motorsports, which, by the way, has a new driver in it. Ian Simon is finally parked, and Eisenring has taken over the 3rd of their 3-man team here today to go on to the finish. And that right behind them is Christian Rava. That's a different class there in the 88, running the open class today. Jakester Racing currently running still on the podium down into that middle class.
Yeah, still on the podium despite a lot of the stuff that we've seen out of them today. So they're going to be doing pretty well and feel pretty okay with that, as just watching these gaps continuing to go along. About 2.5 hours left to go in this race. The Jakester machine in 3rd place, trying to close in on Celtic a little bit. The gap at about 7.5 seconds right now.
So not too bad, especially in terms of this race. 7 seconds actually might be, no, it's not the closest. Looks like the one in the 55 are the two closest together at this stage. That's for third and fourth up in the GT3s. But Jakester Racing making sure that Celtic Racing stays honest.
Try to keep it here, and as you continue to watch there, that is, of course, the E2JR Motorsports #1. They're going to try. It's about a 3.7-second gap between himself and Matrix Green. And so they'll keep it steady. They'll try to chip in on some lap cars. But again, everybody trying to catch the JRT Racing Machine. Travis Brody was pretty much had a very calm stint up to this point. Very clean, going through traffic. Really no troubles. And Travis Brody just keeping his composure. There's a look at the camera there on the bottom right side. And so it's been great for the 84s. He's actually going to approach some lap cars. And that was your GT4 leader, DJ. Star Racing got into Dreadnought Racing's Bob Moore going into turn 5.
Oh, and that is not going to be good for either machine as they continue on here. Let's check out this replay. Now, this is Star coming up behind. That is Dreadnought in the white and red machine. And they're going to come down into the corner. Dreadnought trying to avoid going a lap down as they brake heavily into the corner. A lot later on the brakes is Star. Star tries to check it up. Looks like there wasn't actually any contact. That was just Dreadnought sort of missing the corner and missing their braking zone.
Yeah, indeed. It was a miss of the braking zone, I think, probably in an attempt to try and avoid the 818, because it looked like for Star Racing there, Adam Gerling, looks like he took a very interesting approach, very low on the inside. You knew that car was going to drift up high for just a little bit. And then, of course, the 718 Moxnell, or rather, not the 718, the 8 machine for Dreadnought Racing just went up high to try to avoid. Unfortunately, they cannot get on the brakes enough to rotate the car back to the asphalt. And then it just drifts into the gravel and spins directly to the WeatherTech wall. Luckily, they don't hit it. That was tough, though, for JRT Racing. I almost about jinxed it right there. The commentator jinx almost bit us in the rear there with 2 hours and 21 minutes left. Travis Brody avoided that, thank goodness, and everybody looks like they're remarkably clean.
Well, but Kenny, that brings up one of the things that we've talked about a couple of points over the course of this race, which is really and truly just that anything can happen sometimes outside of your own control as drivers go around. You know, you drive around here like this and you'll see an incident happen just in front of you, and you've just got to pray that you can avoid it. As we watch here, David Palmer in that Celtic Racing machine as he dives to the inside of the Dreadnought Racing car as well. Sun continuing to set around here, but all of these drivers just having to be so careful, especially those that haven't or that have taken their fast repair already and don't have that luxury to fall back upon.
And that's a thing that's really a testament in every sort of racing here on the iRacing platform. When you've got that quick repair, when you're able to get a brand new race car if you get any damage in a big wreck or maybe a small incident, depending on where you end up, by the time you use it, by the time you've already got that first one off in a way and you don't have any more, you just really have to be so much careful, rather a lot more careful with this race car than you would a lot before, because maybe in the early portion of the race when you do have a fast repair, you can think, all right, I can maybe get away with a hit or two, maybe. Obviously, I don't want to fully trash the car. I don't want to wreck it in any sort of way to make me have to tow to pit road or what have you, but I can get away with it a little bit more. By the time you use it, you don't have that luxury at that point, and then you really have to take care of the car, as we saw there with that little incident. Could have set a driver into a place where they have to come down pit road for service, but fortunately for both of them, they're okay, and Star Racing will hold on to the GT4 lead. Also saw Matrix Green in the 55. Their car has just hit pit road. Matthew Sedal will be the new driver behind that GT3 car. Looks like Chris Nielsen decided to hop out of it, so a quick change there. Matrix Green now falls back to 7th on the class chart.
And it looks like they were able to do 26 laps on that stint, so that is just what we were expecting them to be able to do, hitting their numbers nice and easily. Remember, they had that little strange stint. Ooh, that's a little bit of a wide run there for Star Racing, looking like they're having to gather the car up underneath them coming out of the final corner. That is a little bit disconcerting there. We're seeing some breaks in the armor of that Star Racing machine.
Yeah, they're starting to get a little bit wild here, especially out of turn 14. That could have sent them into the gravel. And like we saw with Team Chillax Racing a little bit earlier, don't want to over move yourself onto that exit curb, because you get a bit of that grass, and while you're turning the car will immediately snap, and then you're just going to have to hold the brakes and hope that that car does not go into any sort of wall on the racetrack. There you see the A18. He's going to let one of the GT3 cars by. Looks to be I believe the Rolling Thunder Racing 00, indeed, Daniel Rubor. He's going to go by. Same deal for another car that's also going to move through coming into turn 5. And I think it's just a testament to when you're running all by yourself that there can become a problem there. As it looked like the 00 Rubel had a problem right there. That's going to go side by side between himself and a GT3 Cup car. We're going to go into the left-hander underneath the Corvette bridge, and we'll take a look at the replay there. But what I was about to say was that when you're the leader in a class, you're trying to be patient. You know you're in the catbird seat, but you also know that any small mistake will let the others behind you catch up, and that can really get to your head as you look at what happened with Rubel going into turn 5.
I think it was just a simple incident of him outbraking himself. Yeah, it brought a little bit too much speed down into turn 5, and that caught him off guard and really checked up everybody behind him. And so that threw everyone just a little bit for a loop. David Palmer there in that Celtic Racing Machine, seeing that happening and just having the good heads up to be able to avoid choosing to take an off track there rather than running the risk of running into another car.
And they got rather close, but they were able to keep it straight for the most part. Luckily, all of them okay, as David Palmer will try to get around here the 00 car. Daniel Rubel, who has still yet to give up his position there in 4th right now as he runs 23 laps into his stint. Now I'm going to wonder here, because we've looked at the pit window a lot, especially you and Joe did throughout the first stint, DJ. It was the fact that you could really go about maybe 25, 27 laps, maybe 30 if you can stretch it all the way on fuel. JRT Racing has pushed 27 laps in their stint. They've also got a couple of cars that may have to pit behind them. Marble Motors, Robert Rose in the 996. They may have to come down. Same deal for that 00 car that we saw almost get into the incident there coming out of turn 5. So maybe sooner than later here, let's see all of them get rather close together. The only one opposite on the strategy is E2 JR Motorsports with Ed Eisenring behind the wheel.
Yeah, indeed. In terms of those drivers, we actually saw JRT be able to pull out the longest stint last time out of any of those GT3 class cars that we have seen thus far. They were able to pull out a 28-lap stint, and that is the longest stint we have seen. So I'm thinking that they're going to try to go for that again here. Everybody else has been averaging about 26 or 27 laps per stint. So that'll definitely, and we are getting to the end of that, as you said, that Marble Motorsports, they're currently working on lap 24 of their stint. E2JR, as you mentioned, is off sequence a little bit. Rolling Thunder Racing, they're currently on lap 24. And then Wookiee Racing, they are also on that alternate pit cycle. They're currently working on their 11th lap of the stint. So that's really the car that I'm watching out for the most, is that 258, to see what they will do in terms of that stint length. Let's check with Travis Brody here, though, as he goes in. I have a sneaking suspicion he's going to be coming to pit lane, and my suspicion pays outright.
He is going up the hill underneath the Chevrolet NTT bridge, and Travis Brody, your overall leader, and coming to pit road. Looks like another car matrix green in the 55, Matthew Sadal. We saw them make a driver change just a couple laps earlier. They're going to make another change down pit road. Looks like maybe some adjustments, maybe some fuel, and maybe some tires also to help as well. So JRT Racing, Travis Brody going to head on to pit road. Gap is still about 1:42 between Brody and Robert Rose in the 996, who currently holds second. So I don't think there's going to be any worries here if you're Travis Brody in terms of fighting for the race lead. You should keep it based on what's going to happen near the end of this race. But I think you and Joe, DJ, touched on it a little bit earlier in this event. The fact that we're getting into the nighttime. Joe mentioned a little bit earlier, we're kind of in golden hour here in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. So grip levels are going to start to raise just a little bit, but it may mean visibility is going to get very treacherous, because we've seen a couple of incidents on track. Some drivers anticipating trouble that happens in front of them. It's going to be a lot harder when you can only rely on those headlights at the front of the car and not any track lights around you.
Yeah, exactly. This is one of those circuits that does not have any track lighting around it, so you're just going to have to rely on those headlights, and that's not going to be an easy thing to do around this place. As we continue to work our way into the night, we do anticipate at about the hour to go mark is when we're going to really plunge into full darkness as everything goes around. So gonna be interesting there. As there you see the 88 letting the 00 looks like on by. That is not in class, by the way. That is that open Porsche Cup class. The 88 Jakester Racing letting the 00 of Rolling Thunder Racing just clear on by.
Rolling Thunder Racing, they currently hold fourth. Also to know, JRT Racing with Travis Brody at the head of that machine. He is now hopped out, so Jacob Schum will now be in control of the race leading cars. They've came out, and now they're going to head under the Sargento Bridge on the straight. That is turn 4 going to turn 5. And you mentioned a little bit earlier, DJ, that right there, the open class, the GT3 Cup, as they would call it, the 992, one of the most recent additions in the Porsche class to the iRacing service, one of the newer cars. I believe it's used in the Porsche TacWire Esports Super Cup right now in 2022. But these classes here in PCA Sim Racing, they of course are split by class points. Of course, the GT3, the ones you're seeing right now that are usually commanding this field with Jacob Schum at the head of it. One car, that was actually Schum there, and he's gonna go around. He's gonna hit the wall. It appears on the rear end, and that is really gonna hurt him, DJ. Marble Motors with Robert Rose, they have an opportunity on their hands.
They do indeed, and this is Schum immediately getting into the car on cold tires. The track temperature has fallen down to 69 degrees Fahrenheit, so I certainly think, Kenny, that played into it. Let's check out this replay. This just looked like a cold tire incident. Oh, exactly what it was. Coming up through turn 7, that is normally just about flat out with a little bit of a lift there when you're on warm rubber, but with the cold tires and cold track temperature, I just think Schum didn't account for it, and that sent him around.
And he just went for the right-hander, and you can see the tire skid marks on the rear end. It looks like the left rear that was spinning first, and the car goes sideways. It looked like he had it saved, but it's just the grass portion of the racetrack that takes the car and snaps it out, puts it into a haywire situation as Schum went around. It doesn't look like there's going to be any significant damage. There's a bit of a crinkle there on the rear wing, so maybe that could affect the car handling-wise and aerodynamically. But that is tough for Jacob Schum, who has really just took off all the advantage that Travis Brody had just built up. But I think it's going to grow once again here, DJ, because Robert Rose in the 996, looks like he's overstayed his stint. They're going to come down pit road this time and maybe give up second here to Ed Eisenring for E2JR Motorsports.
Yeah, I think that's right. There's only about an 11-second gap, or there was when I looked at it. It's falling down as they continue to get their way going through it right now. But JRT, all right, as everything's evened out, it's about 21 and a half seconds here. And remember, though, that E2JR Motorsports machine, they're on a bit of an alternate strategy. And by that, we mean the traditional strategy. They've been able to come in when they want to top off and get the tires right. JRT, their second stint was blunted by some damage that they had to come in and repair, and their second stint was only 22 laps long. So these guys are having to run counter strategy to Robert Rose and what they are, or Eisenring rather now, on what they are able to do. So this could be a very, very interesting thing to watch. Another driver, as we've mentioned, on that alternate strategy, Wookiee Racing, the 258, and Nicky Chan.
And Nicky Chan for Wookiee Racing, they're going to move up to third based on the fact that Marlboro Motors in the 996, their car is still on pit road there. Look at Chan really wheeling there out of turn 1, making sure that car does not step out and making sure it does not get into the grass either. There is a driver change for Marlboro Motors. They're going to put Greg Fullwood in the car, so that's what's taking them a little bit longer. It looks like they're also going to get some tires on that Porsche car as well, so they're going to spend a little bit there down to the pit lane. Now it looks like they finally got the engine refired. They're going to be back on the exit of pit road. They're going to try to catch up to Wookiee Racing and obviously E2JR Motorsports, JRT Racing drivers up in front that for the most part, already have headed down from pit road on their respective stint. Apart from that, though, we haven't really seen too much drama around many of the classes. Of course, the GT3, the 992 Cup car class, which is open to anybody. You just need 2 drivers on a team, and there's no restrictions. You can go out here and race in this Team Racing Series presented by Porsche Exchange. They haven't had the most hectic class out of what we've seen so far here this afternoon, and GT4 has been rather calm. Star Racing, despite that little almost accident there with Dreadnought Racing, they've been okay. There's a look at Gerling there as he heads into this left-hander.
Yeah, but crucially for Gerling, that gap is down to 26 seconds, and that is the smallest we've really seen that gap. And Gerling's been losing time over the last 2 laps. It is down. He has lost about 1.5 seconds on laps 97 and 98 in that class, and that is not good. We were concerned that this might happen when that car changed hands. It is a thing now, and it is very, very interesting to see. I've been keeping my eye on this because I think that Three Stooges Racing may be putting a race on our hands, and most crucially in terms of this, both Star Racing and Three Stooges, they are both on the same pit strategy.
And that means, DJ, that in a couple laps' time, they're going to have to hit pit road, which is also going to be interesting because in some way, if Three Stooges Racing can close in this gap on Star Racing, they may have an exact brawl coming out of pit lane going into turn 1, and that may put things into the hands of Max Snell Motorsports, who had once had control of the lead in this GT4 class. They just need to hope that Star Racing and Three Stooges Racing with Gerling and Spence both go at it a little bit, maybe go toe-to-toe for a while and go 1v1 before Max Snell can be the third party in it and just try to take over the lead while they do all the dirty work. We'll keep an eye on that as we close in on the exact 2-hour mark. Well, we're done here for round 1 of the Team Racing Series presented by Porsche Exchange. JRT Racing haven't missed much ever since their slight spin with Jacob Schum. They are in control of this race by a total of 21, now 22 seconds given going into turn 1. E2JR Motorsports, the next one in charge, trying to take this one away. And then Wookiee Racing, they're now 15 laps into their stint. They may have to pit in a little while, so we'll keep an eye on that. I think we've got word that the 29 machine, looks like Mario Gonzalez, will be hitting pit road this time. That is Matrix Purple's team in the 29.
Yeah, and Matrix Purple has been having a little bit of a rough run, but they continue to run 7th in class right now. That is the number 9, the 9th place car, the Black Flagmeister machine behind them. And he is a lap down, so this is not actually for position. Remember, that Black Flagmeister machine has been in a whole heap of trouble today, just penalty and incidents all over the places. We're getting news right now that the 105 Team Chillax Racing is being given a black flag.
Indeed, the 105, we saw them spin a little bit earlier out of turn 1, now picking up a black flag. We're going to try to find out exactly why. And that 105 currently running an 8th in their class, 23rd overall. Haven't had the smoothest of afternoons here at Road America, and it doesn't look like it's going to get easier with that black flag call. And we're most likely going to have to see them come down pit road any time soon. So we'll keep an eye on that. Over in GT4, of course, we still got to watch for Star Racing and Three Stooges, who may have to come down for service in a little while, although the gap has grown a little bit between Gerling and Spence. 26 seconds now as opposed to what it was a 25-second gap, and Gerling will come out of turn 14. Not going to look for pit road this time by, and he'll wait out once again another lap. And I think we've talked about it. I mean, at least I mentioned it, the fact that when you're in the catbird seat, I mean, you're thinking about all these things at hand. And while, yes, you can't really, you don't really have to push it 150%. You don't really have to get a little bit too overexerted with yourself and this race car. You do have to watch for situations like that. The small mistakes, the small things that get into your head, especially when traffic gets around. You saw the 818 go into the grass out of turn 1. And what that is, DJ, is lost time. That could change up the game for them if they continue to do that.
Yeah, it very well could, and I was going to actually say that Star Racing and Adam Gerling had been able to recover some things and get that car back up into position a little bit more, able to gain a little bit of time on that last lap. But after that, I think they're going to be in a world of trouble and losing a little bit more time to Spence behind them. We ride on board here with Christopher Stiles. This is the Black Flagmeister car. Talked about them earlier. They were looking very strong earlier in the race, and now obviously having all of those incidents really coming back to catch them. This is Jordan Dyer in the Matrix Green machine. This is a battle. This is a battle for position. Matrix Green versus Matrix Purple.
Indeed, this is a battle, and we talked about it a little bit earlier. This 29 car for Matrix Purple, Mario Gonzalez, was at the head of that Porsche GT3 car, and they're in 7th. They just came out going into turn 1. Matrix Green with Jordan Dyer is going to make this pass complete going into turn 5. That was Steven Kemp that just got into the race car in replacement of Gonzalez. So while they made that strategy to get a driver change in, Matrix Green beats their purple counterpart for P7.
All right, so a little bit of on-track action there. We haven't seen that in a hot minute. Love to see it. Steven Kemp, as you said, behind the wheel of that Matrix Purple machine. You can see his setup there, the driver riding around in VR right now as he continues on. The sun continuing to set here. We haven't seen a track temperature change yet, but I anticipate that number continuing to go down here in a little bit's time as the sun continues to set around this fantastic Elkhart Lake circuit.
That is a beautiful sight here, even in Salmon. If you have a chance to get to Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin in real life, and you get to see the sunset and even just the overall atmosphere of being at this track. I know a couple of people who have been at this circuit in real life for select IndyCar events or maybe the GT events, the endurance races that they hold here at this National Park of Speed, as the nickname gives it here at Road America. Just a beautiful sight, and as we continue to see the sunset, these drivers will have a very interesting tackling situation on their hands because they're going to be racing obviously directly into the nighttime. We're going to have the sun set probably around 6:30 here, so probably around an hour time we'll see that sun officially reach the horizon, and we'll be under the nightfall here, so it'll be full headlight action here, and I think that's going to be even more interesting here, DJ, because you look at the strategy, you think about the chaos we've seen over the course of the day. Now bring in the nighttime where you've got to finish, where you've got to now overcome all the humps that you've experienced so far today to get a finishing position, or in which case for JRT Racing to win this entire deal. It makes things so much harder when you've got that on your mind. The sun setting, the night's starting to come up, and then you've got at least the final hour of the race left for you.
Well, and in that final hour of the race, I mean, we've got to consider the fact that unless you're running a four-driver team here at this point, you're going to have drivers who are mentally fatigued. And so running all day and then into night, it is just going to take that much more precision, and it is going to be that much more difficult for these drivers to be able to get everything together. We're starting to see more and more of these little mini mental mistakes starting to happen to drivers who appeared to be unassailable just a couple of laps ago, a couple of hours ago. And now more of those problems starting to arise, and that is just going to amplify as it gets darker and harder to see.
Going to get a lot harder over the course of this race. You see the JRT Racing, Jacob Schum still behind the wheel. It looks like the rear wing damage, even with the spin, not affected them too heavily, so they seem to be really okay. They've got a 19.5-second gap between themselves and E2JR Motorsports. As we look at Abhijit Barra in the number 218, this is a car a little bit further behind for Flying Line Racing in P5, trying to catch up to Greg Fullwood of the Marble Motors car. We saw them get off the pit road not too long ago. So as you watch Jacob Schum continue to watch through, we also will note that Team 1 went for a little bit of a slide there. They seem to be okay. They're back in P25 overall. It's not been the smoothest day overall for Steve Komatz and their team respectively, as I believe we've got Al Karoo Racing with Aim Klassen in the 242. They have also hit for service. They're going to come out, and looks like they'll lose out a spot here to Team Chillax Racing. And that is for 7th and 8th respectively. So we are getting close. Strategy is starting to unfold here a little bit more, and I think you and Joe have talked about it a lot extensively, DJ, just how the strategy has either changed or how it's remarkably remained the same over what's happened. And And with the way it unfolds, I mean, you never know how it's going to really happen, but I think we've got a good idea about who may become the top dog soon enough.
Yeah, we do indeed. And I want to give credit to a lot of the GT4 drivers as they've really been able to keep their strategy on point and on par through the entirety of this race. As we watch here, this is your leader trying to lap that Flying Lion racing car and put them a lap down. And that'll only leave 4 cars on the lead lap. That has been the blistering pace that has been set down by the 84 here today. It is absolutely remarkable to see.
Absolutely remarkable. As Star Racing, Adam Gerling there, you continue to watch Jacob Schum and JRT racing the 84, but as we've got another hour tick down on the clock, we've got 2 hours left in this Team Racing Series round number 1 presented by Porsche Exchange. It's time to bring you the Porsche Exchange race update. The Porsche Exchange has been family owned and operated for over 40 years. Located in the North Shore of Chicago, the Porsche Exchange has grown to be the largest volume Porsche dealer in the entire Midwest. Find out more at 4Porsche.com or follow them at Porsche Exchange on Instagram. So with the change, Travis Brody gave the wheel over to Jacob Schum, and despite a little bit of a hiccup there on cold tires, he continues to hold on to the overall lead in that purple and white Porsche GT3. Going to get around one of the fellow competitors there as they hold on to first. E2JR Motorsports, they've been kind of in tandem just behind, trying to take up out of the coattail. Ed Eisenring came into the car not too long ago, so the one car holding on to P2, they are actually closing in the gap. It's now shaved in under 20 seconds there as the car number 1 will head for turn number 1. Nicky Chan for Wookiee Racing, they have since moved up to 3rd. Also got to note that they will have to pit in a little bit of time. They've got 19 laps on their stint, so we should watch them in a couple laps time come in for service, maybe tires and some fuel. But Wookiee Racing, despite their move up and down through the field, they've now continued to hold on to 3rd as of the 1 hour 57 time left mark. Marvel Motors with Greg Fullwood in the 996, they currently hold on to 4th. It's a pretty consistent run for them. They've taken down their trips to pit road a couple of times, changed a couple of drivers. They've been in contention for at least top 5, top 3 all race long. They're looking to just keep it clean for the next at least 2 hours. Flying Line Racing with Aujit Barra, currently in the car 218. They are actually bound to get lapped here by Jacob Schum in the JRT Racing 84 machine, so that would lap the drivers within the top 5 on back will leave the top 4, the only ones running in competition theoretically for the entire race lead. Behind them, they've got Rolling Thunder Racing. Couple mistakes there as Tamer Obaga's in the middle of some heavy traffic here, going into what's going to be the carousel portion here at Road America. Going to chip on by to the very inside. They hold 6 in their respective class. Matrix Green, Matrix Purple, battle for position. Jordan Dyer out of Matrix Green was the winner out of that one. Now holds the 55 in P7 coming out of the kink. Matrix Purple, who did get past a little while ago with Stephen Kemp behind the wheel. They are now in 8th. Black Flag Meister is the final driver in this Porsche GT3 class, the main class here, running for the entire overall win. They are 9th right now, Christopher Stiles. You've got one more car further down the order, but that's all of them bunched up. Final driver in the top 10 will be the first driver in the 992 Cup class. That is Swarm Racing 2 with Jared Roadheaver behind the wheel. They currently hold the first spot there. That is 10 overall. DJ?
In 11th overall, it is Celtic Racing. Currently, David Palmer behind the wheel of that 62 machine. They are up 1 on the day and trying to catch back in on Swarm Racing. A little bit of an alternate strategy playing out for them. We anticipate them coming in within a couple of laps and probably dropping them down the field. Behind them, it is Boston Brap, that number 26 machine with Nick Melorgano currently behind the wheel. They have been in the wars, but that car remaining relatively unscathed out there as they continue their way along. Then behind them, it is the pole sitter of the open class here, the equipped Vitesse machine, car number 14 with Lynn Wilson behind the wheel, trying to scrap their way back up to the lead. And then for the last in class, it is Jakester Racing, the number 88, as they get their way along. Right now, Gabriel Bono behind the wheel. Exchange Motorsports is in the 23 machine. They are that last car in the GT3 category. You can see the damage to the rear.
So they're the final driver in the GT3 Cup class. Of course, I mentioned Christopher Stiles, kind of the theoretical last driver, but of course, Edward Nelson, the final one. They've had a tough day so far here from Road America, as they currently round 15. Here is your GT4 leader, and we've seen a couple of bobbles out of Adam Gerling and Star Racing's car number 818, but they've been able to maintain themselves in the race lead for their GT4 class. Adam Spence for Three Stooges Racing. We should watch them and your GT4 leader come down pit road in a couple of laps. So that is Adam Spence behind the wheel of that number 42. They hold second by a total of 23.3 seconds behind the Star Racing's machine. Mark Snell Motorsports, we've been watching them almost all day long. They took the GT4 lead a little while ago before pit stops. Jochen Bacher now behind the wheel of the 718. He is 18th overall, third in class. Dreadnought Racing, they've had a little bit of a struggle today, but Bob Moore has been wheeling this GT4 Cayman all throughout the racetrack and has kept it clean. A couple of off-track incidents, but nothing too bad at the moment. They are fourth in class, a little bit further behind Mark Snell, as Anchors Away will hold in top 5 in their class. The 104, we saw them in an incident earlier this afternoon. They've since picked it up, and they actually had a driver change, Anker Bergson, and now the competitor behind the wheel of car 104. Final driver within at least the top 6. That is the 208 Racing Green Team. Randall Ayers behind the wheel, just trying to keep it clean as they gap in a 1.5 second gap to the Anchors Away machine over in P6. DJ?
In P7 in class, it is Arne Clausen in the Alcaru Racing 242 machine. They are down 4 spots on the day, and you can see why. A lot of damage to the front of that German liveried Porsche as they work their way around. Behind them, it is the Los Muchachos Motorsports machine with Peter Krummer behind the wheel, the 75, as they have had a few scraps out there, but continuing on to continue on in this race. Back 24th overall in P9 in class. That is Team Chillax Racing and Bruce Friobe. Currently the last car out on track, the 105 machine with Team 1. Oh, excuse me, we have one more car out there, and that is Team 1 back in 10th in class. That's Steve Komatz. Apologies to you there, Steve. But that car suffering some pretty significant damage as the 21 continues to work its way around. Backmarker Motorsports are only DNF on the day. They are in P11.
So fortunately, throughout the field, we've currently still got 25 out of the 26 that started here at 1 p.m. Eastern from Road America. So this concludes tonight's race update, brought to you by Porsche Exchange. Porsche Exchange, very good partner of PCA Sim Racing, a great partner in today's 6 hours of Road America. Great to see them on board, and we'll see their name, we'll see that brand over the course of the entire season as we continue to watch. That is JRT Racing's Jacob Schum, who holds control of the lead. That is the Jochen Bacher car. He's getting around at the moment, and the gap has actually closed in. DJ, we've watched this Jacob Schum machine, JRT Racing. They've kind of held it. They had that spin, had a mistake, and the gap closed in just a bit, but we probably weren't too concerned. It looks like they may have to be a little more concerned now because Ed Eisenring has closed in. We saw the gap over at least 20 seconds on the racetrack. It's now 17.5 and closing. It's getting a lot smaller between these two.
Yes, it is indeed. It has been really, really falling. 2 laps ago, it fell by about those 2 seconds, and then Eisenring able to pull it in by about a half a second on that last lap. So this E2JR Motorsports machine really starting to put the paces here and try to put the screws to Jacob Schum as much as possible. You know, Joe and I talked about a little bit earlier, if you have those crew chiefs, you have those other drivers out on track that are watching for you on your team, rest assured they're going to be in communication and they're going to know that Jacob Schum had that off, and so they're going to be telling Ed Eisenring to really start pushing here.
Yeah, that is a really good point. The fact that you've got a lot of people in your ear, and sometimes drivers drive by themselves, but when they've got this type of team racing ability, some drivers will stick around even when they're not driving the race car, and just in sake of moral support, and of course, to give extra information to their teammates. And for Ed Eisenring, I think that he's got the heads up. Hey, Jacob Schum had a mistake. Go for it, go for it, go for it. We'll see how much they can cram in. They're now almost under 17 seconds on this gap, and think about it, in a little bit, they're going to have to come down pit road. I think E2JR will have to pit first out of the 2. It's a 6-lap difference between themselves and JRT Racing, but I think this is good news that they can keep in on this gap. So while we're around a minute or about an hour 49 away from the end of this race, our 6 hours of Road America, we'll bring in our third member of the broadcast booth, Michael Johnson. Of course, Michael, welcome to the team. It's been a very hectic race here for Road America. We've seen a couple lead changes in class. We've seen a couple of incidents between cars, some big crashes, some small incidents, but it's been a lot of fun to cover.
It looks like it's been a blast so far. I see a lot of names up and down the field here I recognize from not just the regular PCA racing, but also other places in iRacing. And this is, without a doubt, this has got to be an amazingly entertaining race. I love these long races, these 6-hour, 12-hour, 24-hour races personally. That's what I do. That's my stock and trade. That's how I pay my mortgage. So yeah, I love these types of races. It really highlights the team effort in racing. So yeah, rock on.
I love that point there. Team racing, how important it is, especially in these endurance events. And we talk about that it's not always just one driver in every single sport. Of course, in IndyCar, in NASCAR, World of Outlaws, and any motorsport you can point out there is teams, but it's never in this capability. It's never in this capacity at all. When endurance racing, you've got multiple drivers. Of course, you've got the crew members, the pit crew guys, all of that stuff. But here in endurance racing is where you can really gather the chemistry of drivers together, and then obviously formulate a race around it and have the crew help you along the way. And that's one of the magic moments here, one of the magic factors of this type of racing as we continue to watch. Many of the fields still go around. 25 of them still in this race. Team 1 for Steve Komatz's car in 25th. They're the last one in as you watch now Star Racing. Adam Gerling and Michael, DJ and I were talking about this specific battle between the top 3 here. Mox Snell has now picked up 2nd. Three Stooges has fallen back to 3rd with Chris Pippen behind the wheel. Looks like they've come down pit road, but I'd say to say it's not over between these two. They've had a couple of scuffles on track, had a couple of great battles around this surface, and pit road may be looming very soon. I think this is not the last of it.
Oh, certainly not the last of it. There's plenty of time left in this race. We've got an hour 47-ish to go, and there is so much that can happen in just a small amount of time. These races normally being 30 minutes that these guys do with the regular PCA, coming in now with these longer 6-hour type races, you just have to multiply it by 12 because it's going to happen that much more.
Frequency very high. There's a Gerling there, and also to note, Gerling is going to have to pit rather soon. Looks like Mox Snell can go a little bit farther. We did mention that Jochen Bacher and their team, they came down quite a while ago. Looks like they came down about 23 laps ago. 27 laps ago is when Star Racing had made their trip down for service. So we may indeed see Jochen Bacher take over control of the GT4 class lead. And so that'll pose a very interesting case here for whoever's going to step into the car, or whether Adam Gerling is going to stay behind that Cayman GT4 wheel, is how much they can pick up on what Mox Snell is going to gain in that stretch. So we'll keep an eye on that, but I think for the most part, Michael, a lot of it's been traffic. A lot of it's been lap traffic. We haven't really seen too many battles actually for position on the track. I think our last one was between Matrix Green and Matrix Purple in the main GT3 class, but for everybody else, it's all been about lap traffic, getting around them, getting around the slower cars, trying to weave around the faster cars, and that's, I think, been the biggest part of how drivers have made mistakes this afternoon.
Yeah, when you have mixed class racing, multi-class racing, it really does add another layer to what the drivers have to put up with. And I don't mean as the faster drivers putting up with the slower drivers. The hardest place to be is in the fastest car. But the slowest class drivers, they have to deal with people coming up behind them and passing within their own class. And then you also have that middle class. So here we have 3 different classes of racing. That middle class, it's faster than the GT4s, but not quite as fast as the GT3s. So they have to watch their tail and their nose for out-of-class traffic they're passing, as well as out-of-class traffic passing them. Now, to point out very quickly, Star Racing just went into the pits. Looks like they are doing pretty heavy service there. That gives Mox Snell a pretty good chance to close up. Only about 18 seconds left. These guys need to get that car on the ground and moving if they want to stay in the lead of that class.
And now Star Racing is going to come out of pit road, so they've got the engine refired. They're trying to come back. Mox Snell is on the front straightaway, heading for the start-finish line, so it's going to get close between these two. Randy Teague, now the new driver behind the 818. We saw Adam Gerling step out for a moment. There's Teague coming out. There's Max Snell Racing going by, and Joachim Bacher in the 718 Porsche Cayman GT4 in control of the GT4 class here at Road America. Quick switch, Max Snell's gonna have to pit in a little bit. That's good news though for them.
Yeah, but this right now is the time where Max Schnell really needs to put the hammer down. They need to focus forward, manage traffic. You must manage traffic at this point, and managing traffic is from behind. You can control what's going on behind you. You see right now, he's working his way down into the corner 5 right now, trying to get the power down, trying to stay ahead of that car behind him. But he wants him to pass where it's beneficial to him. So notice right there, just a little bit cut down on the nose, not an illegal move, actually a really smart move. And then just making it a little bit more difficult, although the groundskeeping staff may not be too happy about that particular move.
You know what, I think the lawn care services here in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, they've been pretty displeased with some of the drivers tonight, especially with the off tracks that we've seen over the course of the race. But I mean, we'll see if they can get it back. It is a racetrack after all. It's not the most important surface out there. I think the asphalt is what you got to worry about the most. There's a look on board with Randy Teague, of course. So with them coming down pit road, they now have a 5.3 second gap between themselves and Max Snell. They're going to have to cycle back to the lead because Max Snell will have to pit. But like you said, Michael, Max Snell's going to have to really push here. They can't really afford letting the gap continue to shrink, because if it does, it's only going to mean they have a larger deficit by the time they get to the pit delta. And like I mentioned a little bit earlier with DJ and Joe, this pit delta here at Road America, very long. You don't want to stay that lengthy of a time down getting service.
Yeah, and with an hour 43 left, just passing that mark, we've got to be very aware of how long these cars can run on the amount of fuel they are allowed to put in. So are they able to run that hour 15, hour 20? Does that work out just right, or are they going to end up short and have to splash and dash at the end? So being in the right position, this is another consideration where you want to know how much fuel you have and how much you're going to need, and plan from the back, or like the tail end, all the way back to where you are. So you really need to keep it in mind what you're trying to do on the fuel system there.
Pit strategy has been a very big part of this race. Of course, some of the drivers in this field having to turn to alternate strategies based on what happens, and then we've seen a few exceptions of the rule where some teams have been able to stay on their strategy from the drop of the green flag today, earlier this afternoon, and they've been able to keep it. They have kind of more leverage, if you will, over those guys who have had to adjust. Here's on board with Christopher Stiles, one of the last drivers here in this GT3 class, the Black Flag Meister car, the 999. They currently hold 9th in their respective class, trying to catch up to what is Matrix Purple. And actually here, Michael, Matrix Purple is falling off a bit. Remember, I saw them battling with Matrix Green a little bit in this race. Jordan Dyer behind the wheel. He got by Stephen Kemp. And Matrix Purple is starting to fall off just a bit. Black Flag Meister with an opportunity to take 8th here.
Yeah, it's a good opportunity to try to slide up in there, but you can't really, you can't count those chickens before they're hatched, especially on a track like this. This track has an interesting way, especially at corners like Canada Corner, of eating cars, because people try to go in there and find they've missed their braking point and then just go sliding past the apex. The next thing they know, they're in the wall. So best laid plans going off to stray.
Oh, and that's almost a move there, coming up through the hill, going into turn 14, but looks like Stiles decided to back out of it. Saw it wasn't the best to go side by side at that portion of the track. And now he has to think about turn 1, one of the hardest places to get around here in this entire 6 hours of Road America. We've seen many drivers get off into the gravel, drivers get off into the grass and have the car completely snap. This is the slipstream right there. The move for Christopher Stiles. He'll move to the inside, pass for 8th, almost complete. He's going to go a little bit harder in this braking zone, may overshoot the corner. Actually, no, gets it correct. So a very solid move, textbook there by Stiles to take 8th away.
Yeah, a very talented move as he went in there. Going into turn 1 offline is really challenging. The biggest issue people have with turn 1 here is they severely overslow when going into it until they learn how fast they can go. And then it's like, wow, I'm just going to go full out through this one every single time. And then you suddenly find yourself going too wide through it, which is possible, You just have to be very careful to manage that runoff at the exit of the track.
Oh, and I've had that too in sim where I've maximized the corner. I'm like, okay, I can do this every single time. I can continue to do this pretty much all the time, every single lap. And then there's one mistake, I overdive it, and then the car just goes straight into the gravel. So you can't get too positive with it because you could make a mistake. And with the Black Flag Meister car, they made sure they did not get into a situation like that, avoided a crucial mistake. Although Matrix Purple, despite getting past, they're now starting to pick up the pace a little bit. I think they realize here, Michael, that they're starting to fall back significantly in this class, and they need to start to pick things back up. They're trying to reel in the gap once again to Styles, although out of the kink, and especially through the first half of the racetrack, it was not the best for Matrix Purple. Last time by, they were a total of about 2 seconds slower than that 999.
Yeah, but Steven Kemp is a good driver. He knows what he needs to do right here. Last lap he did a 2:08. Black Flag Meister was at a 2:06. So big difference in lap times. But when you realize what you need to do, there's a thing that happens in endurance racing where it's just absolutely different from sprint racing. We normally see sprints that are 30, 45 minutes, maybe even an hour. But in endurance racing, you get into a groove. And for me, I get out to the car and I'm running pretty well, but it takes me about 45 minutes to get into that groove where I'm running lap after lap after lap, no more than a tenth or two off of the previous lap. And that's what really has to happen now. Steven Kemp really needs to put his nose to the grindstone and start turning those laps just like a metronome.
It's just tough, of course, though, to still maintain, and even with the traffic and also with your positioning, you've got a lot of things in your mind about what you want to do to get to the end of this race, and obviously have a shot at winning. That's what these drivers are here for, whether it's in their class or whether it's overall. For you, Michael, is it hard to build up that rhythm, especially with all this traffic, or do you think it's kind of second nature to you by the time you get behind the wheel?
Well, I've been racing cars since I was 8, so I guess it is second nature, but I can remember back the first time I started doing multi-class racing, I was like, why do they have all these other cars on the track? This is stupid. I don't like this. But really, when you get used to it, you can start to predict what they're going to do, and you can use them to your advantage. If you've got somebody on your tail, or you're on someone's tail, you can push them into a position or set the other car up, that out-of-class car, to be a pick for you. And when that happens and you can do it consistently, it feels great.
It's one of the moves I'm not sure whether we've seen implemented here in this 6 Hours Road America. I think Joe and DJ can explain that one, but for the short time that I've been in the booth, I haven't seen too many picks. I've seen a lot of dive bomb passes. I've seen a lot of good passes like we saw there with Styles in the 999 and getting around Steven Kemp. Just a note, back in GT4, Max Snell took over control. We mentioned Joachim Bacher had the position there. He's in the catbird seat. Three Stooges Racing has since moved to second. They had a driver change a little bit ago. Chris Pippin is now the man behind this GT4. Wheelstar Racing, who had pitted not too long ago with Randy Teague in command. They're not 2 laps off of Three Stooges Racing strategy, but they have fallen to third. So whatever this gap was between themselves and Max Snell, it has since kind of gone up in smoke just a little bit, as Max Snell is aiming to pit very, very soon. And I think this is going to make it a 3-horse battle, Michael, between the 718, the 42, and the 818, something we haven't seen in a while for class racing.
Well, what Max Schnell really needs to do right now is Max Schnell. It's absolutely imperative that they open up this gap. It's only 10 and a half, 11 seconds right now. If they stick here at this, when they go through pit rotation, as he dives into the pits right now, this is going to take him out of that lead position. You've got Chris Pippin and the Three Stooges Racing right behind him, closing that gap up 5 seconds, 3 seconds, and yeah, he's going to pass him right there. And now Chris is in the lead.
And Randy Teague may also take opportunity. He let one of the GT3 cars by, so Joachim Bacher will fall to second. This will most likely be a fall to third here, but I think for the most part, Max Snell can still be in contention for this. They can still find a way to keep themselves managed with the gap that they have ahead of them. And it looks like they haven't been able to get out. Actually, that's a driver change, so Bacher will hop out of the car. It'll be Ivan Gomez that'll take control of the 718, so that'll add a little extra time to their stop. And so Three Stooges Racing and Star Racing have a little bit of work to do between each other, but they know they've got the gap on Max Snell for the moment. Meanwhile, Michael, we've seen some mistakes out of JRT Racing, but somehow their pace has kept them up at the front of this field. Most recent mistake was Schum getting into the wall after a quick spin out of a kink, a right-hander kink, not the kink after the carousel. Can't recall quite which corner that is, but they've had some mistakes today. They've been fast, though. That's the thing. Even despite the little hiccups, they still managed to keep themselves at the front, and they faced a lot of pressure. E2JR Motorsports has been there, but they've been better.
Yeah, E2JR holding about 15 seconds off their tail at the moment. No telling what's going to happen, but you have to realize with somebody with the talent of Jacob Schum behind the wheel, that's going to be a difficult gap to overcome. Now, does Ed have what it takes to catch up there? Hard to say. They're still just sitting at that 15 to 16 second gap. Some things have to happen. Some traffic has to come around. Odd things have to go on. Somebody puts a wheel in the wrong place. You miss an apex. But honestly, with somebody like Jacob Schum, I mean, I look up and down who's driving right now. And if you look at each of these teams and you see who's in the car, you recognize these names from the Zone Group Championships and the people who were absolutely dominating. They were always in the top 5, top 3, some in the top 10 even, but mostly top 5, top 3. That's who's in the car right now to bring the car home.
And Schum will most likely be in it for the final hour and a half, so we'll still see. As I looked at the GT3 Cup clash just a little bit, that was a quick test. Lynn Wilson in the 14 just got off track there. Looks like coming out of turn 3. That is technically turn 3. You can't mistake it for turn 2 just because the turn 2 is a slight little shift over to the right on the racetrack after turn 1. It's a little bit of a lock up to the brakes there. They are trying to catch up to the 982 Jared Roadkeeper, who is on pit road right now, and I think may have had a word from race control. There may be some problems with the top 2 that are running in that GT3 Cup class. We'll find out as the 982 is on pit road. Still looks like they'll drop the Jackson. They'll be on the way.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens here with those cars in that class. We're waiting on information from race control before we report it. Don't want to put out anything just yet, but we will definitely keep you posted as we're watching. Still here, we have Ed just tearing it up in that car. He is trying to close this gap. He is at about 14 and a half seconds still. That gap is just not changing much. He's really wheeling it well. I mean, I gotta say, he's doing a great job. He's turning fantastic times. Last lap was a 2:05.2. Jacob Schum had turned a 2:06.2. That's a full second faster. So if anybody can do it, I think Ed's one of those people who might actually be able to close in on Jacob and make it sit.
Yeah, Eisenring has been really 150%ing this car at the moment as you watch him go into this right-hander. He'll go under, I think, the Corvette bridge. Actually, no, this is the left-hander going into the carousel, excuse me. But the E2JR Motorsports picking up the pace, and we've seen an incremental decrease in that gap. And it was even dating back to when DJ and I were in the booth after Joe left to take a break, was the fact that this one car has been really chipping in on JRT Racing. Even after that spin, it looked like after Jacob Schum got into that little hiccup there, E2JR was telling Eisenring to go at it quickly, and he's been doing just that. I think they should be very happy with the way Eisenring has been handling this car. The only thing is, they're 25 laps into their stint, so the problem is they're going to have to pit before Jacob Schum and JRT Racing do, so that may split them up, may make this charge up to the front off or not, but I think in a way, it does help them in the final hour and a half to at least give themselves a shot and see them in their crosshairs. I think that's all they need.
Yeah, that's all they need. But right now, Jacob Schum is crossing start finish, and we watch here as Ed tries to work his way up. Got a good little run up the straightaway here, trying to close things in still. But what's his gap at this point? It's still sitting there at around 14, 13.9. He is closing in. But maybe Jacob is just kind of the calm before the storm, trying to lull him into a sense of comfort, and then he's going to really put the hammer down and open it back up. So I'm curious to see how it develops from this here.
And is that a strategy you see often, and that sort of play where you just kind of let the driver get in, you kind of bait them a little bit, and then make them overuse their car?
Absolutely, yeah, because now you are underusing yours. You've got more tire. You've got a little less heat, so you haven't overheated your tires. You haven't burned them out, so your tires are in a really good position, and you're saving fuel. If in a race like this, you can turn 1 extra lap per stent, that's several gallons of fuel at that last stent that you don't have to put into the car. So when you think it takes a couple of, like about a second a gallon or so, I'm not sure what the exact rate is on these cars. It is measured, but to measure that out and say, oh, now I've just made a pit stop and I have 5 seconds less fuel, 12 seconds less fuel, whatever it is that I have to put in the car. That's time you do not have to make up on the racetrack, and you've got a set of tires that are still good to go for the rest of the race.
I think that's what Jacob Schum may be doing right now in the head of this overall lead. So we'll keep an eye on that and whether Schum will have that. I think that's the good thing if you're JRT Racing. If you can save that extra lap or even just save a little bit, you're saving way more than E2JR Motorsports is right now because they're on their different strategy. They're going to have to pay earlier naturally. And if you could save that extra lap, that could mean the difference between making a large gap manageable or just closing in the gap or keeping it at least rather stable. And if you're the leader, you'd want any positive reaction out of what you do on the racetrack gap-wise to anyone behind you. So JRT Racing will continue in the lead. It's now down to about 12.8 seconds between Schum and Eisenring. Eisenring still trying to catch up as he's going to charge for turn 1. So no other developments there throughout this GT3 class. A lot of them just kind of keeping themselves stable. Actually, it may have been one around P8, P9 because Black Flag Meister with Christopher Stiles. Remember how they got around Stephen Kemp? Well, Matrix Purple's team with Stephen Kemp behind the wheel got around them. So maybe a mistake out of Black Flag Meister a couple laps back. I think they have some front-end damage here, Michael. So it could have been the case. Maybe a small mistake that put them back to 9th after that small progress.
Yeah, even a little bit of an off track can really mess you up there. For fans of Team Chillax Racing, they just had an incident not too long ago, and it looks like Equipe Vitesse has also had an incident. So trying to get some info on those to bring that to you shortly. But right now we are still taking a look at this run that Ed is doing a great job. Ed Eisenring just really burning up the track to try to catch up.
He is trying all that he can, just doing everything possible. That's the 42 machine. And just there, that's the leader actually in GT4, Chris Pippen for Three Stooges Racing. They're trying to hold off what is a 28.7 second of an advantage. Excuse me. And so we're going to see what they can do here. But also to mention, there was an incident with the 75 Los Muchachos Motorsports. This is going into turn 14, lap 108. Just came up the hill a little bit too wide, and we've seen this before, Michael. Just nabs the grass just a little bit, snaps the car completely sideways, and Los Muchachos Motorsports has a meeting with the outside wall.
Yeah, you lose a little bit of your attention. You just kind of get lulled into a sense of, oh, I can do this. It's no different than last time. The track is changing. The track changes constantly, especially in a race this long. The tires are wearing down. You have a different amount of fuel. The sun isn't shining at a certain point. Things happen. The weather changes. All this stuff goes on. You have to really be aware of what the car is doing, not just lap after lap, but corner after corner. You must pay absolute perfect attention to what's going on with the grip, with the power, how the motor's handling it.
So with that issue on the fact of the 75, they're on pit road. Michael Burgoyne is the driver behind that one. He was commanding the field.
Eisenring's in the pit.
Yeah, Eisenring now in the pit. So we saw them going around, I'd say 27, 28 laps on their stint. And now Eisenring having to pit here. JRT Racing can afford to go a couple laps more before they have to inevitably come down. That is the same case for Greg Fullwood, who's managing the Marble Motors 996 on the racetrack for this GT3 class. They both are nearing the same strategy within each other. E2JR, after closing in the gap for a while, it's going to grow. And there you look at Jacob Schum right there, his VR setup. And Michael, one of the things about the sim, obviously when you race in real life, you're looking at it with your own eyeballs. But in the sim, you have the choice of looking at a screen or looking through VR. I don't know how drivers can go full endurance events with VR, because I have a feeling you can get very motion sick very quick. I don't know if that's just me.
It's not just you, but it's not me. I love VR. I have 3 screens for doing things like this, so I can have things on different screens, and I can watch like a side camera, see what's going on over there. So it's good to have that. But for me, when I am behind the wheel of the sim racing car, I have to be in the VR. Without VR, I can't see depth. I have no sense of motion, at least no sense of speed, I should say. I get more of a sense of how things pass. So I have a better ability to predict what's going to happen with the car as we get deeper into the laps.
Hey, you know what? That's fair. I think that's a solid case. I've tried VR and iRacing before, and I felt like a little bit sometimes it feels like you're out of your body. It feels a little weird when you're in the race car when you've been accustomed to looking at screens for so long. But I mean, that's the great thing about sim racing. You can have any sort of rig. It doesn't matter what kind of wheel you have. It doesn't matter what kind of pedal set you have. It doesn't matter if you use VR or whether you use a traditional monitor, 3, 2, maybe even just 1. You can make it work and you can still be fast. It just depends on what you do, obviously, behind the wheel. And there's no doubt about it, Michael. Jacob Schum, very fast with this race car. Now the gap is a minute 50 between E2 JR, who had to pit, and JRT, who have stayed out on the racetrack. That looks like one of the Cup cars they're getting around at the moment. Is almost got word there that Three Stooges racing with Chris Pippen went off track going to turn 1.
Yeah, turn 1's a great place to go off track. Interestingly, the track is not updated here. There is more runoff room in real life. So in real life, I think you have a little more confidence to just throw the car in there and know that, well, okay, I messed it up a little bit. I'm going to go a little wide, but it's okay. In the sim, it's a death sentence. If you get in there too deep, you're just going to get out into some bad sections of non-pavement, and that could very quickly end your day.
That's a good point, because I've seen the conversation surrounding how you have to manage a real-life car versus how you have to manage a sim car, and kind of the leverages you do have when you're in the sim versus in real life. Because I've seen many cases where, because you don't have the real-world factor, because you're not really in the car physically, and you know that you really can't get beat up if you get into a crash, you can kind of hit a car a little bit more, you can hit the wall, you can get away with smaller, with more mistakes than you would in real life, because in real life, you make those mistakes, and you're probably not going to have a good time behind the wheel. So, at least for the moment, a lot of these drivers are being a little bit overeager sometimes, but they've been very clean. I think it's a great thing. And as the sun sets here over beautiful Aircar Lake, Wisconsin, in sim, this battle for the lead has simmered out. We talked about it for just a bit. Actually, there may be a battle in turn for second, Michael. So I guess what used to be a watchover from first on behind is now second on behind, because it's a half a second gap between Marble Motors' Greg Fullwood and Ed Eisenring. They're now within each other.
Yeah, Ed on a team right now. The other driver on that team is Ian Simon, someone I've raced with several times. Know him as a really good driver. So that's a team to be reckoned with. But reckoning right now, like you said, Marble Motors, Greg Fullwood trying to close this in, and has it to under half a second. And this is not the place you want your next rival to be. Half a second coming around here. This is a really good spot to get a little bit of draft as you're heading down these long straightaways. So coming through turn 8 here, or sorry, up to turn 8 here as they go into the braking zone about right now. Now we're switching back over to Jacob Schum, though. So Schum is heading around here, trying to use the outside of the track. Now he's coming up to the kink. This kink in this car, depending on setup, allows you to go through at full throttle, but you are right there at the edge. And I swear, every time I come through there, I'm going to hit that sign that's sitting right there, the DRS sign. Every time I go through, I swear that's going to happen, but I never hit it.
It's very scary, no doubt, because you're going so fast into that kink, and in every car, obviously there's different approaches. You can go full throttle, or you could, depending on what kind of car you bring onto the iRacing service, you have to lift, or you have to hit the brakes. In the case of the NASCAR stock cars, you have to slightly dab the brake and then try to drift the car in there, which doesn't.
Oh, looks like Fullwood.
And here comes Fullwood.
Trying for the outside.
For a second, Fullwood now putting the pressure here on Eisenring. And we talked about it, or at least you mentioned it, Michael, the fact that Schum may have been lagging a bit so that Eisenring can catch up and overuse his car. It looks like Fullwood may have an advantage because he's behind him, putting pressure on this E2 JR Motorsports car, may force him into a mistake, at least letting Eisenring know he's there and he's ready to play.
Oh yeah, he's definitely there. And don't let the 996 on the side of the car fool you. This is definitely a much newer model. So he is really putting the screws to him right now. Now, you also have to consider Ed just came out of the pits. So as we get a little pinch from, I believe that was our GT4 leader, but no problems, closing it right back up. So I think we may have a disparity in the amount of fuel on the car. So Greg driving a car with significantly less fuel, conceivably. I didn't catch the pit stop brake, so I'm not sure where that is. But now it looks like it's been 23 laps, if I'm correct on that. So he's pretty deep into this run. Ed just came out of the pits. That car is heavy with fuel, so he's not going to be able to get it to scoot down the track quite as quick. Oh, looks like he's gonna pop out here. Is he gonna go for it? Nope. He's just letting him know he's there. He's just letting him know, hey, guess what? I'm gonna pass you. You just don't know when it is, but I'm gonna let you know I'm gonna pass you.
And he's also saying, if you make a mistake, I'm here to take it all away. So Greg Fullwood now still behind, has yet to find a place to make this pass. There are a couple of passing opportunities here at Road America, but I mean, going into the kink, I think that's one of the tightest parts of the course that you do not want to go side by side in. So Fullwood will wait. He'll come out of turn 4, maybe try and set things up for turn 1. There's a couple of lap traffic cars just ahead, so this could be opportunity for Fullwood to take draft and also get some help here.
And this is the pick we were talking about before. So that is a great example of trying to set the pick. Now watch as he comes up here onto this blue GT4 and trying to hold on as long as he can, but just in time, gets around both of them. You got to time it a little better than that. I think Ed should have probably backed it down just a little bit, or it could be that those GT4s backed off. And that you really can't predict. You don't know if they're going to do that. But looking on board from Ed Eisenring right now, E2JR Motorsports, looking back on his competitor trying to come down the Marvel Motors car under 0.3 of a second. This is going to be tight as they work their way down into turn 5, trying to get just a little bit of that curbing, get the power down, coming up to the Corvette bridge. You've got to get off of it very quickly, get the nose down, and then get around this corner to make it on your way down to turn 8.
And Fullwood still behind, even with that entrance to turn 1. I think he just got caught up at the wrong moment because the 75, Michael Burgoyne, he was there just trying to let these guys by. He wants obviously nothing to do with this battle because they're way faster, but it's just the wrong timing, wrong place. As it looked like Fullwood just caught him on the inside, had to really change his corner entry there in a turn 1 just because that 75 car was there letting them by. So bad placement there for Fullwood, but that does not matter. He's going to have the move out of the carousel coming into the kink. And it's just Michael all about playing the patience game. I think now he's done waiting. He's going to go to the Canada corner with a nose to the inside. It looks like Eisenring's going to block. They've got a car right in front of them for lap traffic. That's a GT4 machine. They'll back off. Fullwood will look to the bottom. And I think that's the pick. Almost there. A little bit of shut of the door.
Oh, and he comes back around. Oh, both of them move through there. Wow. So, yeah, using that lap traffic. We were talking about this right when I came into the broadcast, how when you have that lap traffic around, or that out-of-class traffic, I should say, how do you use them? But look at this. Look at this. We've got Greg Fullwood right up on Ed Eisenring. He wants this bad. Now, I think he might be getting outdriven a little bit and outplayed a little bit as far as working their way through the traffic. But coming down into turn 1, right into the braking zone, right there at the 4 cone, get the nose down, get the car's nose turned in and back on the power through the, this is actually turn 2, which I don't know why they call it a turn. And then this is turn 3. This is our next big chance as they work their way down to turn 5.
We've seen a lot of big moves in turn 5, some of them going well, some of them not going so great. But Fullwood's going to try to make the most out of this braking entry and probably going to dive as hard as possible. The thing is, though, for Fullwood and also the car behind him, Rolling Thunder Racing's Tamer Elbaga, who's behind the wheel there, they're going to have to come down pit road rather soon. So while E2JR Motorsports is kind of in a battle here with this 996, we may not have to worry about them for much longer as pit strategy is just going to really unfold the whole thing out and away, and E2JR Motorsports will have some calmness, I think, for the first time in a while here all race long in these 6 hours of Road America. You continue to watch Fullwood trying to get to the rear bumper. I think, Michael, he's just a little bit frustrated because he knows there were many moments that he could have gone by and maybe changed the strategy game up. He just hasn't been able to do so. Now he's going to try to find the nose out of the carousel.
Yeah, they're about 3 lines through the carousel, but he's got his nose in right now. They are going to go side by side through the kink. As they set up, there's just a lift right here, and he gets around him. Oh my, Marble Motorsports' Greg Fullwood moves into P2 with a beautiful pass on Ed Eisenring.
What a great pass there going into Canada corner, and we talked about how it's hard to go side by side through the kink. Eisenring noticed that, backed out, let Fullwood go by. And so Greg Fullwood for Marble Motors will occupy P2 for the moment here with 1 hour and 14 minutes remaining. Matrix Purple has, I think, fallen off the battle to Matrix Green. That's another 2-car battle we could watch out for. 7th and 8th in class. We've seen them go within each other before, and it looks like pass is now going to be reversed because E2JR is going to go by. Marble Motors with Greg Fullwood going to come into pit road.
Yeah, Fullwood deciding it's an interesting race. I got my position. I see that I can do this. But like we said, he was 23 laps. He was 24, 25 at this point into his fuel. So time to go ahead and pop in. If you look, we've got about 1 hour and a quarter left. If you consider there could be 1 extra lap with a little bit left on there. So he's trying to back time this. This is a very strategic pit at this point. There's going to be a splash and dash, but how much are we going to do? Well, let's take a look at Nikki Chan right here. Nikki Chan taking a look up the inside, being told to go for it. So there was radio communication where he was told to go ahead and make that run. Rodeheaver said, yep, Nikki, go ahead and go for it. But I think he just kind of took a second thought, wasn't quite prepared for it. Maybe they should have communicated just a touch earlier on that one.
And Wookiee Racing, they had a trip down pit road for too many incidents. So while DJ and I talked about how you have to stay below that threshold, looks like Wookiee Racing may have overcut it just a little bit, and that penalty sent them in a drive-through. They're now in 4th as you watch Nikki Chan continue to move through the front straightaway. A couple of cars coming off pit road. Looks like that is the E2JR Motorsport, or rather the Marble Motorsports car, Greg Fullwood, who just came out a little bit earlier. He's now out of turn 1. About 5 hours complete here in this 6 hours of Road America for PCA Sim Racing and the Team Racing Series presented by Porsche Exchange. Jacob Schum controlling this field as of now, but anything could change. We'll take a short break, but you won't miss a thing here on Podium Esports as we continue to watch the final laps here in this Team Racing Series.
To launch the most exclusive cars in the world, we've hosted the most exclusive event in the world. Year after year after year. Then came 2020. A year not very inclusive of exclusive events. So this year we decided to do something different. We had to make this year's Porsche exclusive manufacturer event the most exclusive Porsche exclusive in the history of Porsche exclusives. The new 911 Turbo S marks the latest chapter in a rich 45-year evolution. This is the first known 2021 911 Turbo S in Albert Blue, a paint-to-sample special color, making it the only one in the United States. Because the Exchange is an exclusive manufacturer partner, we had the chance to offer this exclusive color you won't see anywhere else. With that in mind, we took the show on the road to give customers the chance to see this car in the safest place we could think of. Their driveways.
Wow. Beautiful, really beautiful.
Woo! It's a lot of car. Kind of looks like a sports car that you could pretty much drive anywhere.
Yeah, the 911 is the reigning champ of the everyday usable supercar, right? So we have the best of both worlds. It's a comfortable cruiser when you want it to be. With a twist of a drive mode selector, it becomes an all-out monster at any time.
Can I get in?
Absolutely.
Ooh.
What a design.
They really did a nice job on this.
This is unbelievable.
The suede is really nice. I love this.
You'll also notice we have the full leather on the dashboard.
A lot more interior room than the 991 version.
And the black with the blue, perfect.
Porsche always continues to impress and improve.
To walk outside of my house and talk to the guys from the Porsche Exchange and experience something in a safe way, that was really exciting and just made my week.
When you sit here, you're at the top of the world. And when you drive it, you own the world.
The new 911 Turbo S. Your inspiration, our passion.
My name's Ed Vail, Service Director here at the Porsche Exchange. The Porsche Exchange chapter in the Classic Car Challenge is an interesting and fun one. It really started with our 45,000 Instagram followers. We had two 993s that we were considering. It was a tough decision, and our shop foreman had a fantastic idea of leaving it up to the public. So we held an online vote, and 52% of our followers wanted to see what we can do with the yellow 993. So for the 2022 Porsche Classic Car Challenge, the Porsche Exchange will be entering a 1996 911 C4S.
I sold that new in 1995. It was back then, it was a color to sample. It's truly a unique car. We're really looking forward to doing it. I think it's going to be a pretty rare and pretty special car.
Our staff are some of the most passionate Porsche enthusiasts. And in the spirit of collaboration, we're able to create a restoration team that honestly, I think Ferry Porsche would be proud of.
So we are very happy to have this 993 4S in the shop. You know that the 993 is the last generation of 911s with air-cooled engine. And you know that everybody loves the 993. This particular model is very specific because it has two very rare options. The first one, it was painted to sample in Modena yellow, which is very unusual for a Porsche. The second one, it has a factory white body aero kit. Everybody loves it here. We are very excited about the project.
Our Porsche Classic restoration team has come up with a plan that encompasses a massive engine upgrade, complete suspension replacement, upgraded exhaust, and much more. But I don't want to give away all our secrets just yet. We plan on hosting and attending several events where we can highlight our progress on the build, and there's sure to be lots of eye candy on social media.
Well, it was always important for all of us here at the Porsche Exchange to put a unique touch on this restoration. We still wanted to accomplish that through the exclusive use of genuine Porsche classic parts. We really dove into our historic Porsche publications, looking for inspiration on all different ways we could pay homage to the legendary 993 RS. Some of our parts selections have already begun to arrive from Germany, and we're incredibly excited to see how they help us transform this 911.
Some may say we're committing a cardinal sin, taking an all-original 911 with only 3,000 miles on it and modifying it. But we feel this performance restoration really pays tribute to the RS. And if Porsche would have made a 993 version of the RS for the United States, this is what it could have looked like.
Welcome back to the PCA Sim Racing Team Racing Series round number 1 presented by Porsche Exchange here at Road America. This is a very sketchy situation going into turn 5. Michael, we both saw it as it happened. It was the 208 Racing green team. Randall Ayers behind the wheel of that Cayman GT4 trying to get around Paul Nemshoff, who was in the Anchors Away 104 car. That was a battle actually for position in that GT4 class. And then here comes Nicky Chan, here comes Greg Fullwood, and going into turn 5, Chan just makes the slightest contact with Ayers right in front of Fullwood, and Ayers goes hard into the inside wall.
Yeah, Ayers has got to be dizzy after that one, especially if he's in VR. But Fullwood, great heads-up driving, fantastic heads-up driving to see that developing and get on the brakes just in time, slow that car down just so he can make it through. But he's almost caught back up, so this is getting kind of interesting as we get into the closing hours of this race.
Yeah, that was very tough there. And Randall Ayers went over the radio, asked race control to look over that crash into turn 5. So we may see something happen to Nicky Chan based on what race control does. Just the slightest move over to the right, slightest bit of contact, and Ayers just went all over into the wall. Unfortunate for them as they were just trying to pick up, and actually, I mentioned they were fighting for position there, so that could have been an extra position gain for them onto Anchors Away. Unfortunately, they're not going to be part of that battle any longer. So Greg Fullwood escapes complete catastrophe trying to catch up to Nicky Chan. They're still within about half a second of each other, but you saw a little bit earlier in that last shot, they're all still trying to catch up. to Jacob Schum for JRT Racing. They've been the command of the field for a good majority of this 6 hours of Road America, so they have kept it calm, kept it collected, and even with some mistakes they've made, they've been able to be the class of the field so far. E2JR Motorsports not far behind, and I guess while we're just looking through the field, we'll bring you the Porsche Exchange race update. The Porsche Exchange has been family owned and operated for over 40 years. Located in the North Shore of Chicago, the Porsche Exchange has grown to be the largest volume Porsche dealer in the entire Midwest. Find out more at forporsche.com or follow them at Porsche Exchange on Instagram. So I mentioned JRT Racing with Jacob Schum behind the wheel. Looks like Schum may be the driver to bring this car home to the finish. They have a 41-second gap over E2JR Motorsports' Ed Eisenring. Eisenring has tried to catch up to this 84 car, but to no avail on pit strategy alone, although it's been a great race so far for that one machine. Wookiee Racing, or Wookiee Racing as I should say, the team with Nicky Chan behind the wheel, had that incident with Randall Ayers. No word from race control just yet, so he holds on to third overall. He's got Barbara Motors and that car behind him in the 996. Greg Fullwood, who at once had a chance against Eisenring on the racetrack for second, he is now falling back to fourth after coming down pit road. Flying Line Racing with Glenn Dennis behind the wheel. They've had a consistent race, especially near this part of the event in the 218 car. They're now racking up the top 5 here in this main GT3 class. Rolling Thunder Racing is a little bit further behind, and by a little bit I mean 45 seconds. Tamer Elbaga behind the wheel of that Porsche GT3 car in the 00. There are 6, followed by Matrix Green and Matrix Purple. Matrix Green first with Jordan Dyer, who got by the Matrix Purple car. That car is currently in 7th, while Matrix Purple, fielded by Mario Gonzalez in the 29, gave up the wheel a little while ago to Stephen Kemp, but Stephen Kemp has gone down pit road, gave the hand back to Mario Gonzalez, so Gonzalez will try to field this car for at least the rest of this race. We'll have to see in the rest of that one. In 9th, currently sits Jakes Racing's number 88 car. That is Gabriel Albano behind the wheel of that GT3 992 Cup car. This is the open class here in PCA Sim Racing. They're 9th, and Celtic Racing in the 62. They've got Rodney Campbell behind the wheel. They currently rack up the top 10, Michael.
Yep, top 10 there with P2 in class. But moving on to Boston Bratt, P3 in class, 11th overall with Nick Fasciolo Racing doing nicely, trying to hold on to that car while he gets passed by and out of class. Doing very nicely. Moving on down, we have Jared Roadheaver in P4 in class, making a dive into the pits. Don't think that's going to be a drive-through. I think that's a pit for tires and fuel. Lynn Wilson, P5 from Equipe Vitesse, trying to keep that car going in the right direction around this track. Those 992 Cup cars are a real challenge on this track. Moving on, we have Exchange Motorsports. Edward Nielsen is driving that car right now, P9 in class. This is back to the GT3, had some troubles earlier on. They are 14th overall. P15 is going to be Black Flag Meister. They are 10th in class, but I don't know if they are out on the track at the moment. 16th overall, we've got Machnell Motorsport. Sorry, I was trying to do the German thing as we went on there. P1 in class, it was the German flag, caught me out. So Machnell Motorsport with Ivan Gomez behind the wheel, leading with the GT4 class with a pretty good gap of about 10-11 seconds over Star Racing in second in class, P17 overall. Doing still a very nice job. Randy Teague trying to close in that gap as well as he can. Still about 11 seconds off. Behind him, Three Stooges Racing, we have Garrett Taylor, P3 in class, doing a nice job getting just outside on that curbing going through turn 5. That's Garrett Taylor, Three Stooges Racing. Next, we have in 19th overall, Dreadnought Racing, Robert Walton, trying to stay out of the way of some faster traffic moving through, doing a nice job staying on the racing line. That is what you want to do. Robert Walton doing exactly the right thing there. Moving on down, we have Anchors Away, P20 overall, P5 in class. That's Paul Nimshoff, Anchors Away Racing. Cool livery there. I like that livery. That's very interesting with the colors and the design. That's clever. Kudos to your livery designer. Moving on down, we have Alcoru Racing with Arne Clausen in P6 overall. A little bit of damage on that car, but sporting the German flag. Looks great, front and rear, but need to buff out some of those crunch marks they got on there. Moving on down, we have Team Chillax Racing in 22nd place. That is 7th in class. Bruce Froby behind the wheel of the car right now, coming down into turn 5, doing a nice job of slowing the car down to get through this challenging turn 5. Behind him is going to be 208 Racing Green Team. Randall Ayers getting pit service at the moment. Moving on to Michael Burgoyne in the Los Muchachos Motorsports, P9 in class, 24th overall. 25th overall is going to be Jeff Ferguson from Team 1. That is 10th in class. And then the Backmarker Motorsports is going to be the last car, 26th and 11th in class.
Backmarker Motorsports with Mike Sachs behind the wheel. They are the one and only DNF so far here in the 6 hours of Road America. This concludes tonight's race update brought to you by Porsche Exchange. Of course, Jeff Ferguson in the Team 1 car, the 21 Cayman GT4 has not had a great night. I think they've also gotten black flagged by race control for unsafe re-entry, not holding the brakes in, ending up in an incident. So unfortunately, the night that's been overall pretty tough for Team 1 is going to get a little bit worse here as the sun is now in a picturesque setting over Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. You look on board with Gabriel Albano, one of the drivers in the 2nd class, the 992 Cup class for Jakester Racing. He currently leads that group in the 88 car. So as he gets around the 21, that is Jeff Ferguson there in that car. He'll get a by cleanly coming out of turn 3, going to a hard diving turn 5. So we continue to watch that. That, of course, move there in the 992 Cup class. Pretty sparse between that group. The sparsity has kind of deceased, at least in this main group, as JRT Racing has kept control. There's Rodney Campbell there, also in that 992 Cup class. We've also got word a couple of drivers are hitting pit road. Robert Walton being one of them for Dreadnought Racing. Also, the Glenn Dennis car, the 218 for Flying Lion Racing in that main GT3 class. They are back in P4. So as we continue to watch this final hour on the way here from Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, how do we turn things back to the duo who started this whole thing in the broadcast booth? Pretty sure people are tired of hearing my voice by now. Joe Peak, DJ Clark, you've got it from here.
Thanks very much there, Kenny. And as we pick things up, as you just heard, Jacob Schum is continuing to pace the field. I'm Joe Peak, and with me tonight is DJ Clark to wrap things up. We started you off. We're going to finish you off as we come into the race, watching Schum passing Froby, putting him another lap down. Yes, only the official DNF that we've seen is that Backmarker Motorsports, but we're not sure if we're going to see any others, because we've seen a few certainly run into trouble. The 208 team with their huge incident there with the Wookiee Racing has unfortunately put them in pit lane for quite some time. Actually, Black Flag Meister were in there for 13, almost 14 minutes as they took repairs from an incident coming out of turn 6 a long time ago. The 999 is back out and running, but they are now last in their class. And DJ, just as we left it off, it's still a little bit spread out, but it seems like it's still a struggle. And so few of the drivers have their spare car left that if any of them do get some damage, then they are going to go way down the order.
Yeah, exactly, Joe. And this is really the point in the race where you feel those nerves start to sink in, when you know you can see the finish line coming up on the horizon and you know that you cannot be making a mistake. I do not envy these drivers right now. Schum, Fullwood, any of these guys that are out running out on track right now as we speak. Very, very tough to be able to closing it all in.
Absolutely. And with just an hour left, of course, we should be pretty soon within that time that drivers can take their final stops and be able to get to the finish from here. There's no cautions to worry about as well, so it might behoove them to try to stop here, get rid of that last pit stop, and try and figure out exactly where they need to be to try and wrap this up and who they need to chase down to get whatever position they want. Right now, we only have 2 cars left on the lead lap, but there are many that are within range that they could try and just bump things up a little bit and see if they can chase them. But one storyline that interests me, DJ, is that the 818, who we saw dominate early on, we asked the question if the later drivers would be able to keep the pace. I didn't think that'd be as much of a problem as it has become, because they're now 20 seconds behind the Mack Schnell Motorsports car in the 718, and that's mostly down to pace. I'm looking at the lap times, and Randy Teague right now has not been able to keep up with the 718's Gomez.
No, he really hasn't. And that pace of the 818 has just slowly started to bleed away over the course of the race. It's been a long time coming with it, just eking away bit by bit by bit. And 20 seconds, it's catchable. Don't get me wrong. They are able to catch up to Ivan Gomez here in that Mack Schnell racing machine. But I think at this point, they've got to start getting worried. They are coming to a little bit of pit stop intrigue, I will say. Teague definitely going to owe us a pit stop here, and I think Gomez will as well, but Gomez's stop should be a little bit shorter, so there could be some interesting stuff heading in that way.
Absolutely, and as we watch them get overtaken briefly, that's Matrix Green. Another one that's had great pace out there right now, Jordan Dyer in the car. He picked up after Matthew Siddall had a very brief spell, but Klaus Nielsen took the majority of the middle stint, and Jordan, of course, started things off. But the 55 was very close to trying to challenge the 84 at one point, but JRT Racing has been almost untouchable for much of this event. It looked like maybe others would have a chance to get their foot in with a wreck earlier on in the race, but the 84 bounced back admirably considering what they went through there. And there you see them on screen in the white and purple. But now the other part of this starts to come into play, the visibility. Look at this. They've got a little bit of sun left, and I think we have just recently, in the last few minutes, actually passed the official sunset here in Wisconsin. But this means it's just going to get darker and darker for them out there.
Yeah, it's going to get harder and harder and harder to be able to see, and that is going to make things all the more difficult. And I talked about this a little bit with Kenny earlier on, but especially later on in the race, as mental fatigue starts to play in and it becomes a real problem. You're late into these stints, you're late into your driving, your arms are tired from the force feedback, your brain is tired from the constant fixation that you really need to have on these cars, and it just wears you down. And then you compound that with it getting dark outside, you losing some of your brake markers, you losing some of that visual reference, and it is going to be even harder to keep these cars pointed the straight way.
Looking at the gap between the 88 and the 982, and actually the 14 as well, is looking very close here. So third, fourth, and fifth in the at the last three of the open class are looking pretty close here. And unfortunately, we had at one point a 3-minute pit stop here for the number one team. That actually just happened, it looks like. Yeah, they just had a very long stop, the E2JR Motorsports. Eisenring still in that car after he took over on lap 100. We're now on lap 141. Not sure if they had some damage. Let me go check actually and see if they had some sort of incident that caused that.
May have been just getting the virtual mallets and banging them on the car there. There may have just been a miscommunication or something of that nature, but really dropping them and tumbling them down the order and frankly putting them at a little bit of risk here. Matrix Green only about 10 seconds behind them, and with 50 minutes to go, that is certainly enough to be able to close in on if they're not careful. So we could very well see that car, as it does look like there's a little bit of damage to the left side of the machine, so there could be some problems on it that they still didn't get out.
Indeed, it was the lap that they pitted in. They had a huge wreck down at a turn 5. Not sure if we can find the replay on that, as it was obviously about 4 or 5 minutes ago, but it was just them outbraking themselves, I believe, hitting the grass and sliding into the wall. So didn't take anybody with them, but a costly mistake that definitely sent them down the order quite quickly. And as we said, 3 minutes in the pit stall, down to 6th place for now, while they get overtaken now by Wookiee Racing into the hurry downs. That is our 3rd place car. Nikki Chan in there after having served a penalty with some contact with the 208 Racing green team.
And that Wookiee Racing machine is a car that I'm keeping my eye on here, Joe, because I believe they are good to go to the end. They last came into the pits on lap 137. We're currently working lap 144. They should be good to go. Marvel Motors up ahead of them, and JRT, they're going to be cutting it close. I'm not entirely sure how tight it's going to be on that, and so there is a chance here that Wookiee Racing may be able to jump their way up into P2, depending on how the pit stop cycles play out.
So Quick Vitesse now very close to getting another position. It's been a long time that they've been spinning at the back of their class. Unfortunately, they do need to give one more pit stop up as they are on lap 18 of their stint. They got 49 minutes left on the clock right now as we hop on board, looking backwards from Rava's car. The Jakester Racing machine now under threat. They haven't been nearly as quick as Lynn, but Lynn decides not to try and take it down into the braking for Canada Corner.
No, doesn't want to risk it. Ooh, that was a very, very slow GT4 that they just whizzed on by there. As here comes that number 14 machine, trying to see if they can do it. And yeah, Joe, as you said, they still owe us a pit stop here, but you just want the mental win at this point, the moral victory of being able to say, we got this pass done, we know we could do it on pace. That's part of what it is as you get into these later stages.
And they've run up to them, but now they can't seem to really do much with it. And again, these cars, not as much downforce on them as you have on the GT3s. As I heard someone enter pit lane, I think that's the 105 team. So Team Chillax is going to take what I believe will be their last stop of the night. And then they're going to be done. And as we fly down the Moraine sweep, Wilson going to have a little bit of that slipstream, but not enough. Doesn't seem like he's closing in. Oh, maybe he could. Late on it, he started to really reel him in, and no, he backs out of it by the time they hit the brakings. The 14 will sit back 5th in class for the time being. Other drivers that are close to needing a pit stop is Rodney Campbell in the 62, the Celtic Racing and the Boston Brap drivers, and the 26 also will need a stop. I'm actually kind of impressed that Boston Brap is currently sitting 2nd place in class, considering all the troubles that they've had up to this point. Nick Facciolo currently in the car.
Yeah, Joe, and it's really been a tale of 2 races here for that Boston Brap machine. The first half of the race, very, very scruffy. We talked about the incidents that they were in. Their car had to get repaired. A lot of very, very tough stuff for them. But this second half of the race, they've just been clean and consistent. They've just run it completely differently. It's almost like getting that spare car for them just kind of changed their mentality about everything. And that's really kind of the way that you would want to be racing this race from the beginning. But yeah, like I said, some massive kudos to them for changing their mentality around a little bit, changing the way that they were driving, getting some fresh blood into the car that was taking things just a little bit calmer. And it's really paid dividends for them.
It has. They are in contention for the win here. There's 2 laps difference on their pit stops, their stints right now, between Celtic Racing and Boston Brap. Oh, and that's actually going to hand the lead over right there. Going past, forget the pit stops. It's going to be a mistake that gives the lead to Boston Brap. Now, the question is, who has to put more fuel on the car to finish this race here? As Nick is going to give us a replay of the incident, just too deep in the corner. Thankfully didn't hit anything, brought it back on without much incident, but now Rodney Campbell faces a task of trying to catch and overtake the 2016.
And that is not one that I would want to have to do here, especially late in the race. You don't want to have to be fighting for position this late on. You just kind of want to be able to hold station here is really what you want to do. That is the best position to be in, and frankly, the best position is obviously Jacob Schum here, the leader, who has a nearly 2-minute advantage over Marble Motors in that 996 machine, and just holding station. Just being able to keep everything together, keep everything nice and cool and collected. That's what you want to be doing. You don't want to have to be worrying about chasing a car into the nighttime.
Yeah, they're actually pretty close to lapping second place now. They can see Greg Fullwood on some of these longer straights just way down the road. And they've got 45 minutes, so they could potentially actually do that. But we'll see whether or not they have the pace and the urge to actually try and demoralize everyone by lapping the entire field. They do need to give a pit stop, I think, from here. Yeah, they still have one more that needs to happen before they're done for the night. And there are some that should be good to go. I think Wookiee Racing should be ready to finish from here, and Flying Lion, who pitted 5 laps ago, should be good to the finish. So should E2JR Motorsports after their long stop with only 4 laps on this stint. We come up the hill now and past the 75. Los Muchachos going to get overtaken by Lynn Wilson in that number 14, still doing what he can to try and attack Christian Rava, but just can't get close enough to try and attack.
No, it just seems like that car stalls out a little bit at top speed. I wonder if the gearing is maybe slightly off in that car. They maybe set it up a little bit differently, and they're just running out of gear at the top of the end of the gearbox, Joe.
Yeah, it is an open setup series compared to what we were just seeing over in the Zone Group Challenge the other day. And this is a good run. This is the best run we've seen. Rava at first starts to defend, just kind of hovers halfway across the track, and that causes hesitation from the Equip Vitesse machine. And still not going to risk it down into that corner. Waiting maybe for a nice, easy pass, something that is low risk, just so that they make sure they can see the finish of this race.
Yeah, indeed, as that would be my preferred option here. You don't want to be doing anything that is going to take you too far out of it or be too aggressive. Oh, that was a little bit of a wide run for the Jakester racing machine. They're not exactly doing it what they need, and that's going to allow, I think, for Equip Vitesse to be able to catch up a little bit closer here. Good run out of the carousel for them. They're going to be right in the slipstream going into the kink.
He's in the slipstream, but it's just not close enough. It's going to take a big dive for him to be able to make a pass down into Canada Corner. Again, being pulled in, but too late on the straight as they get on the binders. And as Lynn Wilson continues to trail, 14 is going to have to come in for that pit stop pretty soon. They're now on lap 21.
And Joe, I've been riding along here with the Equip Vitesse team and Lynn Wilson on board it. They're not running out of gear at the end of the straights. They've got plenty of room to do it. So I think it's just wanting to go for that high percentage move, not wanting to being able to really push too hard. Ooh, that's a big blink as they go for the move into turn 1.
He's got to the end. Oh, they come together. All that preparation comes to naught as Lynn Wilson and Christian Rava are off to the side of the road. Rava is able to get it back on track. Christian, I'm not sure if that's just feeling dejected or frustrated that he is out there, but eventually much slower, crawling back to the pavement.
Oh my goodness, and this is exactly what that 14 car wanted to avoid. You see that big blink there, but then able to get it back in. Oh, just miscommunication there, I think. The 88 turning in a little bit. Equip Vitesse not trying to take a later apex there. That seems a little bit like a racing incident to me of just two drivers not communicating well.
Yeah, I think I agree on that one. And a little too close, unfortunately, in the end. So we now have 40 minutes left on the clock, and we're certainly not done with the drama, as you can tell. There is a lot that could happen in these last few moments of this race. You got to keep it clean. You got to keep it together. And right now, Schum has it the most together of everybody, getting on to lap 16 of their stint, over the entire field by a lap or more just about now. Hop on board with the JRT team racing. They've had Rafael Amorim in the car. They've had Travis Brody in the car. And Jacob Schum is wrapping it up. They've split it into pretty even parts. That seemed like most teams have gone for that strategy.
Yeah, it seems to be the best way. You just have each driver run about 2 hours of this race. It keeps everybody nice and fresh. You're not pushing anybody to their limits. 2 hours in the sim, not too terrible in the grand scheme of things. It's a relatively easy way to do it. And so I think running that perfectly even thirds split, obviously paying out wonders here for JRT Racing, and doing well for a lot of the other drivers that we've seen up and down the field, as that has been the preferred strategy around here at Road America today.
Over to Fasciolo now, leaders in the open class, and leading by a handy 56 seconds as well. Celtic Racing has taken their pit stop recently, 30 seconds in and out. Gonna take a wild guess that that was fuel only to take them to the finish from here. And we will see Boston Brapp do similar, but we gotta watch to see how long that pit stop is going to be in comparison.
Yeah, exactly. That's going to be a big moment for us to figure out exactly what it will end up playing out as. We will have to also keep an eye on it as the Boston Brapp is in. They are down pit lane right now.
Okay, so this could be decisive on the race win in this class. Campbell is still coming around and through the carousel. Facciolo's looking for his pit stall. It is a long, long pit lane, eventually pulling in as the 26 spots it. And there they go, down into that space. So Campbell, as he hits Canada Corner, had a 30.5 second stop. Currently at 12 seconds, 13 for the 26 car. The clock ticking up. They already had an advantage over them, so it's going to need to be a significantly longer lap for them to fall victim to the 62 and lose the lead. 25, it is this much shorter stop, 5 seconds shorter. Boston Brapp is now sitting pretty, and Celtic Racing's just now coming up the start-finish straight. Facciolo's past the cones and on his way.
Indeed, Joe, as that was a fantastic stop there for Boston Brapp, as they are now having to fend off a little bit of an attack here from Swarm Racing 2 in the form of Jared Roadheaver, but I do believe Roadheaver still owes us a pit stop potentially, although it will be a little bit close on that one.
So Roadheaver is right now sitting behind Rodney Campbell. But like you said, it's 12 laps into the stint. That's going to be a little close. They could potentially get to the end here, actually. Swarm Racing team might have a shot at this. I'll have to try and figure out some math to see if they do still need to serve one. And unfortunately, the 14 team was indeed given a black flag for the incident into turn one. So the stewards didn't agree that that was a racing incident. And once again, they find themselves set backwards and is likely going to finish in last place in their class from here, unless somebody else has a problem.
Indeed, Joe, and so that's going to be a little bit of a disappointment there, a big bit of a disappointment there for them. Obviously, not the way they would like this day to end.
Riding on board down through the kink and into the kettle bottoms we go. With still, I think, 24 drivers out on track. We haven't seen 208 Racing Green Team back out, so I think we can say they are officially DNF'd from here, unless they want to try and return for the final 36 minutes, but they've been in there for many, many laps now, and not expecting them to be able to do much from there. If they do, it's mostly for the pride of seeing the checkered flag. And on to the main straight. Road Heaver stays out. Not going to pit in this time, as Rodney Campbell leads him in second place, 7 seconds between themselves and Boston Brap. So that's not impossible to run down. We could see a battle for the lead, but Campbell's going to have to turn up the wick.
Yeah, he's going to massively have to turn it up, and we're not really able to compare times here quite yet just because of the pit stop cycles on both cars. But once we do, we'll be able to give you that information. I can tell you that Campbell was about 0.4 of a second faster through the first sector.
DJ, we've had a big wreck. It's our leader, it's our overall leader, JRT Racing, coming out of turn 7, touched the grass as they were trying to overtake a lapped car, smashed the front of it. I'm not sure what the car is driving like, but they did at least drive away from the scene of the accident, and it's down to a minute 38 over Marble Motors. So they can come in and try and take repairs, but the downside is they don't have a spare car left.
No, they don't, and we talked about this, Joe. We talked about how terrifying it is to be driving with that Spectre looming over your head, and all right, here they're going to come down pit lane. Now, there are 2 things that can play into this right now. Number 1, how much repairs do they want to take? How many seconds do they want to give up trying to make that car a little bit better? And then 2, how much will they have to? There are sometimes required repairs that are done on the car, and with damage that sustained, this could be a situation where they're stationary in the pit stops for almost a minute.
And they don't have required repairs, thankfully, so if they do need repairs, they are optional. But the clock is ticking down very quickly as Marble Motors now has a potential shot at the victory. Oh, and it's a very short stop. Only 15 seconds. JRT is back out before Fullwood even brings it onto the front stretch.
All right, so they clearly feel confident enough in that car and their overall pace to be able to keep going. I'm not sure how, because that thing looks as crumpled up as a piece of aluminum foil after Thanksgiving. It has absolutely destroyed the front end of that car.
But at 2 minutes a lap, we're looking at 15 laps, and it's a 56-second gap. So anybody got a calculator on this one? Basically, this might be the right call. As long as they're within probably a couple seconds of their normal lap time, they can limp it home with the win here, as long as it handles well, granted.
Exactly. That's going to be the real thing, that they're going to have to watch out for the handling here. I have to imagine that car is going to be massively understeering, and specifically through areas like the carousel here and through kettle bottoms, through the hurry downs. They're going to have to be careful and drive that car with a little bit of kid gloves.
Checking back in the meantime on that battle for first, second, and third in the open class. Notice that the gap has started to come down on the Boston Brap car. And looking at the last lap time here, Facciolo's ran a 2:10.3. Campbell a 2:09.3, so a second faster, 2:09.6. Boston Brap before this race is over.
Oh, Joe, we've got a race on our hands in the final 30 minutes of this 6-hour endurance race. This open class Porsche Cup class going to be very, very interesting to watch.
Indeed it will. But before Road Heaver can think about the win, he's got to get past the 62. And they're going to have to deal with a little bit of lap traffic. They're going past Bill Mitchell-Ben, and there's an off. He is going to be able to get past, because that's a big off from Rodney Campbell. Celtic Racing suddenly finds himself not only losing the lead for a mistake, but now losing second place.
And Joe, I think that's a combination of 2 things we've already talked about here extensively during the course of the broadcast. Number 1, mental fatigue setting in, and number 2, a little bit of that darkness. That's a blind crest coming over the left-hander at Bill Mitchell-Ben, and it's very easy to just lose sight of where you're coming in, and I think he may have just lost that ever so slightly, and that's what caused him to go off track.
Add to that, he was offline with that lap traffic, and I think that just compounded things to where a little mistake had grave consequences, unfortunately. As we hop back on board with Schum now, and we won't get a full read on a lap here until they finish this lap, and that will give us at least a better idea. But I am seeing it's come down from 56 seconds to 52 seconds that Fullwood has closed in. So it is feasible that they are losing time. It's just whether it is enough time.
Well, right now it looks like they were able to gain back about a second and a half or thereabouts on that last lap, and I just don't think that's going to be enough for them to be able to catch and pass by the end of this race, but we will have to see. The other thing to consider is maybe as those tires go away on the 84 JRT racing machine, that could get harder and harder to tame.
So if it is about 15 laps left, I did some real quick math on the calculator, and they have to outpace them by about 3.5 seconds a lap. That's to catch them on the last lap, though. If they're quicker, that'll be better, but that doesn't sound all that impossible considering what the 84 team might be experiencing here, and we're going to find out pretty soon because they're coming out of Bill Mitchell Bend and onto the final corner now.
Yeah, so we'll see what this lap is going to be like here for them to see just how rough that pace can be. Let's wait and see here what it is going to cross over the line. And that is going to be a 2:10. That is 3 seconds.
It's incredibly close. Yeah, last one, a 2:07.2. But there was also a 2:08.2, 2:07.2, 2:08.1 for Greg Fullwood. So I wonder if anybody's paying attention there and has done the math themselves and is going to tell the 996 car, you got to hustle. There is a chance that you could take this win.
There is indeed potentially, but we will have to see as we ride on board with Fullwood right now. They are hustling that Marble Motors machine as they go around. You know what, Joe? I just did some calculations. Unfortunately, this battle may not be as intense as we thought it was because I think Fullwood and Marble Motors still owes us a pit stop.
Yep, you're right. They're on lap 20, and if it's about 15 laps left, that's 35 laps. That's way too far to save the fuel to be able to get to the finish from here. And JRT already had their quick pit stop to top up 15 seconds, enough for them to probably top up the gas and be ready to go to the finish from there. But again, we don't know if they're slow. If the JRT team is that slow, the car could be ill handling. It could be easier now for them to have another accident. It could compound the issue. And I know it sounds like I'm trying to insert drama, but that's a very real concern.
It very much is, and the team here that is in prime position on pit stop strategy, the next team up, as it were, Wookie Racing in P4 right now. They should be good to go to the end, and if they are as slow, the JRT team, as we think they are, Wookie may stand a shot to really charge up through the field here.
And if they aren't close enough, remember, it was not too many laps ago, I think, yeah, about 6 laps ago, actually, that Wookie Racing had to serve a penalty. And that would have cost them definitely more than enough time that they would be ahead of them at that point. Because right now they're a lap down from Jacob Schum, who is just up the road from them. We can't quite see it from this onboard because of the traffic in the way, but they are just visible at the end of the straightaway if we had a completely clear shot. And that, of course, would have been so much closer between them. But they are looking like they might get up into second place if Marble Motors and Rolling Thunder Racing do indeed have to come in and get that last little bit of fuel. But it's going to be a very short stop. It's just unfortunate, coming back to what we talked about all race long, DJ, that extra stop will cost you. The pit stop strategy or the fuel strategy, because they have to trundle down that incredibly long pit lane here at Road America.
Yeah, it's such a long pit lane, low pit lane speed here. Literally pretty much the entirety of the main straightaway. So very difficult to have to go through that for just a 3 or a 4 second sort of splash and dash stop. It is just a very, very tough situation to have to go through. And so I do feel for those guys that are going to have to do it.
Meanwhile, Rodney Campbell Still back on Road Heaver. He lost the position before with an off, but has gathered it back up behind them. That's Terrence Tong, the Black Flag Meister, running down in 10th position, way off of the rest of his class. So he's trying to stay patient, certainly lighting the way for them, adding an extra pair of headlights, just bleaching the scenery for us right here. And as they come through, I'm sure eventually he's going to tire of sitting behind and want to try and leave them on their own.
I'm sure he will as well, but he will also know that this is a battle for position, and so he is not going to want to try to get in the way of it too much. He's going to want to let it play out. He's not really fighting for anything but his own personal glory at this point, so he's not going to want to try to insert himself by making a risky pass.
Looking at close to 168 laps for this event now, as it's gotten more and more accurate, our predictions here late in the race. And Lynn Wilson's in again. What has happened to the 14? Did they have another incident?
I'm not sure, Joe. We're going to have to go back and check out the replay. As there you see, he thought about moving out there a little bit, did that Black Flag Meister machine and Terrence Tong, but not going for it here at this point.
What if this is a drive-through for the 14? If we're starting to see, yes, it is a black flag for equipped Vitesse. And so they have gone over the incident limits. They've cycled through and have come back out the other side of the pit stop. But we're looking at the Moraine sweep with the battle here between our open class cars. And as they break into turn 5, Road Heaver is trying to apply as much pressure as he... No, Celtic got by. When did that happen? Did we miss that on screen?
I think we did, Joe. The darkness playing tricks on our eyes as well as the drivers. Celtic is on through.
Wow, that happened on the front stretch. Here it is right here. Just got a good run. And the 992 could do nothing to stop it. Tried to cover it off. But that fantastic bit of slipstream is what allowed the 62 to get back into second place. But with them fighting, the gap up to Facciolo is back to 7.3 seconds. They have not been gaining like they have in previous laps. So maybe they do need to work together here to try and start cutting that down. They need about a half a second a lap, maybe a little more now.
I think indeed they do. They maybe just have to start swapping to try to play it. The 26 will know that. They'll have crew chiefs in their ears, letting them know that that battle is continuing on. Focusing back on our overall leader, Jacob Schum. His last lap was better. He was able to get it down to a 2:10 flat, and that was only about 2 seconds slower than Fullwood behind him. I know that sounds like a lot of time, but compared to what we've seen out of Jacob Schum in this very damaged machine, that is good.
Oof, things got worse for the Matrix Green car. Jordan Dyer had a spin at turn 6 this lap and has gotten going. I don't think he hit anything, but it's now down to 8th place for them, unfortunately. And I think, no, they did not get passed by the 29, so that didn't lose them a spot, but definitely put them nearly a full lap behind Matrix Purple, the sister team. Back with Road Heaver here once again, still trying to chase down Campbell and get that spot right back. He's already shaken a mistake out of him. We've already seen Campbell slip off the course twice to both give away the lead and then give away second place. But as they pick up pace down through the Moraine sweep, a look to the inside, then a defense there from Rodney Campbell. And behind them, a car coming up very quickly. Terrence Tong in the Black Flag Meister, who we saw before was hanging out, has suddenly caught back up to them. And it's much quicker in the braking zone, so that looked a little scary from our perspective.
Yeah, it certainly did, and I think Terrence was probably a little scared by that as well. A little bit freaked out, worried that he was going to run into the back of it. And like I said, I do want to commend Terrence here. He has been very, very patient with this battle, not wanting to get involved, recognizing that it is a battle for position. Looks like a little bit of a narrower run there through the corner for that Swarm Racing 982 machine. Is he going to have a little bit of a run down through the kink and into Canada corner?
He might have a good one. He's within the slipstream, but he's got to be quick coming out of the kink, and he is. He's very fast, but now the track is going to weave back and forth. It's hard to predict where your rival is going to go, and Campbell just covers him off well enough that Jared is not willing to risk it, trying to dive into Canada corner. He stays behind, but it's an even longer straightaway coming up the front stretch. Is this what he's setting up for?
Could be. He's got a wider line there into the final corner and through Bill Mitchell. Ben trying to get on the power here to see what he can do. Looks like Campbell's able to stretch his legs just a little bit better.
Does that make that one a wasted opportunity then for the 982 team? Could they have tried to be more aggressive? We also have another pit stop in the GT3 class. Rolling Thunder Racing is now in, and that gives third place to Nicky Chan's Wookiee Racing 258. One more car to pit, and they are going to be into second.
And Jared Roadheaver just came over the radio and said, work together, Rod. He knows they are losing time to Boston Brap.
Well, they've gained a lot of time. It was 7 seconds. Suddenly it's 2.6. Did the 26 have an issue? What has happened here? Looking at the lap times, and it was a 2:13 last lap. That's a little slower. I'm not sure. Maybe they got caught behind traffic or they had a small off, but yeah, they had a small off. We've got it. Here's the replay. Down into the hurry downs, which has certainly caught out many drivers with that downhill braking, and that cost them the valuable time. So this is why we're seeing Jared Roadheaver try and communicate, telling Rodney, we got to stick together here. We can go for the win.
Exactly. So this is about to be a 3-car battle for P1. If they are able to keep this up, that gap coming down a little bit more. It's down to about 2.9 seconds as of right now as they work their way out of the carousel.
This thing has been absolutely turned on its head. It's less than 20 minutes to go. And Celtic Racing suddenly has a new lease on life here. Could we see them take the win, snatch it away? David K. Palmer was in that car. Rodney Campbell has also shared it with him. Only 2 drivers, though. I wonder if Celtic is going to be lacking their third driver by the time they get to the end, and if that is going to be an issue.
It could well be, Joe. We'll have to be talking to the race stewards about that after the race. But right now, I think anything like that is probably about farthest from Campbell's perspective, as he just wants to race and wants to close in on Facciolo.
In the meantime, Marble Motors, well, no, they just pitted. Oh, and it was a very short stop. Marble Motors has pitted. Wookiee Racing will not be able to catch them. It's still 31 seconds between P2 and P3. It was a mere 16 seconds on the stop for Greg Fullwood. So Nicky Chan is going to have immense pace, but the good news, I guess, for them is they're back on the lead lap.
Exactly, and that gives us now 5 cars on the lead lap with Rolling Thunder Racing. Also, it's 3. I can't read the live timing and scoring screen. It is 3 cars on the lead lap.
Only 3 left there. JRT Racing, Marble Motors, and Wookiee Racing. But suddenly we find ourselves with an amazing potential battle for the lead in the open class. It's all but over down in the GT4s as well, as Joachim Baker is about 20 seconds ahead there too. Oh, and we got a bit of Roadheaver! What's happened to Roadheaver? Outbraked himself across the grass. I think it looks like he just outbraked himself.
Oh, Joe, and you hate to see that after what was a fantastic scrap there between the two. Roadheaver will be out back in third place in that open class. He's got about 40 seconds behind him to the Jakester Racing number 88 machine, and Rodney Campbell now going to be running pretty much by himself as well. He's got 3 seconds to try to close up to Boston Brap.
Yeah, I think a little bit of a checkup to try and avoid that incident cost him a little time. But now, well, I mean, he didn't have pressure because obviously he had the message that they were working together. But it's all up to him now. Doesn't need to try and fret about if anybody's going to challenge from there on out. So Celtic Racing and the number 62 just has, let's see, about 7 laps left, it looks like. Yeah, 7 or 8 laps to try and run down the number 26 team.
All right, so the race is on. He was a little bit slower on that last lap, I think, because of that checkup. But now he will definitely have the speed to just run a full race and beat a rabbit to try to go chase that car in front of him.
So we ride on board, coming down into the braking for turn 5. This is with Terrence Tong and that 999 car, giving us a good view of what's happening with Rodney Campbell's number 62 as they come over a little bit off the apex there through turn 6. And we just had change for position in P4 in the GT3s. Gregory and Elbaga have swapped around. So Flying Lion Racing now into P4.
Good run there for them. That is just some fierce driving from Flying Lion Racing. There you can see as we ride on board with Elbaga down into the hurry downs. That lap for them is 2:18, trying to streak away here and not make this a race in the final 15 minutes.
And apologies, it looks like it was not an overtake. It was an attempt at an overtake. So Flying Lion Racing has been in P4. Rolling Thunder has been in P5. And they're now sitting behind them, trying to hound them out of that spot.
All right, so yet another race on our hands here, Joe, as Rolling Thunder really trying to put the screws here. You can see just a little bit of an offline move down into Cannon Corner, and with the headlights here being the only thing to illuminate that view in the rear view mirror, the rear view camera, it gets all the more terrifying because you just have these 2 sets of eyes staring you down.
And you can't necessarily tell exactly what they're doing either. All you can tell is, are they closer like this right here? Very, very close. You can only see one at a time now in the rear view screen. It's going to be a huge slipstream for Tamer Elbaga, and the 00 goes off to the left-hand side, but they tried this before. Down into turn 5, coming into turn 1. Let's see who's got it as they break deeper, much deeper. Can they make the corner is the question. Yes, it looks like the 00 is now your 4th place team.
A great move by Rolling Thunder Racing. That outside line taking the momentum around. A very, very heads-up play, but now they're going to go on to the long back straightaway and through the Moraine sweep. Let's see if Flying Lion has anything to respond with.
Who can roar louder, Lions or Thunder here today? Right now, it is the Rolling Thunder that holds the advantage with 13 minutes left to go on the clock. And checking in also real quick, we don't need to leave this battle here, but I'm taking a look and see at the lap times of the 62 and the 26. 10.0 last lap for Campbell, Facciolo 10.2. So it is slightly faster for Campbell right now, but he's not close enough to attack yet.
No, not quite yet. The gap holding at about 2 seconds. I've got my eye on it out of the corner of our screen, though, to be able to keep an eye as it goes down. 12 and a half minutes left to go here at Road America. We continue to ride on board with that number 218 Flying Lion machine, as it looks like Rolling Thunder is starting to streak into the distance a little bit.
And to throw another wrench into the mix, DJ, this battle that we're on board with is going to catch up to that battle for the lead in the open class. So that'll just make it all the more complicated, as they've all got their own motives and their own reasons to push hard and not give way. But every driver deserves their own space on the track. It's just going to be a question of, will it hinder one or the other?
Oh, dearie, dearie, dear, everything to play for. A little bit of a snap of oversteer there for that Flying Lion machine as they come up over the start-finish straight here, working his way along and trying to see what there is to do. Oh, it just looks like that gap is getting larger, and I don't know, unless that traffic really hinders Rolling Thunder Racing here in Tamer Elbaga, I can't really see a way for them by at this point.
Yeah, Flying Lion is now definitely losing touch, so looks like Elbaga has got a bit of a safety net for now. And in the meantime, as we switch over to Rodney Campbell, it's down to 1.4 seconds. 2:09.9 for Facciolo. He's turned it up, but Campbell has even more. 2:09.2 last lap. He is coming.
He is coming indeed. The gap is down to about 1.5 seconds, and that's going to start to be a crucial number as they are going to want to get into draft range. Now, the only problem is he has got the 21st place Alcaru racing machine piloted by Ari Clayson directly ahead of him right now, and that's going to check up Austin Brapp a little bit down into the hurry downs.
So now it's down to 0.9 of a second. He weaves around the outside of that GT4 car and manages to make his way through 0.5 of a second. Now Campbell also able to get by. He can see him in front of him. He knows that this is it. He has got to try and catch and pass him before that checkered flag falls.
Indeed, it is go time, and here is the silent observer in the background, Terrence Tong in the 999. Remember, he has just stood back and been watching this entire thing. Not sure if he doesn't have the pace or if he just doesn't want to pass that Celtic racing machine at this point and spoil that battle, but he has been a very good boy.
And it throws back to 0.9 though, so Facciolo turns up the wick a little bit. Wonder if either of them are a little close on fuel. They are about at 12 and 14 laps each in their stint, so that is not implying that they've made it tight in that sense. It'd only be if they didn't put enough in at the last stops. 25.8 seconds for the 2016, 30.5 for the 62. But that is not taking into account how much fuel they had on board as well. Coming through the first corner, back down to 0.8 of a second. Campbell trying to reel him back in.
Yeah, trying to get him to the best of his abilities. The gap down to 0.9 here as they round through turn 3. Little bit of a wide run there for Rodney Campbell, but I think he's able to carry slightly more speed. And now he's going to start to get a whiff of the draft as they go down the Moraine sweep. That's going to help him out.
Yep, it's down to 0.7 of a second by the time they hit the brakes into turn 5. Campbell's got to be on the ball here, and more traffic is in front of him. Team 1. Last car on the track right now with Jeff Ferguson, who's going to stay off to the side. That actually compromises Facciolo a little bit. And Campbell, but he's going to get the other end of it through turn 7. It actually makes a little bit of contact. And they go 3 wide briefly. Thankfully, they're able to get through. Tong, who, he wants to get by, and that puts him off into the marbles. Campbell's getting the bad end of the stick now.
Yeah, he certainly is, and that gap has re-expanded up to 3.5 seconds here in just the course of a couple of corners. Things going from bad to worse for Rodney Campbell and Celtic Racing.
And another car coming into the mix, as that is, that is the lapping Albaga now, the Rolling Thunder car, who does want through, and he got held up through the kink as Terrence Tong. Probably didn't realize that the blue flag there was waving. Oh, and off the course, that is Campbell. Campbell bends it with a mere 7 minutes to go in Canada corner. What was a race for the win unfolds before our eyes. And he is now many seconds down.
Just missed the braking zone completely there, Joe. The front tires locking up and absolutely giving out on him. My heart breaks right now.
DJ, there's worse news. That sent them over the incident limits. They have to serve a penalty. Christian Rava and Jakester Racing's number 88 is going to inherit second place even.
Oh my goodness gracious. Oh, such heartbreak for Celtic Racing. They were putting in everything, but great news here for Christian Rava and Jakester Racing. That is going to be a very happy 88 car team.
When it rains, it pours. So the 62 is through the lane, and 88 is just coming up the hill. They might actually hold on to second. This is going to be tight as we are on board with Rava. We're going to be looking to see if we can spot the 62 when they come out of pit lane to the cones. The 62 can accelerate now, but the 88 is at full tilt. There he is. He's through.
All right, and as they come out, the gap stabilizing at about 1.3, 1.4 seconds, and we know Celtic Racing has got more speed underneath that car, so Rodney Campbell may be able to catch this yet.
But that's assuming that the damage on the front of that 62 has not slowed them up. Campbell's back out, and you can see him up the road. But can he be fast enough in the last 6 minutes to try and attack and get P2 right back?
here we go. More intrigue. Just when you thought it was done, it pulls you right back in here, Joe. Campbell not looking like he's having a lot of handling problems in that car right now, from what I can see.
And I looked at the top speed at the end of the Moraine sweep, and it looked about the same as Rava's. So I think he's good on that end. It must still have at least pretty decent speed, because it's the nose that's going to be crinkled if he does have damage, and that would slow the straight line speed more than anything else. I don't think he hit the corner of the car to be able to damage the handling at all. As we ride around the carousel, this is Ferguson that they're going to have to overtake again, as he went by him not too long ago. And it looks like Ferguson's just going to pull out of the way and let them through before they get to the kink. But it is indeed coming down. It's down to 1.1 seconds from P2 to P3.
All right, that gap starting to shrink. About 5 minutes left to go. That should be about 3 laps to go by my estimations.
Yes, and the leader just went by the start-finish line not too long ago. Jacob Schum is on the Moraine sweep. So yeah, you're right. I think that should be 3 laps that they have left to complete here. We ride on board, looking up ahead at the blue 88 Jakester racing car. 0.6 of a second now. He cut off another half a second that lap, and he's going to start feeling the slipstream.
Yes, he is. There you can see the onboard view with Christian Rava and the Jakester Racing Machine as they get ready to break down into turn 1. Those headlights growing larger and larger in the mirror. The gap coming down to 0.4 of a second now, under braking as they work their way through turn 2.
The closer he gets, the more effect that slipstream is going to have. When and how is he going to attack? And looks like Rava's starting to feel the pressure as he shakes his head. Disappointed that he's being caught. It's at 0.5 of a second, starting to reel it in. Campbell lost a little through turn 3, and indeed, he only gets down to 0.4 of a second again.
All right, only 0.4 of a second, so Rodney Campbell knows that he's only got a couple of more cracks at the apple here to be able to try to do this. Looks a little bit stronger here through turn 6. Let's see how he handles 7. That's going to be a little bit of aero wash that he's going to pick up as they make their way towards the hurry downs.
This is where we saw a big accident for Roadheaver, but he avoids that problem. It was into Canada Corner that Campbell threw it away and just crossed the start-finish line. 2 laps to go now for Jacob Schum, which means as they come across the line next time, 2 laps for this pair battling for second place.
Indeed, good run there from Campbell. I don't know if it's going to be enough to close in Canada Corner, and I've got to think he's going to be a little trepidatious considering what happened to him the last time around. He is coming up behind, though. Brakes early, not wanting to get into the back there of Christian Rava. They're going to come out of the corner still at about 0.5 of a second away from each other.
It was as close as 0.2 through the kettle bottoms. He was very quick through the kink, and he's got it back down to 0.2 once again. Now, as they head through the final corner, if he can get a good exit, and he does, this could be the pass. How hard does Christian Rava try to defend? The Jakester Racing 88 inherited second place with mere minutes left to go on the clock. Are they going to see it slip through their fingers? Again, he is not moving off to the side to defend. Campbell takes the inside away as they go side by side down into the first corner. Campbell's through. Does he have the job done? It looks like it.
A great move there from Campbell as there's a little bit of a look back for Rava, but he's going to back out of it going down into turn 3.
Yeah, late defense out of the 62 to try and ensure that Rava did not try to send that one into turn 3, but he's going to get another bite as he'll have the slipstream now down the Moraine sweep. And look at Rava start to follow him across as Campbell tries to defend. Holds him to the outside coming into turn 5. It is possible to try and cut back and get it done into turn 6. Looks like he's going to try that right here. Another late defensive move as Campbell just drifts across to deter him, and he will hold on to second.
He will hold on to it for now, but what is going to happen coming out of the carousel? Will Rava be able to do anything? But I don't know. That gap's starting to grow. 6-7 tenths of a second as they break into the hurry downs.
That might be the battle over there as there was somebody off course. I didn't see who that was trying to return back on, but the white flag is now waving for the number 84 car with a half a lap gap to the nearest one back. He is sitting pretty.
He is indeed a fantastic job in doing that all, remember, without a hood, suffering that big damage that they see that they had. My goodness.
Again, that never say die attitude. Had a huge wreck early on, found themselves still in the lead after it, took their spare car, put themselves at risk of course, having another incident, but with just a few seconds of repairs taking their final fuel stop, they got back out and have been able to manage the pace until now. Schum's been running 211s and 210s, full wood, 208s at times, 209s. So he's been picking away at it, but it's just not been enough because of that extra pit stop the 996 needed for fuel.
No, indeed, it was not. So that just played out to perfection there for them, bringing it down through the hurry downs for one last time and through the carousel.
Around this corner leaves them with just a few left. Really only 2 actual braking events for the remainder of this race. And look at Rava. Rava's still in it, and he's got to run. This is coming down into turn 5 as they go side by side into the corner. Rava to the outside as Campbell tries to keep him out of it, but he outbrakes himself, and Rava's going to take it.
Oh my goodness, that is him out. Rodney Campbell making a big mistake, but we've got to go back to the leader, Joe, because he's only got a couple of corners left.
One last turn, a right-hander for Jacob Schum. Himself with Rafael Amorim and Travis Brody sharing duties today in that 84 team as he weaves in celebration, knowing that this one's wrapped up and the first race of the Team Racing Series goes to JRT Racing.
Oh my goodness, and Joe, Jakester Racing has also had a problem going down into the hurry down. Celtic Racing is back into P2.
And Boston Brap just crossed the line to take the win in the open class as Mach Schnell Racing has about a half a lap to go. But you're right, Celtic Racing, after it looked like this was out of their hands, suddenly back into second place.
Oh my goodness, everything firing off here in an incredible way.
And out of the Canada corner, Celtic is now getting ready to finish it up as this is Joachim Baker in the 718. We thought the 818 team was the one to beat here today. And actually, is the Mach Schnell car already done? No, I think they are not done yet, as they are going to be able to complete this lap. I think they're just going to be one of the last drivers on the lead lap. Indeed, they only have just a couple cars behind them on the same lap as them. And Bacher sharing with Gomez, along with James Legault, Edward Trippett throughout the course of this race. Didn't seem like one that was going to be a threat early on, but it is about the whole team. It's a relay race, if you will, and everybody has got to pull their weight. The Mach Schnell Motorsports car comes over the Bill Mitchell bend and into the final turn as Joachim Baker basically grabbed this at lap 141 off of Gomez, said, I'll take it from here, played the anchor, and now gives them the win in the GT4 class.
A commanding drive there. We thought for sure that it was going to be Star Racing, but Mach Schnell never said no, and they take the victory here at Road America.
Which is going to take us to a quick break here on Podium Esports. We'll come back with the unofficial results as well as driver interviews, so stick around.
Hi, this is Krista from the Porsche Exchange, and I'll be showing you some accessories for this exclusive Manufacture Cayenne S Coupe. Let's take a look. The first accessory I'll be showing you is this 2-in-1 display cleaner. It ensures it cleans dirt and fingerprints. The bottle itself has microfiber wrapped around. This is also suitable for phones and tablets. The next recommended item are these premium Vellum caps. this is a set of 4. Made of aluminum with high-quality Porsche crest emblem. The emblem isn't a printed version. It's a high-quality version similar to what is on your Porsche's key. The Porsche script is embossed around the base, the highest quality thumb stump cap available from Porsche. Another great accessory is this Charger Mat Pro battery maintainer. This is a great accessory to have if you store your car during the winter months or if you ever take long vacations. To use it, simply plug it into any wall outlet and connect it to the cigarette lighter inside your vehicle. Something we highly recommend are these Porsche all-weather rubber floor mats. These are a set of 4 mats. It features the Cayenne silhouette. They are slip and waterproof, and it also protects the interior of your Porsche. Another one of our favorites is this Porsche Crest tow hitch cover. The perfect finishing touch for any Cayenne with the towing package. This is made of durable rubber to hold up to the weather. This is available in silver with the Porsche Crest in black or black with silver crests. Last but not least is this Porsche Cayenne cargo mat. It is custom fit, waterproof, and washable. It offers protection against dirt and damage. Features the Porsche logo and a Cayenne silhouette. Hope you enjoyed watching. For more accessories, please visit shop.forporsche.com. Till next time.
If you're a Porsche owner looking for reliable, convenient service without leaving the comfort of your home or office, look no further and take advantage of the Exchange at Home complimentary pickup and drop-off service exclusively at the Porsche Exchange in Highland Park.
At the Porsche Exchange, we use one of the most advanced paint protection films on the market. To ensure our installation meets Porsche's rigorous standards, we use only Porsche Exchange certified expel technicians.
The world's first self-healing paint film is virtually invisible and provides protection from everyday damages, including scuffs, scratches, chips, and more. With unparalleled high gloss finish and impact protection, it's designed to provide you with the peace of mind you need on the open road, keeping your piece of artwork looking like, well, a Porsche.
Welcome back to Road America. What a race today here for the first of our team racing series for the PCA, presented by the Porsche Exchange. And it was JRT Racing who took the victory above Marble Motorsports by an impressive minute 14 after all was said and done. Wookiee Racing was on the podium, but it could have been more. Multiple penalties throughout the day sent them far enough back that it maybe could have been a second or even a win for that 258 team. The 00 Rolling Thunder Racing moved up into 4th late on and were the only other ones to finish on the lead lap. Flying Lion Racing was in 5th, with G2JR Motorsports in P6. After that, Matrix Purple was 7th and Matrix Green was 8th. Then you get to your winner in the open class, and that was Boston Brap, who finished 9th overall but won their class. Celtic Racing was back and forth in 1st and 2nd and 3rd, just about every spot in the final half hour of this race, and they settled into 2nd. Jakester Racing, a late mistake, sending them back down to 3rd and 11th overall, DJ.
And 12th overall, and the GT3 class was Exchange Motorsports, followed by the Black Flag Meister machine. And then the winner of the GT4 category was Mock Chanel Motorsports, with Three Stooges races racing behind them, and the early front runners, Star Racing, finishing 16th overall and 3rd in class. 4th in class was Dreadnought Racing, followed by Anchors Away with Alcaro Racing and Team Chillax Racing, rounding out your top 20. 21st was Los Muchachos Racing, followed by Team 1 with 208 Green Team behind them. And then we unfortunately get into some of the guys who had very, very rough days there. Backmarker Motorsports, and then Equip, Vitesse, and Swarm Racing, both DNFs or DSQs here on the day.
And of course, we have the Porsche Exchange Award for the best livery, and you have to finish the race to be eligible for this. And Of course, we have the 982 team now. They did finish the race. We'll need to check and see if that will count, whether or not this one can be considered the prettiest livery. So they won that nice little Porsche model, and I do believe we have our winning team ready to talk to us here in a moment. The JRT Racing team with the likes of Travis Brody, Jacob Schum, and Raphael Amorim in that car. Certainly was something to behold. And it looks like we're going to have to pass on them for now because we're waiting for them to finish celebrating. Oh, maybe we're not. We're hearing that they seem to be here. Trying to figure out who we've got coming up next. Looking for a cue on which team we're going to be pulling in. Looking for a cue for which team we're going to be pulling in, and I'm getting silence. Okay, so all right, now I think we are going to get our leaders in. So we'll get a chance to chat with Brody, Schum, and Amorim. Amorim starting off the stint with Brody picking it up and then Schum playing the anchor here today in this winning team. So as they are now joining us in the booth, guys, I have to ask, after 6 hours, how do you feel?
Tired. That's a long race. Jacob and Raphael did an incredible job. I'll let them kind of speak for themselves. I know Jacob was feeling it there at the end with his stint.
And it wasn't a perfect race, of course. Starting off early on, you guys had some issues where I think it was Raphael who unfortunately got caught out by some lap traffic running into you. What were the emotions at that time? Did you think, oh no, this is the race lost right here?
Well, we got somewhat lucky that we still had the fast repair, and the incident was early enough, and we had a good gap to P2. So, yeah, obviously it's frustrating. We had a good margin, and we were doing a good race, and that sort of changed our strategy there. But I think in the end, everything worked out, and I'm grateful we had a fast repair, so that saved the day.
Jacob, did you feel pressure being the last one, the anchor on this race, especially with the big lead that you have? Did it feel like, okay, I can't blow this now because I've been handed a golden ticket?
Not really. We've been in these kind of positions before in like the iRacing 24s, iRacing 12s. So we've been in these kinds of positions. So taking the last stint, there is a little bit of pressure, but it's just maintaining the pace to the other cars and just bringing the car home.
And Travis, you were the middle stint. Did you enjoy getting to kind of take it down into most of the sunset there through those middle 2 hours as things got very pretty?
I did, yeah. It was really nice. This track's pretty great and pretty scenic to be at. So it was a lot of fun. Raphael gave me a good car. I had to jump in a little early, with that incident, but fortunately I was sitting in the rig ready to go and just kind of knocked out my double stint and try to just give Jacob a good car. And we knew it was gonna be close, at the end there, but I just tried to do my job and keep going.
Well, obviously, this isn't something that happens in a vacuum. Is there anybody you guys would like to thank that helped make this win possible?
Well, I'd like to thank Jacob and Travis. Great teamwork, and I think everything just worked, and they did an amazing job. So it's a great way to start the season.
Yeah, I got to give a big shout out to Raphael, just helping with the setup, getting us, all set up and let us know what lap times we really need to run in trying to keep up with his times. Really pushed, but my guys back at Tactical Baby Gear, of course, they always support me. They're all watching and hanging out, and they help me keep going with this. And everybody at Podium and PCA, a 6-hour race is a lot of work to put on and to broadcast. So we appreciate you guys, and looking forward to the next one.
I'd like to thank Raphael for helping make this setup, and also Travis for being great teammates. And also like to thank my family, my mom, Cecilia, my dad, Jonathan, and my sister, Coco. Thank you.
Yeah, shout out to Jonathan. He was in YouTube chat.
That's always great to have that support, watching and cheering you on, as that was our winners, the JRT Racing team taking victory in the GT3 class. And I believe I'm hearing GT4 class is ready, but we're going to be doing the Open first, which had the Boston Brap team taking that car to victory. The number 26 DJ has caught up with them.
I have. It's the pair of Nicks here. Guys, that was a fantastic drive for you. Talk me through your emotions, as I think that can be best described as a roller coaster of a race.
Nick, you could start. Well, all right. If he's not going to start, it certainly was a roller coaster. We lost our third driver, Scott Kessel, a few days ago. He had to drop out, so we redid the strategy to try and fit the two of us in. That involved skipping a few tire changes and just trying to squeeze every 10th out. There was a ton of competition in our division, and I don't think we put down the fastest times, but just between keeping it safe and not having to worry about taking a black flag for the incident limit, we were able to, I guess, squeak out here. I just actually left to go make some pasta, so I'm glad Nick was able to bring it home.
Well, fantastic. And I think we've got Nick Vacciolo back here with us. Do you got a copy? Still having a little bit of trouble. So, but talk me through just what it was like in those final laps. I mean, obviously the ebb and flow back and forth there. If you had to, we're making pasta, how much were you watching and how much were you cheering on?
We had the stream on downstairs. We were listening in, and somehow through I guess a crash for P1, we were able to pit a little later, take the P1, and then hold on to it. I think there was about an 8-second gap. That's when I ran back up here, so he could turn off crew chief and get a real spotter in to help him out. And we're just talking through. He had a little bit of issue with the lights. I don't think we got quite as much night practice as we wanted to, as in none. So the dark track was a little hard to work with. I think it got down to half a second to P2, but thankfully there's a little bit of battling back there. We tried to use as much as we could some of the traffic to our advantage, because we were getting held up by some of the Caymans, and we wanted them to get held up as much as we could, just to, again, squeeze every 10th out, because there were so many fast guys out there. Our strategy was just to try and pick up some time where we could outside of that.
Well, I mean, obviously, this has got to feel good. Anything you guys are going to be doing to celebrate?
I got to eat this pasta. I had a meat sauce going all day, so my wife's taken over. Her and her friend are making some homemade pasta, and we'll eat it to a nice victory. Hopefully Nick gets to celebrate too, even if Discord won't let him chime in, but I know he's very excited to hold on. I think it was quite a nerve-wracking last stint. He did 2 hours straight to end it out, and so I'm glad he was able to keep up pace, and it was a really exciting race. Honestly, we did not think that a P1 was feasible, but we knew with 5 entries, we were definitely going to get top 5, and that's what just kept us going.
Well, that's a good mentality to have. Nick, anybody you want to thank for the win here today?
I'd just like to thank my wife. We did the 24-hour Daytona, and I think she thought I'd never do another endurance race. So, Alex, thanks for letting me, keep taking up entire days to do this sim racing. And obviously, since Nick's not here, I'll thank him too. And I know his girlfriend, Alex, is probably in the same boat, where she's like, you just sat in your VR rig for 6 hours straight. Why? And this is why. It's just super exciting. Nick, any comment? Oh, he's trying so hard. I know he is.
Well, the Discord demons strike again. Well, thank you so much. That was your winning team there in the Open class, the Boston Brap team. Joe?
Yes, and that takes us to the GT4 winners, Mach Schnell Motorsports in the 718. And they've had Ivan Gomez, Jochen Bacher, Edward Trippett, and James Legault in that car. And I got to say, guys, that was an impressive comeback for at one point it being, I think, 2 minutes that the 818 had over everybody else. Was there any point during that race where you looked at that and said, well, this is over?
No. No way, because we knew it was early in the race. We all were well prepared, and it was just a matter of making our marks. So we never really kind of even looked at it that way so much as knowing that given a race like this, anything could happen, and a lot of things did happen. Some things in our favor, so we happened to be the ones standing on top.
So let's talk about that then, especially when it comes down close to the end of the race. Is there anything that at any point made you feel nervous as it starts to get towards the end? You know you had a comfortable lead and you feel like you got the strategy worked out. Were you being extra careful in the car, Joachim?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I didn't want to give anything up. So I was asking the guys constantly, okay, what's the gap behind to P2 and how am I doing? And I just dialed down the approach to each lap a couple of percent to make sure that I'd make all my turns and not overshoot at all. And I really got to give a shout out to my whole team. We've been driving so smooth and clean the whole race. We put together a strategy and we literally hit every pit stop exactly on the lap that we intended. So to quote the A team, I love it when a plan comes together.
No doubt about that. Now, tell me about how you guys managed to keep the incidents down as low as you did, because I'm looking at them, and that's just unbelievable. When I saw 20 incident limit for the first penalty come in, and I thought, oh my God, a 6-hour race, that's unbelievable. How did you guys manage that?
Practice, and then some more practice. We really put a lot of laps in. We really did, and we even hosted some events with our PCA members to just kind of keep pushing these practices. And we knew we just had to keep the sunny side up in the end. That's key. That was job one.
And also, I would just say that we all did a cycling sort of managing the pit crew. So there's always some guy on the blimp cam or rear chase, just monitoring, making sure that, if there's a car behind, we try to keep our distance and just maintaining that throughout the course of the race.
I think that works out brilliantly with only 13 incidents over 6 hours and 155 laps. That is something else. Who else, although made this win possible for you guys? Any thank yous that you feel are deserved?
We want to thank, obviously, our sponsors, Porsche Exchange. We want to thank you guys for the wonderful broadcasting that you do. It makes it so exciting. I don't know if I'm going to sit down and watch all 6 hours of the broadcast like I usually do for these sprint races, but and also iRacing for this and PCA Sim Racing. So we want to thank everybody who
and I want to give a shout out also to Christopher Pays. He's been kind of driving this boat and giving coaching sessions on how to do team racing, etc. So big thanks to him as well.
I'd like to thank my wife, Laura, for being so amazingly supportive of this. In fact, she's holding my dinner for me right now until we get done.
And I'd like to thank my friends, Chris and Gerardo, watching the stream.
I want to thank everybody for coming out and enjoying this with us.
And that's great stuff there from the Mach Schnell Motorsports 718 team for taking the win in the GT4s. I think we've got the Celtic Racing number 62 team ready to talk to DJ here. Yep, Rodney Campbell and David Palmer.
Rodney, David, you guys ran one heck of a race up and down through the field. A little bit of heartbreak at the end, but talk me through your emotions.
Yeah, it was a tough race. It was pretty exciting, though, to have all those cars right on the same lap and fighting it out right at the end. I've never been in an endurance race where that's happened. It was pretty cool. Yeah, my tires were toast. I was charging pretty hard on a second stint of tires, and I was really trying to push to catch the two nicks, and we had caught up to them, and but just didn't have the tire rubber to make it happen. Had a couple of offs and sort of struggled towards the end, but we managed to sneak past Christian on the second last lap, I think it was, and defend to the end. So second place is pretty good.
Well, talk me through a little bit about the middle stages of the race. I mean, how much were you guys thinking about fuel strategy and saving fuel over the course of that? Because we were doing a lot of speculation on fuel strategy and everything else, and I'm curious how accurate we were.
Yeah, we were watching it. We knew that it was going to be sort of a 4-stop race or 6-stop race. I can't remember now. But we were, we came in early on one of I think my second stint right out of the gate, because the tires were getting worn, and we knew that we were within the window to have the same amount of stops. So we wanted fresh rubber for Dave to do his stints and bring it around in one piece, which he did.
Well, I guess one other question. Talk to me a little bit about the decision to race here in the open category. Obviously, this is a very, very difficult car to drive. Were you guys in it for the challenge, or did you two just want to be teamed up to be racing together?
Yeah, we like the challenge, and plus the way that the PCA has it set up, with everybody's busy schedule, we weren't sure we could commit to one of the other classes, and so we decided to go with the open. And I'm really liking this car. I like I wasn't a really big fan of the 991 Cup car, but this Cup car, or maybe I'm just getting to be a better driver. I'm not sure which is which, but I really like this car. It's fun. It's interesting to see that the GT3R cars couldn't pull us on the straights, right? They would get behind us and we'd have to lift actually to let them by. So there's quite a lot of power and in this car and speed. It just doesn't have the same cornering ability as some of the GT3Rs.
Well, it certainly is one of my favorite cars to drive out there if I'm going to be in the sim. But is there anybody you guys would like to thank for this second place here today?
Well, we got to thank our wives for putting up with us, I think, for a Sunday afternoon spent doing this, but and our sponsors here, of course, at the Porsche Exchange and the PCA and all the great racers that are out today and then didn't make the podium, but they had a great race out there. It was fun driving. It was a good race. Hopefully it came across good on the screen too for you guys broadcast.
It came across fantastic. Thank you so much. That was Rodney Campbell of that second place machine there in the GT Cup category. Joe?
Yep. And up next, I believe the 88 team, Jakester Racing, Christian Rava joining us now after coming home third, and a bit of disappointment and frustration, I'm sure, of that late battle right at the end, Christian. We saw you fighting with Rodney in the Celtic Racing team on that last lap. You had him as he made an off, and, well, then you made your own mistake. What was going on?
Hey guys, first off, if I may, just want to say my thoughts and prayers go out to Race and Jason Lisner and his family. I know his dad, Mark, and it was sad news to hear that what happened to Jason on Friday and his passing away. So thoughts and prayers with the Lisner family. It was disappointment in that Gabriel drove a fantastic race, and he's quicker than me, and we would just go hour to hour, switching back and forth. And so I finished the race last stint. And when I was practicing during the week, it never got as dark as it got tonight. And I was like, I couldn't see 20 feet in front of me. So it was very difficult for this boomer to make that happen. But I didn't think we were going to catch Rodney. He was super fast. And then Gabriel told me he had an off at Canada Corner. It gave us an opportunity to get near him. And I caught up to him. And the last lap, wouldn't you know it, we're there door to door going down turn 5 and putting a little pressure on him. He blows the braking zone. Goes past, everybody's cheering for me. I got 145 people watching me on my Twitch channel. And I'm like, wait, hold on. And then wouldn't you know it, I blow the braking zone as well. So yeah, but I'll take a podium in hindsight. It was a great race. We had a great time and lots of fun.
Well, I have to ask then, do you anticipate showing up for more of these endurance races? Because we have quite a few of them coming up down the way at some really classic tracks.
Yeah, 100%. I love endurance racing. I love the team aspect of it and working together as a team and figuring things out. And yeah, so I really enjoy endurance racing because anything can happen. It's not over until it's over, right? So I'm looking forward to it. Unfortunately, though, I won't be able to make it to my home track at Sebring for the next race because I will be in flight to Vegas on that day. So unfortunately, I'll have to miss that. Gabriel will have to find another driver with him for him.
Well, I mean, I don't feel too bad for you. Going off to Vegas is a pretty good reason to have to miss the race.
Yeah.
Regardless, though, who helped make this one happen for you and Gabriel?
Really just Gabriel and I. We do a lot of stuff together and we're friends in real life. We do a lot of track events in real life. Excuse me. And it's just really Gabriel and I. So just shout out to him. He's an excellent driver, really good guy. And yeah, we have a lot of fun together. We meld well together. So it's a good team atmosphere.
That's great stuff. That was Christian Rava for Jakester Racing in the number 88 today, taking third in the open class. Up next, looks like the number 42 team is here. I think just Chris Pippin, if I'm understanding right, ready to talk to DJ.
We have Chris and Garrett, it looks like, from the Three Stooges Racing Machine. Guys, a good podium out there, P2, and it especially didn't really look possible earlier in the race, but this has got to feel great to walk away from like this.
Oh, without a doubt. It was something that we both, well, all three of us, Adam as well, we had our zone group championship race Wednesday night. So we really hadn't turned our sights yet to this car, this track, anything. So it was the last kind of frantic few nights trying to get ready for it. And coming away P2 is absolutely way more than we had hoped for. We just wanted to finish.
Well, when over the course of the race did that sort of change for you and this start to become real that you guys were looking at a podium chance?
About halfway through the race, we were trying to do math and watch where the other cars in class were, because like P1, they pitted early, and that kind of was really making it hard for us to figure out quite where we truly were in the real order. And so down the stretch, we were starting to realize that, oh wait, no, there's this could actually happen. Keep it clean, stay on track, and we might have a podium here.
Well, I'm going to pose the same question to you that Joe posed to some other guys. Do you like these endurance races? Do you prefer the sprints? Can we expect you guys back? What's in store?
We'll definitely be back. We actually all at the end of the race all talked about how much fun we had. Basically just hang out with each other and the spotting and the strategy. Definitely a different feel than just a straight sprint race, because as a team, it's supporting each other, it's talking each other through it. A little mistake happens, helping each other understand. Oh no, get your head down. You're good. It's no big deal. You keep going. And so supporting each other was a lot of fun. And I know I sure had fun. And Garrett and Adam both said that they did as well.
Well, fantastic. Chris, anybody you'd like to thank for this podium here today?
Well, I think we need to thank all of our families, Garrett, Adam, and mine, for allowing us to walk away from our kids and our family duties for the majority of a Sunday to do this. Because without them, there's no way. The wives were very supportive to allow us to do this. My wife brought me lunch and dinner on a plate.
Well, I love that, and I have to agree with you. Any significant others and family members that put up with our crazy hobby definitely need to be thanked. But thank you once again, and congratulations. That was Chris Pippin, driver for the Three Stooges Racing number 42 machine, second in GT4 today.
And we got one last one to talk to, the 9916 Marble Motors, second place in the GT3 class with the likes of Dave Craig, Greg Fullwood, and Robert Rose bringing that to the podium today. I got to ask, guys, with the distance between you guys and JRT Racing, do you feel like there was more in it that you could maybe try and challenge them, or was that the maximum for you today, the second place?
Oops. Yes, I'll hop in. This is Robert, and yeah, I mean, I think we were hopeful, but we knew that they were fast all day. I know they had an unfortunate, kind of run in early on in the race, but with the fast repair there, didn't really cost them much, but they were fast, and I think we were realistically watching Greg's final stint. And, we knew they were kind of struggling for the last few laps to bring it home, but the gap was just too big. So I think we just cruised in the dark, and Greg, who I think has hopped offline and couldn't join us, he just, willed it home on raw tires and kept it where it needed to be in the dark. And second was the best we figured we could do, I think, at the end.
And Dave, I know I always get picked whenever I'm on an endurance team to be the starter because they consider me a safe pair of hands. Is that kind of the same thing for you? And how'd you feel about that, having to kick things off? Not sure if we have Dave mic'd up here. Dave, you got a copy? We'll try and talk to him a little bit later. But Robert, thanks for coming and joining us. You obviously pulled the middle stint for the team today. So you were probably sat behind the box for Greg as things were closing out. Do you find that difficult, being outside of the car and not having the control and having to watch and wait and see what happens?
I mean, yes and no. I mean, there's a sense of relief to getting your stint, done and in the books and kind of filling your role. I think, I'll comment to your question to Dave. I mean, yeah, we definitely, defer to put him in the car to start. I think just coming in through testing and practice over the last few weeks, Greg, I think, we went with traditional roles. I mean, Greg, has a lot of pace and marginally faster, but still faster than us. And Dave is an extremely safe driver. I mean, I drove the N24 with him last year, and the guy drove 5.5 hours with the 0X at the Nürburgring. So 0X is his thing, and he's fast. And so, yeah, we put him in up front. And I had the least practice of the three of us, and I knew I was going to be, safe, as usual as I try to be, and just do my laps in the middle and not drop pace. And I think so we all had our roles to fill. And once I got done with my stint, one minor mistake, I think, along the way that cost me 1X. And, otherwise it was, just book the laps and get relieved when we throw Greg in and watch him cook that thing home as best he could.
I can only imagine. And who deserves thank yous that helped make a podium possible today?
Well, I think obviously Porsche Exchange, everybody on the steering committee that works hard to make these events happen. I know there's a lot of work to put the sponsorships and things together, and they're a big one. They're great. They're a great place. I bought some stuff from them myself, and so hop on, check them out. I mean, it's great to have that kind of support for something like this, and everyone else that we race with, all the guys chatting in the transfer room and week in, week out, Nicky Chan and Rodney Campbell and Joe Stiefel, all these guys that you race with, everybody. It was great. Doug Atkinson, special shout out. Thank you for putting it together.
Awesome stuff there. That was Robert Rose joining us from the 996 Marble Motors team, second in the GT3 class. I do believe DJ's got one more. Third place, the Star Racing team, who were lightning quick at the start, but settled into third at the end.
Well, Adam, we've got you here. Adam Gerling in the booth. Talk me through that. I mean, that's got to be a little bit of a tough pill to swallow. You guys looked very dominant early on. Pace faded a little bit, but still able to hold your head high with the podium.
Yeah, we're happy with the result. Obviously, it was a little disappointing that after putting our fastest driver out first, that was our strategy. He got caught up in an accident at T1, and that set us back and allowed the field a chance to catch up. But solid driving throughout from Randy, Tony, and Chabal.
Well, talk to me a little bit about that sort of mental reset. I mean, what kind of conversations were you guys having after that incident and after that allowed the field to catch back up? But were you guys in communication with each other, or was it just sort of a, okay, we know what we got to do situation?
Yeah, we were all on for the whole race, and that things happen in racing, and you have to reset, as you say. And we just started thinking about where do we take the race from there, and hitting our marks, hitting our laps, and see how things worked out.
Well, I will ask the same question I asked before. Endurance racing, a little bit different to the sprint races we're used to seeing here in the PCA. Do you guys like it? Can we expect you back in the future?
Of course. It's a great event. I think we all enjoy the team nature of it, working together, spotting for each other. So it's a lot of fun. We'll be back.
Well, I know that makes me very happy to hear. I can't wait to see you guys back out on track. Any thanks you would like to give for this third place out here at Road America?
Well, thanks to PCA for putting us on. Thanks for Podium Sports. Thanks to Porsche Exchange, a sponsor, and of course, thank you to all of our families who have put up with us spending our Sunday afternoon doing this.
Well, thank you, Adam, and congratulations once again. That was Adam Gerling on behalf of the Star Racing Team P3 in the GT4 category today. Joe?
Which is going to close out our interviews. So we want to thank you for watching, but also we'll see you next time for the Pro versus Pro PCA GT3 Cup at 10 p.m. Eastern on Thursday, March 10th, live here on Podium Esports. Thank you so much to our sponsor, of course, Porsche Exchange, and a big thank you to the steering committee at the PCA Sim Racing. Huge thanks to our team tonight, DJ, Kenneth, Michael, Ryan, Cameron, Nick, and Dougie. And also, none of this is possible without those behind the scenes at Podium Esports, Ryan Bauer, Gary Sexton, and John Theodore. Thank you so much for watching tonight's broadcast of PCA Sim Racing. I'm Joe Peak, and I'll see you on the track.